Chapter 1 God Gene On a rugged mountain stream's edge, a black-clothed youngster was holding down a shiny, dark shell with a metallic radiance that looked like a crab, yet it also looked like a unicorn beetle. The black-clothed youngster's other hand held a dagger, which he used to agilely cut of the struggling beetle's claw with desire to open the shell, and revealed the tender, fleshy, pearly flesh. Without hesitation, the black-clothed youngster, as if eating crab meat, sucked out the meat from the claw, then together with the big tender meat downed it in one gulp. Slaughtered black beetle. No beast soul detected. Devoured black beetle flesh. Random chance gene +0 +10. Devoured black beetle flesh. Gene +0. A strange voice resounded from within Han Sen's head. At the same time as the voice, information flooded into Han Sen's brain. Han Sen. Evolution unqualified. Rank. None. Life Yuan 200. Requirement for next evolution. 100 gene points. Gene points. 79 points. Beast soul. None. It's already been 30 battles since I got gene points from black beetle flesh. It looks like I have eaten too much black beetle flesh. Bug meat is unable to contribute to the evolution of my physique. Since I haven't been able to get any gene points, who knows when I'll be able to complete my first evolution, obtain a rank. Han Sen's face had a gloomy expression. In the past hundreds of years, the scientific standards of the human race had reached exceedingly high standards, finally grasping teleportation technology, but when man tried to transport themselves, they were shocked to discover they weren't transported to the past, nor were they sent to the future. They weren't transported to another planet. At the other end of the teleportation channel was completely different world. A world of humans that were incapable of thinking. In this world, all means of science have become useless. A submachine gun had less use than a steel dagger. All forms of missile and nuclear weapons can't blow up and were not much different from scrap metal. All machines and electronic equipment were incapable of movement. All kinds of terrifying beasts ran amok in this world. Humans once were able to stand at the top of the food chain thanks to their knowledge and the power of science, but in this world humans became the lowest on the food chain, weaker than a chicken. But in this world humans killed young, weaker animals, and upon eating their flesh they made a discovery. Their body's physique suddenly evolved. Science was unable to explain this sudden evolution. Along with these sudden changes in this world, their lifespan grew as they evolved. This discovery left humanity shocked. After hundreds of years, more and more people who joined the world they named God's Sanctuary World became familiar with the rules: kill prey and feast on their flesh, evolve your physique. The more you evolve, the more your lifespan increases. Theoretically, if you reach a certain part, you can achieve eternal youth and complete the impossible. In this world, science and technology was completely useless. The ancient martial arts that was declining in the modern world stood out and showed shocking results. Many ancient martial arts have been refined, then passed on through hundreds of years of refinement, forming new martial art schools. All sorts of new martial arts popped up. Besides martial arts, there is a force in God's sanctuary that gives mankind power. They are called beast souls. When killing the animals of God's sanctuary, there is a chance of obtaining a beast soul, something that everyone uses, come in every odd and fascinating shape. Some even are able to be summoned to battle for the summoner. Some can be directly transformed into armors, weapons, other objects and such. Some people have so many beast souls that they can be used to transform into a terrifying beast. They could transform into a bird beast and traverse the heavens and the earth, or they could transform into an ant and drill the earth. No matter if it was martial arts or beast souls, they had nothing much to do with Han Senator. Even if it was the scientific society, the advanced technology was held in the hand of a few. Han Sen had completed the integrated compulsory education and graduated at 16. Every student would at least learn entry-level martial arts. As for beast souls, they were luxury goods. Even if it were the cheapest beast soul, it wasn't something that a poor white Han Sen could afford. Without martial prowess nor assistance from a beast soul, so much that he couldn't purchase humanity's high-grade alloy weapons, Han Sen faced many hardships in God's sanctuary, only being able to slaughter low-ranking beasts and devouring their flesh in hopes of evolution. Devouring too much low-rank flesh has lowered the chance of evolving, so much so that Han Sen has stayed at God's sanctuary for 3 months already, but still couldn't get enough gene points to complete his first evolution. Han Sen had never dared to hunt a larger beast, but the lower-ranked beast didn't meet Han Sen's needs. He would have to rest for a month before he could come back to God's sanctuary. Now Han Sen has eaten more or less all of the low-ranked monsters in his league. Eating any more of them would no longer have an effect. If he doesn't take a chance and hunt the higher-ranking beasts, who knows when Han Sen would be able to evolve. While mulling over if he wanted to hunt down another copper-toothed beast, out of the corner of his eye, he saw something suddenly climb out of the stream. Han Sen thought it was a black beetle, but immediately thought something wasn't right. Black beetle had jet black carapaces, but he saw a dazzling lustrous golden yellow. Han Sen focused all his attention towards the thing climbing out of the stream, but it was a black beetle. There were some similarities and differences. The body was as big as a basketball. Moreover, it was a single golden yellow color, like it was an art piece carved out of pure gold. Especially its one pair of eyes, it looked like a crystal clear beryl gem. If one wasn't paying attention, they would never realize that it was an animal. How can such an odd-looking black beetle exist? Han Sen was motionless but fixed his eyes on the seemingly golden art piece black beetle. At this point, Han Sen couldn't remember how many black beetles he had already slaughtered. Regarding the black beetle, it had very bad eyesight, but its hearing was 10 times better. If you were motionless, the beetle can already be considered almost in your hand already. The black beetle would be unable to sense his presence. Han Sen motionlessly observed the golden black beetle, but unexpectedly, that golden black beetle started to crawl over towards him. An unthinkable situation. The moment that the golden bug crawled to Han Sen's side, Han Sen pushed down the unusual carapace at lightning speed. With his other hand, used his practiced knife skills to ruthlessly slash through the weak joint in the claws. He slashed off all 6 of the claws as easily as flowing water. The 6 claws of the golden black beetle quickly and neatly fell down upon being removed. Afterwards, the golden black beetle struggled for its life. The knife stabbed into the abdomen, then it twisted. The golden black beetle ceased all movement. Slaughtered mysterious blood organism, black beetle. Mysterious black blood beetle beastly soul detected. Devoured mysterious black blood beetle flesh. Random chance gene +0/+10. Han Sen was stupefied by the sudden sound that came from within his head, and didn't dare believe that it was real. A mysterious blood-ranked creature. A mysterious blood-ranked creature. Han Sen didn't dare believe it. God's sanctuary's animals are split between common organism, unique organism, mutant organism and mysterious blood organism. Consuming different ranks of flesh can give different ranks of gene points. Up to now, humanity has only been able to find 4 ranks of organisms. Each evolution makes way to the next rank. The gene points needed for evolution get exceedingly large. The next rank raises the possibility for survival. Mysterious blood-rank beast souls have no need for explanation. You could say that they were premium quality. One can sell mysterious blood-rank beast souls as they wish for sky-high prices. Once Han Sen reacted, his practically shaking hand grasped his knife as he pried open the heavy carapace. Holding the gelatin-like meat, he cut a piece out and directly crammed it into his mouth. Devoured mysterious blood-ranked black beetle flesh. Received a mysterious blood gene point. He felt heat coursing through his body as he gulped down the flesh. Upon hearing the voice in his head, he felt his eyes brimming with tears of joy. Not managing the other parts, while paying the finest of detail to the mysterious blood-black beetle's claw, he sucked the meat from the claw. As the flesh fell into his stomach, Han Sen felt waves of heat coursing through his body. His blood and chi were almost boiling. There wasn't much difference between eating crab and the mysterious blood-black beetle. After sucking out the meat from the claws, Han Sen used a knife to pry open the shell to eat the flesh inside. Devoured mysterious blood-black beetle flesh. Gained a mysterious gene point. Devoured mysterious blood-black beetle flesh. Gained a mysterious gene point. The unceasing sound of the voice ran in Han Sen's head non-stop. Seeing the messages made Han Sen so happy, he practically felt as though he were floating like a cloud. Han Sen was a happy knifer. The dagger in his hand suddenly made a sound. It felt like he struck something hard. It made a metallic clang which surprised Han Senator. Black beetles and crabs were mostly the same, seem really hard, but the bug meat inside is really soft. Even the bones weren't this hard. How could metal exist inside? After moving his knife away, he peered into the cut that he made. He pulled the flesh off to one side and saw that inside was some dark steel. Han Sen removed the meat that was surrounding the metal. Very soon the dark steel revealed itself. Beforehand, Han Sen thought that it was dark steel, But after seeing it in its entirety, Han Sen noticed that it was a dark crystal that was the size and shape of a pigeon egg. Han Sen kneaded the crystal in his hand. He couldn't think of anything it felt like other than it was like a smooth, pretty stone. But with a closer look, inside the crystal millions of tiny changes happening, it truly was too beautiful of a sight to comprehend. This is God's sanctuary's weakest region. Don't mention mysterious blood-ranked organisms, even unique organisms are rarely seen here. How could there suddenly be a mysterious blood-ranked black beetle? This has never been heard of before. It's such a weak animal, still has mysterious blood rank. Not only that, but the weakness of this beetle is way too exaggerated. Could it be that the mysterious blood black beetle and the dark crystal have something to do with each other? Han Sen deeply contemplated inwardly. But sometimes even the unthinkable can happen. Han Sen lumped all the black beetle flesh together and swallowed them all in one gulp. His bulging stomach felt as though it were about to burst. He managed to obtain 7 mysterious blood gene points total. 7 mysterious blood gene points. If it was before, Han Sen couldn't even dream of it. Even if he were to work hard right from birth, he would still be unable to slaughter a mysterious blood rank organism. Not to mention the mysterious blood rank, even if it were just the unique rank, the chances of being able to slaughter one was a pitifully low number. Even the remain carapace of the mysterious blood beetle was an expensive good. Han Sen gathered the claws and carapace and stuffed them into his bag. Most carapaces of the black beetle aren't worth much, but even if you went into the back alleys to sell it as soup, you would still be able to get 1 or 2 mysterious blood gene points. Normally, Han Sen should have been able to get at least 10 points, but he only got 7, so the last 3 were in the shell. If he sold this carapace at a high price, he would have to consider the possibility of the Left Star Alliance interfering and send one of their personnel flying over. Back at Steel Armor Asylum, walking on the road, everyone pointed at and ridiculed Han Senator taking joy in his misfortune, but no one approached him. Every person in Steel Armor Asylum saw Han Sen as they would an eccentric person. Originally, even if a beggar came to the asylum, reached out to others, forming a hunting party to hunt unique ranked monsters wouldn't be impossible. Neither would a scene as miserable as Han Sen's occur. But in the entire Steel Armor Asylum, no one wanted to or had the courage to form a party with Han Sr. 3 years ago. The first time Han Sen entered God's sanctuary, the first time he left the safety, just when he turned around the corner, Han Sen discovered a snowy white body before him. A 4-legged, larger than a human, horned wolf stood right next to him. Without hesitation, Han Sen grabbed his dagger and plunged it into the horned beast's posterior. This one stab turned Han Sen and Qin Xian into the laughingstocks of Steel Armor Asylum. That's right. That wasn't a horned wolf beast. That was a member of the human race. That was a human who used a beast's soul to transform. Moreover, Qin Xian was Steel Armor Asylum's strongest and most influential woman. It might be because she completed her first evolution using mysterious blood gene points. Or that she was a woman who set foot on the path of evolution. A knife-wielding Steel Armor Asylum hairless youngster stabbed Qin Xian's buttocks. This became the biggest joke in all of Steel Armor Asylum. Even though they don't dare say a word in front of Qin Xian behind her back, people were laughing until they cramped up. Rampaging Ass Demon became Han Sen's nickname that everyone in Steel Armor Asylum knew of. Qin Xian had flew into a rage and fiercely declared that anyone who would dare to team up with Han Sen would henceforth become her enemy. Inside Steel Armor Asylum, people who had ability to be enemies of Qin Xian wasn't a big number. Even if they were able, they wouldn't go against Qin Xian for a stranger like Han Sen, this rampaging ass demon. Therefore, Han Sen has muddled around with difficulty like this, but Han Sen never blamed Qin Xian. This was his fault anyways. Since it was his first time, he was too nervous. He never met a person after transforming, so he had made an unforgivable mistake. Qin Xian didn't slaughter him from rage. That alone made Han Sen 10 times more grateful. Han Sen was most grateful that mankind couldn't control everything that happened in God's sanctuary. So even though Steel Armor Asylum wasn't exactly his favorite sympathetic friend, at least no one knew his real name. Han Sen returned home and started up a fire in his stove. He boiled water in a pot, then tossed the claws inside. At the moment, Hansen doesn't have any tool, nor had he learned any styles for cooking. He could only use the most primitive method of boiling to boil out the mysterious blood gene points out of the carapace. Mysterious blood-ranked carapace wasn't something that could be cooked in 1 or 2 hours, so he covered the pot, then fished the dark crystal from his pocket and observed it. But no matter how much he looked, he couldn't appraise what it was. Suddenly, Han Sen's attention was caught by the green-scaled beast scale, the size of a civet palm in a cage in a corner of the room. His heart slightly shook. Green-scaled beast scales and black beetle carapaces were pretty similar. They came from very common organisms. In the past, Han Sen would constantly bring home, boil and feast on green-scaled beasts to raise his gene points. But eventually, he had eaten too many green-scaled beasts and was unable to gain any more gene points. Han Sen felt too lazy to eat the remaining green-scaled beast. He never thought that there would still be green-scaled beast that was still alive. He grabbed the fish from the cage as it was on its last breath. He hesitated a little before grabbing the dark crystal and sent it to the green-scaled beast's mouth, and was about to feed it the crystal. God knows where it got the strength, but the fish that was on its last breath suddenly gained power when it saw the crystal. It opened its mouth and shot its tongue out and wrapped it around the crystal. The fish then swallowed the crystal down into its belly. There is something mysterious about the dark crystal. Han Sen was dumbstruck by what he saw. He noticed some changes in the green-scaled beast after it swallowed the crystal. Apparently its conscience was strengthened considerably and it regained some strength, because it began struggling wildly, flailing its 4 claws trying to clip off the hand Han Sen had on its neck. Han Sen dropped the green-scaled beast back into the cage and observed it. Not much time passed, but it was already sunset. It's already been days since he had green-scaled beast. It had regained its vitality. It flailed about desperately, as if it was freshly caught and brought back from the wild. Han Sen sat across from the green-scaled beast, observing its every movement. He had a guess, and if that guess was right, then he just obtained something that could cause a huge stir, even more so than a mysterious blood organism. But Han Sen was also afraid that his guess was wrong, and could only observe the green-scaled beast carefully, hoping to be able to see the transformation that he so desperately wanted to see. Because Han Sen was too nervous, he had no idea how long his eyes had been open for. Until the fragrance of bone soup wafted out, he didn't realize how hungry he was, making him extremely uncomfortable. Han Sen checked the time. 24 hours had passed. Han Sen quickly got up and ran to check on the black beetle carapace, only to see that the golden carapace had become a more diluted golden color. The soup on the other hand was full of a lustrous golden color, added with the fragrant scent, made the already hungry Han Sen's mouth drool. Just as Han Sen was about to scoop up some soup, the cage that held the green-scaled beast collapsed with a bang. Han Sen immediately turned his head to see the green-scaled monster sticking its head out of the broken cage while gnawing on the bars. The originally light green scales had already transformed into a deep green color. Its teeth grew more sharp and pointed. Its 4 claws were more like steel hooks. That monster now wanted to leave its cage. Han Sen felt a mixture of fear and joy as he pulled out his dagger at his side. He then stabbed the knife ruthlessly into the head of the trapped green-scaled beast and slashed all the way down to its stomach. He then twisted the dagger around until the green-scaled beast ceased all movement. Slaughtered unique ranked organism green-scaled beast. No beast soul detected. Devoured unique ranked green-scaled beast flesh. Random chance gene points +0/+10. The fascinating voice shocked Han Sen dumb. Unique rank green-scaled beast. Unique rank green-scaled beast. That dark crystal really is able to induce evolution for beasts. Han Sen stood there so immensely happy that he wasn't sure what to do. After a while, Han Sen jumped up and cut open the stomach of the green-scaled beast, and plucked out that crystal that was the size and shape of a pigeon egg. Without cleaning it, Han Sen held the crystal like it was his own flesh and blood. Only then did Han Sen dare to clean up the crystal and place it back in the center of his palm. Then it really was because of this crystal that the mysterious blood rank black beetle could reach the mysterious blood rank. Then if I were to continue to allow that green-scaled beast to evolve, it would also evolve into a mysterious blood rank. Han Sen didn't dare to keep thinking about it as it was way too shocking for one person to take in. Han Sen trembled as he clasped onto the crystal in his hand. He fiercely chomped down on his tongue, then screeched in pain. He ecstatically discovered this truly wasn't a dream. After giving a shout in excitement, Hansen carefully stored away the crystal. Afterwards the 3 or 2 claws and the carapace were fully cooked and Hansen drank the pure, light soup. He received another mysterious blood gene point, making his total number of mysterious blood gene points reach 8 in total. Unfortunately, Hansen didn't have any but the most primitive tools, as well as the most primitive ways of cooking. He had no way of extracting that last 2 points out of the carapace. For Hansen, being able to get 1 more gene point is already a not bad result. Hansen thought about the time he slaughtered that mysterious blood black beetle. He had earned a mysterious blood black beetle's soul. He quickly opened up to see. Hansen, evolution unqualified. Rank, none. Life yuan 200, requirements for evolution. 100 gene points, available gene points. 79 gene points, 8 mysterious blood gene points, beast souls. Mysterious blood rank black beetle, mysterious blood rank black beetle manifested form. Type A armor. I've never heard of mysterious blood black beetle's unusual armor. I wonder what it will be like? Hansen thought, and then a radiant light flashed around him before dispersing. Hansen thought about the black beetle as he was bathed in light. Think about how the golden black beetle was able to fly. Hansen felt his heart thumping. Suddenly the unusual golden color melted into liquid and surrounded Hansen's entire body in a blink of an eye. His entire body including his hair were wrapped in the gold. From within the golden armor that Hansen was wrapped in, the explosive power was coursing through his body. The armor was medieval style with modern air mechanics, making it look like fine art. The armor was brimming full of power, and it looked amazing to boot. Hansen's entire body gave of an elegant and majestic feeling. It looked as though his body had explosive power coursing through it. There was even a golden lustrous quality that made the armor seem like the golden carapace. It gave off a violent feeling, yet it also gave the feeling of a holy paladin. The difference between the armor and clothes is, the beast's soul manifest armor protects the entire body and head. Only in the joints like the black beetle is the Achilles heel revealed. While moving around, Hansen noted that not only was the armor not heavy, nor did it hinder his movements, but it made him feel lighter and made him feel stronger. This is definitely worthy of the mysterious blood rank manifested beast soul armor's reputation. Compared to those unique ranked manifested beast soul armors, my armor is more beautiful by who knows how many times. Hansen was ecstatic. He used to be desperately envious of those who had unique ranked armors. He never thought that he would even get a complete set of mysterious blood rank armor. The CEO of Yate Corporation Zhao Yalong has completed his 3rd evolution, ascending to the 4th space in God's sanctuary. He becomes the 83rd person in history to enter the 4th space. Longevity reaches 500, achieved half-god rank. The genius Lang from the planet of Lei Keet has ascended to the 2nd space using 100 points of mutated gene points. Longevity has reached 300, obtained evolutionary rank. Member of the House of Lords Hai Mingwei, killed a half-god level godblood star of the ocean, becoming the first to kill one of that level. According to experts, they predict that there will be a 4-Y evolved evolutionary in 10 years, giving him entry to the 5th space. Yes, Hansen teleported out of the steel armor sanctuary. The news was displayed on the virtual screen. Evolutionary transcendent half-god with the black crystal. I will definitely reach that level, even exceeding that level. Hansen clenched his fist, striding away from the teleportation station, and sitting on the maglev rail train back towards his home. Just as he reached his home, even before entering the yard, he heard the loud sarcastic voice of a woman. Luo Sulan, you dare to occupy the ancestral home of the Han family? I can tell you, this home is what my parents left for me. Now that Big Brother is not around, our Han family will not bully a widow. What was that of Big Brother's we already given you? However, if you want to own sole possession of the home, that we would not agree. Yes, the ancestral home was originally Mom and Dad's property. We as children all have a share. What right do you have to take it all? You have already stayed here for over 20 years, that's already being nice to you. Now it's time to split the inheritance. A middle-aged man sounded. Second brother is right. You have already stayed here for 20 years. We won't care about the rent, but as this house is an inheritance, we have to split it. A gentle-sounding but filled with nefarious intentions young man added. We already calculated it with our lawyer. The house is worth 3 million. If you give us each 1 million, then this house is yours. If not, we will sell it and split the money anyway. Works. Sister-in-law, what is your take on this? A young woman continued. Second sister is right. Now that brother is gone, we won't bully you. We will follow what you say. Either you give us the money or we sell the house. We don't care. The original sarcastic-sounding woman said. Second brother, third sister. There's no use forcing me. Our family's bad situation is not something you don't know about. Where can we get 2 million from? A woman pleaded. Then sell the house. If we sell the house, then where will we stay? Hansen just graduated. Yenner is going to start school, the woman said pitifully. Sister-in-law. That isn't a nice way to put it. Do you think only your family is facing tough times? Hansen and Yenner are only studying in integrated school, while our Han-Hao is studying in a private school. The monthly fees are causing we so much worries that my white hair are growing out. Third sister is right. Everyone is facing tough times. Whose family does not need money? Won't selling the house be good? With the money everyone will be happy, and you will have the money needed to send Yenner to school. A feminine-sounding male voice rang out. Regardless, you are going to give us money or sell the house. It's your choice. The woman said coldly. Hansen raged as he listened on from outside. He pushed open the door and saw his mother and Yenner crying. His 5-year-old sister laid in his mother's arms, face and eyes filled with fear, staring at the two man and woman who were looking on with grins on their faces. Do you all still have the face to come to the ancestral home? And Hansen pointed to the fat woman and raged. Aunt, when you were working on the finances at the old company, you made us tens of millions in debt. Who was crying to Dad then to ask him to help make it up? Hansen, what nonsense are you sprouting? Who made what debt? Don't accuse me. The gentle-sounding man shouted at Hansen. And you, uncle? You used company funds to invest, losing millions. You kneeled on the floor towards Dad, asking him to help. Hansen pointed towards the skinny and feminine-looking guy and shouted, Second uncle. You owed a bulk of debt due to gambling and was nearly forced to suicide. Who helped you then? Hansen pointed to plum-looking man and said, Xingyu Corporation wanted to eat our company. If it wasn't for my dad wanting to fight for our family, why would he have died? And you guys, when they died you didn't even attend the funeral and even went to sell the company to Xingyu Corporation. The money from the sales you didn't even give a cent to us. And you, when you married, who gave you your house? When Grandpa and Grandma were alive, you didn't take care of them. Now you dare to show face here. Don't sprout nonsense. It was all Big Brother's judgment and action. The company was left down by my father. We also have a share in it. There's nothing wrong with us spending our own money. The second uncle Hanlei said without remorse. Second brother is right. Your dad held on to the company, refusing to release it. We are just taking back what was supposed to be ours. No matter what you say today is useless. You either give us our money or sell the house. Make your choice or we will see you in court. No matter how this is fought, you will definitely lose. Aunt Hanyu shouted, straining her throat. That's right. It's all your father's fault. The few people blamed Hansen's late father. Hansen was already trembling from anger. His heart feeling wronged for his father. When his dad took over the company, it was only worth a few $100,000. It was his hard work that made the company thrive. However, there were several times when he had to help pay the debts of his brothers and sisters, causing the company to nearly fold. His unexplained death was also because of his company. Now even his wife and children needs to be bullied by these wolves. When Hansen's dad was still alive, he always said that they were one family. There was no need to bicker so much. How the irony that sounds now. If their family were facing money problems, Hansen would accept it. But they each drove their own private aircraft, each worth millions. When the company was sold for a few $100 million, none were given to Hansen and his family. No matter how much they spent, it was impossible that they did not have $1 million. Han Yumei and Han Lei bickered on in Hansen's home, leaving the harsh words that either they sell the house within the month or they will see them in court before leaving. It's all Mom's fault. I couldn't even keep the ancestral home. Luo Sulan hugged Hansen as she cried. Luo Sulan was a gentle and innocent woman. Hansen's father protected her like a princess when she was still alive. Needless to say, she did not do any housework, not knowing how to even sweep. When Hansen's dad passed away, Her being able to bring up Hansen and his sister was something Hansen felt wasn't easy. Mom, don't be scared. Dad is gone, but there's still me. I won't let anyone take away our ancestral home. You rest for a while, I will go ask Uncle Zhang. Hansen called the legal advisor, which was also his father's good friend. Uncle, I'm little Suan. Does your back still hurt lately? I have some legal questions I need to ask you. After finishing the conversation, Hansen's face turned very unsightly. Now he can confirm that Han Yumei wasn't wrong. They were in fact entitled to a portion of the inheritance. If they were to go to court, the end result would be like what she said, either sell the house or pay them money. Little son, what did Uncle Zhang say? Luo Sulan asked Hansen nervously. Relax, Mom. I've already asked him and there's already been a solution. Just relax and take care of little Yen. Leave the rest to me and rest assured, the house won't be taken by anyone. Hansen said laughingly. Good. Luo Sulan heaved a sigh of relief. After resting the night at home, the next morning Hansen took the train back to the teleportation station and back into God's sanctuary. The place he appeared in was his room in Steel Armor Sanctuary. Whenever humans were teleported to God's sanctuary, they would be sent to a specific room which only they themselves could enter. No matter how others tried, they were unable to enter into others' rooms. Before completing his first evolution and entering the second space, this would be Hansen's home in God's sanctuary. The current Hansen had no power or money, so the only way he could preserve the ancestral home would be to earn 2 million in a month. Although he was unwilling before he had any strength or power, this was the only way. 2 million to a boy that just graduated was a sky-high sum of money. The old Hansen could not even earn 2 million in a year. But all has changed now. In fact, if he didn't cook the shell of the godblood black-shelled beetle, just the shell alone would have been worth 1 to 2 million. Now without the shell, Hansen still had the black crystal which could make monster evolve. With that, what is 2 million to him? Looking at the corpse of the green-scaled monster, Hansen hesitated before picking it up, using his dagger to deb-one it. He baked dry the rest of the meat into jerky before keeping it into the bag beside his waist. He need to go out and catch a live monster and evolve it using the crystal before selling the high-class meat. However, now with the godblood ranked armor, Hansen could go and kill ancient monsters. It takes a day for normal monsters to evolve to ancient monsters, and ancient monsters couldn't see for high prices. 2 million wasn't a small amount, so Hansen needed to evolve at least 2 mutated monsters to have enough. Ancient creatures could be found tens of miles away from Steel Armor Sanctuary. The old Hansen wouldn't dare to venture there, but now he was different. However, Hansen's choice wasn't the weakest ancient creature, the copper-toothed beast, but rather the blast mantis which often appeared in Fallen Valley. Although blast mantises were ancient creatures, and their bodies were considered weak, normal alloy daggers when hitting its switch spot can kill them. However, they were fast and a normal human couldn't catch up with its speed. Its front limb were like metal, able to rip off a man's head. If anyone was hit by the blast mantis, even if he didn't die he would be paralyzed, so very few humans would go and hunt the blast mantis. As for Hansen, there was no better choice. It was an ancient monster, so no matter how strong it was, it couldn't break open its godblood level armor. As long as it couldn't hurt him, he could easily kill the blast mantis. What was most important was that after cutting off the front legs and wings, the blast mantis would have lost all fighting ability. However, it wouldn't die, and Hansen could feed it in his room and evolve it using the black crystal, before killing it and selling its meat. If his luck was good and obtained a monster spirit from killing the blast mantises, that would be a lot better. The monster spirit of the blast mantis was a weapon-type spirit which was a jagged-shaped long dagger, which was exactly what Hansen specialized in. Although the jagged long dagger was an ancient-level monster spirit, but its destructive ability and sharpness could be compared to that of mutated-level monster spirits. However, because hunting blast mantises were too dangerous, few people will go to Fallen Valley, so few people obtained a jagged long dagger. Occasionally when it's placed out for sale, it would be sold for sky-high prices. If he was able to get one monster spirit by luck, Hansen wouldn't need to sell mutated-level monsters. He just needed to sell the monster spirit to get 2 million. The nearer he got to the Fallen Valley, the lesser the people around him. As he was right in the vicinity of the valley, there were no traces of humans left. It was true that there were little to no humans who stepped foot there. Hansen also did not dare to venture too deep. He just found a secretive spot and summoned the godblood armor. He took in a deep breath before entering the valley. Hansen also did not dare to move too quickly. The trees and wild grass flourished in the fallen valley. As the wind blew into the valley, the trees and grass never stopped moving, swaying from left to right. This made it difficult to spot the blast mantises hiding within. If one was not careful, he would be decapitated by a blast mantis jumping out of hiding. All of the sudden, Hansen's eyes focused on a meter-long green object which resembled a leaf, sticking out from the grass patch. If one did not look carefully, he would mistake it for an ordinary piece of leaf. One would not expect it to be a blast mantis capable of human decapitation. On close examination of the jagged dagger-shaped front limbs of the blast mantis, it was longer than its body. Its shade of green different from its body. The pair of arms had a metallic luster whose strength was no weaker than high-grade alloyed metal. Hansen's luck wasn't bad. He was first to spot the blast mantis and not it who spotted him first. It slowly creeped towards the blast mantis, brain calculating the rough distance in which he had a possibility of being spotted. At around that distance of around 2 meters, Hansen did not dare to get any closer for fear of losing his chance to attack the blast mantis. As he grasped tightly onto the dagger, he rushed out from the bushes, slashing at the waist of the blast mantis with speed and ferocity. However, Hansen underestimated the speed and reaction of the blast mantis. When he just emerged from the bush, the blast mantis noticed him and spread its wings and flew a few meters high. He flew in the sky like a gust, flying instantly into Hansen's face, striking onto his head and not giving Hansen any time to react. Hansen was shocked and took a step back. When the hit landed, the sound of metal resounding could be heard. Hansen felt as his head was hit by a rock, a little uncomfortable, but not even a mark was left on his armor. Hansen was ecstatic. He slashed the dagger in his hand and stabbed into the waist of the mantis, cutting its body into half, blood splattering all over his body. However, Hansen didn't mind at all as the sound of bliss sounded in his mind. Slash killed ancient monster blast mantis. Did not obtain monster spirit. Consuming meat of blast spirit chance to obtain 0 to 10 points of ancient gene. Haha. With this armor in hand, I'll conquer the world. With this, I'll kill whoever I want and no one will be able to kill me. I have nothing to fear. Hansen touched the decapitated head of the mantis, himself moved beyond measure. With his newfound confidence, Hansen did not try to hide himself and rushed into the fallen valley with his dagger, causing many blast mantises to attack him. However, when their attacks landed on his armor, they didn't deal any damage. In turn, Hansen stabbed them one after another. In a blink of an eye, he killed 4 to 5 blast mantises. Killed ancient monster blast mantis. Did not obtain monster spirit. Consuming meat of blast spirit chance to obtain 0 to 10 points of ancient gene. Killed ancient monster blast mantis. Did not obtain monster spirit. Consuming meat of blast spirit chance to obtain 0 to 10 points of ancient gene. Killed. Unceasing amounts of notifications resounded in Hansen's mind, making him unbelievably happy. He continued killing as he charged into the valley, killing 20 more blast mantises. Su Xiaoqiao grumbled unceasingly on her way to the fallen valley. His family ran a cross-galactic corporation, and he had both the titles of a celebrity and a noble. Just so happens that he was teleported to Steel Armor Sanctuary, a place where they had no friends or relationship with people at. To obtain the title of a noble, Su Xiaoqiao could only go under Taishuan's command, in hope to obtain 100 gene points to evolve, obtaining the rank of noble in the galaxy. Left Galactic Alliances has 2 titles. One is celebrity, which upon becoming a transcendent, one would be able to go to the alliance and obtain the title. The noble title, as long as one evolved using mutated genes, could gain recognition from the alliance, becoming a noble. Regardless of celebrity or noble, they would be able to obtain huge amounts of benefits from the Galactic Alliance. Most importantly, that was also a sign of power and standing. The importance of ranking and power in the Galactic Alliance has been growing stronger and stronger. If one didn't even have a noble rank, many celebrities will not even talk to you, even treating you as a lower being when having business dealings. Godblood nobles were not a rank that Su Xiaoqiao dared to dream of. As long as he could get 100 mutated gene, obtaining him the rank of normal noble, He would be satisfied. This was also his parents' demand. However, only depending on himself, wanting to obtain 100 mutated genes was simply too difficult. Although he brought large amounts of money to the sanctuary, it was useless. Many would sell basic or ancient monsters for money, but not mutated level monsters. Only people like Taishan who wanted to evolve using god genes could possibly sell the mutated monster meat, but the cost wouldn't be money but his allegiance to her. Su Xiaoqiao was now being a helper of Taishan, going to places people would rarely go to find signs of godblood-leveled monsters or mutated-level monsters. He would pass this information to Taishan who would in turn hunt them and split the profits and rewards with him, them being mutated monster meat. Su Xiaoqiao has spent over a month helping. He did not find any mutated monsters, less godblood-level monsters. His items and consumables were nearly used up, so he could only return to Steel Armor Sanctuary. As he walked past Fallen Valley, he wanted to enter to see if someplace where little humans entered could breed mutated monsters. However, as he entered carefully into Fallen Valley, he felt something was off. He did not find a single blast mantis, not even one. After venturing hundreds of meters in, he could only see messy tracks but not a single blast mantis was found. Did someone clear out all the blast mantises in Fallen Valley? Was it Brother Fist or Shan Tianzi? Wait, that's not right. There are signs of fighting, but if a large group of men were brought in, there shouldn't be so little. Su Xiaoqiao was astounded, as he quickened his footsteps into the valley, wanting to see what was going on. As expected, Su Xiaoqiao saw the blood trails of many blast mantises. He followed them, and as he rounded a corner, what he saw shocked him. A mountain of blast mantis bodies were strewn on the ground. A guy which exuded golden light stood beside it. As the sun shone on him, he looked like a metal robot. Big brother, these blast mantis were killed by you? Su Xiaoqiao examined Hansen. Apart from this guy in gold armor, there were no other people around. Look at all these blast mantis bodies whose blood were not completely dry. Clearly they were just killed. Su Xiaoqiao was in disbelief that so many blast mantises could be killed in such a short time by one person. Blast mantises, although only primitive level, but its sharp mantis arms were so fast that even if people had maxed out their original genes, they still wouldn't dare to provoke it. After all, the human body had many weaknesses. If struck by a carefully hidden blast mantis, even if he doesn't die, he would definitely be hurt, and no one would like to take such a risk. The blast mantises here accounted to about 30 to 40. If someone wanted to kill so many, even if it was Qinxian, still needed to bring a large number of helpers. To say that one person would be able to do so in such a short time was something that Su Xiaoqiao couldn't believe. Do you want it? 1,000 for 1 inch. Hansen was originally stressing about how he would dispose of all these mantises since he couldn't carry them all back, and he couldn't consume them all alone. Even if he did, only the first few would have an enhancing effect on his body. 1,000 for 1? Are you sure? Su Xiaoqiao looked at Hansen with shock. Primitive creatures, although many could kill, however, there was still more demand than supply, especially one like the blast mantis, which little people had ever tasted. As humans' energy had limits, the same type of meat could only provide a portion of primitive gene. Eat anymore and you have to switch up to other beasts' meats to continue to increase primitive genes. However, those with the financial ability will spend their money to buy beasts that he didn't eat, to achieve 100 gene points. Those beasts which were normally easily hunted and killed, could only be sold for a few hundred apiece. However, the rarer ones like the blast mantis could be sold for 2 to 3 and people would still buy it. Su Xiaoqiao calculated that at 1,000 apiece, he could double and triple the money as long as he transports them back. That's right, 1,000 apiece. Hansen nodded his head. It wasn't as if Hansen did not know the value of the meat was at 2 to 3,000, but as he had so many and no means of transporting them back, if it was just him alone, he would have to make several trips to bring them all back. If he left this place, his meat would probably be looted by someone else. Furthermore, Hansen also did not want to spend time and energy to do such a thing. He had better things to do. As such, $1,000 was something that he could accept, treating it as he was selling them wholesale, giving the buyer some room for profit. Great! I'll take them all. How much are there altogether? Su Xiaoqiao agreed immediately, as these blast mantises were not only going to be sold for money. Primitive beasts like the blast mantises, which people had no chance of tasting, were something he could use to gain favors from others. As long as their primitive genes were not maxed out, no one would refuse such a good offer. There is a total of 43. I'll give you a discount and treat it as 40K. Hansen originally asked it as a formality, but he didn't expect the guy in front of him who didn't look special to actually be a rich lad and buy it all. Su Xiaoqiao took out his wallet and retrieved 10 $10,000 notes. Big brother, these blast mantises, count them as 50K. The remaining will be future payment. If you have such good meat, just find me directly. We can discuss on the price, and if there are mutated meat, I will offer a high price to buy them. 100,000 was nothing to Su Xiaoqiao. His usual feast cost much more than that. Seeing that someone could kill so many mantises alone, Xiaoqiao realized that his power was unmeasurable, probably being able to kill mutated beasts. If he could get some mutated meat, what was 100-200,000? He would willingly pay 10 times that amount. Couldn't see that you were so rich. Hansen took the money without any hesitation, examining Su Xiaoqiao with amazement. I have nothing to hide. Now all I have is money. If Big Brother has mutated meat to sell, you have to tell me. The price is definitely not an issue. Su Xiaoqiao was afraid that Hansen would not give him a chance, enforcing the issue. Good. Tell me your name and address. I'll look for you if I have anything good. Seeing Xiaoqiao spend money without thinking, Hansen, who was thinking about evolving a mutated beast to sell, thought that Xiaoqiao was a good choice. After all, an evolved mutated creature was something less people found out the better. And selling to a person who wasn't short of cash, he didn't need to be afraid of the price not being right. Big brother, my name is Su Xiaoqiao. That is my real name. I live in room 1046 in Steel Armor Sanctuary. How should I address you, big brother, and which room do you live in? Jinbai. I only recognize Jinbai. Get ready the money, and once I have something good, I will find you at your room. Hansen shoved the cash into his pocket, before waving bye to Su Xiaoqiao and leaving the valley. After what happened to his father, Xiaoqiao didn't want to have dealings with many people. He just wanted to take care of his family and do whatever he wanted. He didn't care much about other things. Brother Bai, I will wait for you. You have to come. Don't worry, money isn't a problem. After Hansen left, Su Xiaoqiao calmed himself down. He exclaimed, wow. So many blast mantises, how am I supposed to get everything back? Su Xiaoqiao considered all options before deciding to carry some back. As for the rest, he will ask his friends to help him out. Luckily for him, not much people visited Fallen Valley. When Su Xiaoqiao brought people back, the bodies of the blast mantises were left untouched. Xiaoqiao, you aren't joking, right? How did one person kill so many? Those who followed Su Xiaoqiao were wide-eyed upon seeing the pile of bodies. What would I gain from bluffing all of you? Although I didn't see him act, but he was the only one here and the mantises just died, so if it was not him, then who? Su Xiaoqiao said. The way I see it, he definitely killed it with a group of friends and then they left, leaving him to deal with the bodies. How can one person do this? He's definitely bragging. The people who came alongside Su Xiaoqiao did not believe that this was the work of one person. After Hansen left Fallen Valley, he did not head straight back to Steel Armor Sanctuary. He simply felt too good killing all the blast mantises, not even leaving one alive. Forget it. Let's go kill a copper-teeth beast instead. There are so many of them around the sanctuary, and the chances of finding a mutated one are also higher. When I produce more mutated copper-tooth beasts, no one will suspect a thing. Hansen found a group of them along the way, preparing to capture one to take back home. However, as he was unable to find a lone beast and instead found a pack of 4 to 5, he killed all of them except one, abusing the strength of his armor. Killed primitive copper-tooth beast. Did not obtain beast spirit. Consuming meat, chance to obtain 0 to 10 primitive genes. Killed primitive copper-tooth beast. Obtained primitive copper-tooth beast spirit. Consuming meat, chance to obtain 0 to 10 primitive genes. Hansen stared in disbelief. He have killed over 30 to 40 blast mantises and 1,000 basic level beasts before this, but did not even obtain a single beast spirit. He just killed 2 copper-tooth beasts and has already obtained one. Fate, beast spirits is all about fate. Hansen was filled with happiness and shock. Although the beast spirit of the copper-toothed beast was very common, it didn't mean that it was weak. The strength of the copper-toothed beast, although weak compared to other primitive-level beasts, however, its beast spirit was something that many yearned for. With a slight thought, a bronze light shined out from the air, transforming into a bronze crescent gun which landed in Hansen's hand. The body of the crescent guns glowed bronze, giving off a chilling feel to anyone that laid eyes on it. Primitive copper-toothed beast spirit. Weapon type. Hansen waved the crescent gun with gusto. As he had learned a bit about guns during the integrated education, added with the fact that he had an interest in all types of weapons, Hansen definitely had a bit of skill in gunmanship. After playing with the guns for a while, Hansen placed it aside before grabbing the copper-toothed beast and heading back. He found an empty place before keeping his godblood armor. Then, he carried the knocked-out copper-toothed beast back to the shelter on his back. When he walked to the big gate at the entrance of the sanctuary, a large group of 10 rushed out from inside, all riding some form of high-leveled beast spirit mounts. The leader wore a steel armor and had a blood-stained sword at his waist. He was on the back of a terrifying-looking 3-horned dinosaur, looking overbearing and mighty, causing anyone who looked on to be envious and jealous. The leader was Shen Tianzi, one of the 3 people in Steel Armor Sanctuary, who planned to evolve their body using god genes. His real name and identity was unknown, but in the sanctuary, he held a very high position. Hansen rested on the side of a wall with the copper-toothed beast on his back, preparing to wait for the group to pass him before taking any further action. However, who knew that when the leader passed him, that he would stop his mount? Bang! Shen Tianzi looked at Hansen and waved his hand, causing a poisonous snake-looking whip to smack onto the back of Hansen. Not only did the copper-toothed beast that he was carrying drop on the ground, the clothes on his back were also ripped apart, revealing a bloody centipede-like wound. Who is so bold to dare sell you an primitive-level beast? Shen Tianzi stared at Hansen condescendingly and asked Hansen coldly. In the Steel Armor Sanctuary, everyone knew that Shen Tianzi was an admirer of Qin Xian. It was natural that Hansen, who stabbed Qin Xuan's but would be an enemy of Shen Tianzi, and the reason for the current state of Hansen was largely due to Shen Tianzi. After he found out that Hansen had stabbed Qin Xian, he found a group of men to beat up Hansen before announcing that whoever dared to deal with Hansen would be the enemy of him. I hunted it myself. Hansen stared back coldly, clenching his fist. Shen Tianzi had a high level of gene points and had great strength. He also had many beast spirits and a group of men under him. Even if Hansen fought to his death, he would not even be able to hurt him a single bit. Even with the godblood armor, he wouldn't be able to get close before being mauled by the group of men. God's sanctuary was different from the normal world such that there was no law here. It was a place where absolute power ruled. Even if he tried, he would definitely die. And if Shen Tianzi tried to kill him, he would, with his status, not receive any punishment. Hansen wasn't afraid of death, but what he was afraid was that if he died, that his mother and sister would be bullied. If I found out who helped you, I will let him die a terrible death. Shen Tianzi swept the crowd and announced, not even taking a look at Hansen. Crazy, but devil, stop causing any more trouble. If not, we don't mind teaching you a lesson. Luo Tianyang snickered coldly, riding his black-horned horse and chasing after Shen Tianzi. It was Luo Tianyang who helped beat up Hansen back in the day. He was one of Shen Tianzi's right-hand men, as both of them knew each other back in the outside world. Hansen looked on as the group left, his eyes displaying a shred of coldness. Hansen silently picked up the copper-toothed beast from the ground as he walked back into the sanctuary with all the passers-by looking on. Strength. I need more strength. Hansen felt rage building up within him as he had newfound determination. If he wanted to fight a group of men, his current strength was insufficient. However, he had the overpowered black crystal in his possession. Shen Tianzi, why don't we kill that boy? Why are we giving him a chance? Tianyang said. Shen Tianzi laughed. Qin Xian is too stubborn and doesn't like others intervening in her business. Since she said that she wouldn't kill him if I did, it wouldn't make her happy and would rather make her angry with me. That Qin Xian really doesn't have any taste. You chasing her is a blessing for her, yet she acts like she's above all. If it wasn't for you, I would have killed her already. Shen Tianzi's other confidant replied. Don't look down on her. No matter is it in the alliance or the sanctuary, She is an amazing woman. If I were able to get her, I would receive a lot of help, be it here or in the Alliance. Let's not talk about this. We need to rush to Sunset Slope before Brother Fist kills the Godblood level beast. Hansen returned back to his room and locked up the copper-toothed beast in a cage. He placed the black crystal beside its mouth as it opened wide, greedily swallowing the crystal. Hansen waited for a day and voila! Magical changes did indeed happen to the copper-toothed beast. Its original swine-like gray fur had a copper tinge to it. Its tooth also appeared brighter. However, this wasn't the true mutated copper-toothed beast. The real one had a copper-colored body looking like a copper statue, whereas this copper-toothed beast only had a tinge of copper color, being very far off a real mutated beast. Seems like evolving from primitive level to mutated level isn't as easy as evolving from basic to primitive level. One day isn't enough. Hansen sighed to himself. After waiting for 2 days, the copper color on the beast's body looked thicker. However, it still didn't look like it would transform into a mutated level beast anytime soon. Hansen could only let it slowly evolve. He prepared to head out to hunt more primitive level beasts to sell for money. He would also consume some to increase his primitive genes. Even if he did not use primitive level genes to evolve, as long as he accumulated a large enough number, his body will still transform. The same goes with basic and mutated genes. Hansen had the black crystal, making maxing out all 4 genes an easy matter. Before he achieved a 100 god genes, he would try his best to max out the other 3 genes. Hansen left his room and walked out onto the streets of the Silver Armor Sanctuary. He felt weird as the amount of people seemed to have decreased, seeming a lot different from the bustling city of past days. What's going on? As Hansen passed by the square, he realized that the amount of shop owners have also decreased. The remaining few people around were deep in conversation. Hansen listened in from the side, roughly grasping the situation. In the past few days, someone saw a Godblood level beast at Sunset Slope, and when the 3 superpowers in the sanctuary found out, they brought their men and rushed out. However, it was a tragedy. No one managed to kill the Godblood beast and many died as a result. Today, Qinxian Brother Fist and Shun Tianzi all came to an agreement to work together to kill the Godblood beast. They hired a few soloists and small groups to go together as sort of the first large-scale hunt in the sanctuary. Hansen's eyes lit up as he rushed out of the sanctuary. He summoned his golden armor and started jogging. After about 2 hours, he finally reached the small mountain which stood at the side of Sunset Slope. It was with much difficulty which Hansen climbed up to the mountain peak. He gazed towards the Sunset Slope only to see a group of 1,000 engaging in killing. And in the middle of the group was a half-human half-cow beast. In its hands was a double-edged axe, which he swung around so powerful that no one could block it. The beast swung its golden axe towards Shun Tianzi. Even though he had his blood-red sword, he was totally unable to block the beast's axe. Its legs flew off the back of his dinosaur mount and his body flinging far out of the crowd. Kong! As the beast with the golden axe landed his strike on the 3-horned dinosaur beast spirit, it split its body directly into half. Shun Tianzi was so angry that he nearly spit out blood. That was his favorite mount, and it actually was killed by the Godblood beast. A mutated level mount was something that could only be obtained by fate and not asked for. It was even enough to exchange for a small-sized intergalactic spaceship. That Godblood beast is so strong? Hansen was astonished beyond words. The Godblood beast engaged in killing in the midst of the 1,000 men, going as it wished. With the combination of his power and his axe, even Qinxian, Shun Tianzi or Brother Fist couldn't face it head-to-head. Even the many alloyed arrows and beast spirit arrows could even hurt its skin. With a swing of its axe, 3 meters was the space that nothing could enter. This was power. This was the Godblood level beast in Hansen's memory. Comparatively, the Godblood black-shelled beetle which he killed was so much weaker. It wasn't like a Godblood beast at all, only slightly stronger than a normal black-shelled beast. Originally, the large group of people could hold back the Godblood beast. But the sudden loss of Shun Tianzi's mount was like losing an important barrier, causing the beast to go berserk and swing his axe like a golden Ferris wheel. At that moment there were cries for mom and dad as fresh blood and flesh flew around. All that was seen was the Godblood beast rampaging out of the group. As it galloped to the mountain opening, the god-blood beast even turned around, raising its arms and giving a loud roar before venturing into the mountain range. Damn it! It still dares to run. Shen Tianzi raged. He opened his arm as a green eagle beast spirit flew out, transforming into a metal bow which landed in his hand. In his other hand appeared a six-winged bee which transformed into a crimson-red arrow. God-blood level poisonous six-winged beast spirit. Qin Xian and Brother Fist couldn't resist and exclaimed. Originally, it was them who helped out in slaying the God-blood level poisonous six-winged beast. It was only because they worked together such that Shen Tianzi could manage to kill it. Never did they think he would be lucky enough to obtain a God-blood level beast spirit from it. That was an actual God-blood level beast spirit. In the entire steel armor sanctuary, there were definitely not more than 10 and more than half were left behind when the older people left for the second space. Shen Tianzi. But that's a one-time off beast spirit. If it doesn't kill the beast, Luo Tianyang shouted out, but it was too late. In a moment of fury, Shen Tianzi had already placed the arrow on the bow and pulled the string. The poisonous six-winged bee arrow turned into a streak of red light as it surged towards the god-blood beast. Pung! When the god-blood beast felt danger and turned around, the arrow had already plunged into his chest. The instant explosion caused the chest of the god-blood beast to burst open, causing blood and organs to spurt out. The god-blood beast fell on the ground, taking its dying breath. You even dare to kill the Mount of I Shen Tianzi. How can I let you live? With the bow in hand, Shen Tianzi said coldly, like a ruler of a country. His words shook the hearts of the masses. Seeing the shocked expressions of everyone, even Qin Xian, Shen Tianzi was silently pleased. However, at that moment, a silhouette shot down from the sky and stabbed into the body of the god-blood beast, killing it. What happened next was a golden armored man rushing down from the mountain. In a blink of an eye he had reached the god-blood beast. In one sweep he grabbed the doubled-edged axe, resting it on his back and running back towards the mountains. Brother Bai! Su Xiaoqiao exclaimed as he recognized the golden armor. As Hansen hit himself on top of the rock-shaped mountain, the god-blood beast actually ran in his direction. Just when he was hesitating whether to retreat, Shen Tianzi unbelievably shot down the god-blood beast with one arrow. At that moment, courage grew in Hansen as he rushed down the rock-shaped mountain and summoned his crescent-shaped gun and tossed it like he would a spear, stabbing right into the chest of the already wounded beast. As it stabbed into the wound, the already near-dead godblood creature died. Killed godblood bloodslayer. Obtained godblood level bloodslayer beast spirit. Consuming bloodslayer meat chance to obtain 0 to 10 god gene points. The notification sounded in Hansen's mind. The bliss he felt was so immense that he thought his heart was going to explode. That shot actually netted him a godblood level beast spirit. This was something that he couldn't believe as the chances were so low that it was pitiful. However, Hansen did not have any time to celebrate. The body of the bloodslayer was too big so he could not carry it away, but the double-edged axe was a different story. Beasts in the sanctuary were able to nurture and create their own weapons. These were known as treasures. Though the treasures couldn't transform like beast spirits, their values were definitely comparable. When the godblood beast was wielding the axe, it was invincible. Any normal beast spirit or mount was easy chopped into smithereens by the axe. Obviously it was a high-grade godblood weapon. Hansen's goal was the golden axe, and to be able to get the beast spirit of the bloodslayer was an unexpected surprise. Seeing as Hansen carried the axe and ran into the mountain range, everyone was stunned. This was totally unexpected. Shen Tianzi bellowed after he regained his senses. He summoned a black-horned horse before crazily chasing after Hansen. Shen Tianzi's group of followers also regained their composure and quickly urged their mounts to charge in Hansen's direction, while angrily scolding him at the same time. Hansen did not expect the golden axe to be so freakishly heavy. He had already obtained 8 points of god genes, so his strength was incomparable to before. However, he was already finding it hard to carry the axe and walk, let alone run away with it. It was so easy for the bloodslayer. Who knew this axe would be so heavy? How am I supposed to run away with this? Hansen turned his head only to see Shen Tianzi and his followers were already 500 meters behind. He couldn't carry the axe away, but the thought of throwing away such a treasure was too much of a pity to Hansen. It was at this point he remembered the new beast spirit that he had obtained. When he glanced at it, joy appeared in his eyes. Godblood Bloodslayer Beast Spirit. Fusion type. Without thinking, Hansen called out the beast spirit of the Bloodslayer. Only top see a majestic light shine and a shadow pop out which looked exactly like the Bloodslayer. The only thing missing was the double-edged axe. The beast spirit of the Bloodslaughter rushed towards Hansen's body, instantly fusing with him. Hansen's body underwent a mystical change, transforming into the Bloodslayer, and his gold armor also underwent changes, encapsulating the transformed Hansen. After all, it was a Godblood level armor. It wasn't as rigid as man-made armor, and as such could change sizes to fit the user. After fusing, Hansen could feel his body filled with energy. His original body, which couldn't even carry the axe, could now wield it like it was nothing. He moved his 4 hooves and galloped forward, his speed reaching unthinkable heights. Hansen opened up his stride and charged out of the mountain range, instantly opening up the distance between himself and the chasing pack. He continued forwards, leaving a trail of dust behind him, eventually disappearing into the old forest. Everyone were stunned. This all happened too quickly. When everyone regained their sense, they had weird looks on their faces as they looked on at Tianzi and his entourage as they continued to chase after Hansen. That guy appeared out of nowhere, and not only stole the double-edged golden axe. He actually obtained a Godblood beast spirit. And all of this had originally belonged to Shun Tianzi. Who was that guy? He even dared to steal food from a tiger's mouth. That axe and that beast spirit is enough to make that guy rich. Money? Do you think you can buy a Godblood beast spirit with just money? Haha. Shun Tianzi is bound to vomit blood this time. Godblood beast spirit. It's a Godblood beast spirit. It should have been his, and now it has been stolen from right under his nose. That arrow that he used should have been a one-time use Godblood beast spirit. Wow, so much money, even being able to use such an item. In the end, haha. I cannot. The way I see it, if Shun Tianzi will not only spit out blood but is also going to go crazy, I really did not expect a beast spirit will appear. That person really has a good life. If he went to kill one himself, he might not even be able to do so. Even if he did, killing 10 of Godblood level beasts might not even give one Godblood beast spirit. He said one and actually got it. Who is that guy? When did such a guy appear in our steel armor sanctuary? I remembered hearing someone shout Brother Bai. Don't know who that was shouting for him. Brother Bai. Haha, such a good name. He really is. NB stands for Nyobi in Chinese, which is a vulgar slang for saying someone is cool. After about an hour, Shun Tianzi and his men came back with disappointment written all over their faces. This was actually expected by everyone, as the mountains ranges had so many hiding spots, it was impossible to find him. After Shun Tianzi came back, he immediately questioned Su Xiaoqiao. This was all because he shouted Brother Bai. Su Xiaoqiao had no choice but to share everything about him and Hansen. However, what he shared was useless, as he did not know anything about Hansen other than that he was called Brother Bai. Although Shun Tianzi did not believe him fully, he had no choice, as Su Xiaoqiao was one of Qinchuan's men. He couldn't bring her in and force her to confess, and could only bring his men back to the sanctuary and keep it on lockdown. He swore that he would find Brother Bai and cut him into a million pieces. The normal people didn't know of Jin Bai, but the name Brother Bai spread like wildfire. Brother Bai, Shun Tianzi and the Godblood beast instantly became the hot topics in Steel Armor Sanctuary. Hansen was digging a hole at one corner at the foot of the mountain, preparing to bury the golden double-edged axe in it. Although he used the Bloodslayer transformation to escape the clutches of Shun Tianzi, there was still a limit to the time he could stay in the transformed state. Transformation-type beast spirits could be regarded as the strongest type of beast spirits, as they directly allowed the user to obtain terrifying strengths. However, these types of beast spirits also had the largest amounts of restrictions, as they directly acted on the user's body and transformed him. If the user wasn't strong enough, then he would be unable to sustain and withstand the effects of the changes. The stronger the beast, the stronger the human's body needed to withstand the pain and harm of the transformation. In a normal situation, if one used a primitive level transformation spirit and his body had 1 point of primitive gene, he could last 1 minute in a perfect transformation. His body will not be harmed, and if the user had 10 points of primitive gene, then he would be able to last for 10 minutes. If one had mutated genes, then with one mutated gene point, he would be able to last 10 minutes in a perfect primitive beast spirit transformation. On the contrary, if one had 10 points of primitive genes, he would be able to last 1 minute in a mutated beast spirit transformation. The Bloodslayer was a god blood level creature. Hansen had 8 points of god genes, so he could only last for 8 minutes. Adding up his other genes, he could last for no more than 10 minutes in a transformed state. It was sufficient to use to escape. However, if Hansen wanted to fight with Tianzi and his group, he could at most kill 1 or 2 of them. No one is able to see the beast spirit. However, the axe was totally different, as he could not keep it like a normal beast spirit. Hansen had made an enemy of Tianzi, and added with the fact that it was a joint operation with Brother Fist and Qinxian, he had offended all 3 big powers in the sanctuary. He naturally could not bring the axe back and could thus only bury it first in the meantime. If only I could sell off the golden axe. Then I wouldn't need to worry about the 2 million. Hansen buried the golden axe, his heart still buzzing with excitement. Although a godblood treasure wasn't as valuable than a godblood beast spirit, it was still a priceless object which could go for a lot more than 2 million. As for the godblood beast spirit, Hansen did not even think about selling it. This was the tool that was going to solidify his position in the sanctuary, and selling it would be like killing the chicken that lays you eggs. After he went back to Steel Armor Sanctuary, from afar he could see Luo Tianyang bringing large amounts of people to guard the gates, checking everyone who entered. It's not like they can see what kind of beast spirit. With the golden axe buried, Hansen had nothing to fear. When Hansen walked near the gate, he too was naturally stopped as a guy wanted to search. Luo Tianyang coldly said, "Stop wasting time on that rubbish. It's not like a useless guy like him would be Jin Bai. Fuck off, stop being an eyesore here." The teen pushed Hansen viciously before turning around and searching others. Hansen took a glance at Tianyang and snickered as he walked towards Steel Armor Sanctuary. Everyone on the streets were talking about what had happened at Sunset Slope. He could only hear brother by being mentioned. He cursed under his breath. It's all that stupid Su Xiaoqiao's fault. Why did he have to call me brother Bai? Now it has become such a vulgar name. However, when he heard that Shun Tianzi was so mad he nearly thrashed his house, Hansen felt very comfortable as he took refreshing big steps back to his own room. In a room, a bewildered Su Xiaoqiao stood in front of Qinxian, tears nearly flowing out of his eyes. "Sister Xian, please believe me. I have already told you what I've known, and I really don't know him. I only met him at Fallen Valley and bought meat of blast mantises from him. I actually gave the meat to some of our brothers, so if you don't believe me you can go ask little Lu. They were the ones who helped me carry the mantises back. I'm not punishing you. I just want you to contact him and tell him that I'm willing to spend anything to purchase the godblood beast spirit and the treasure. Ask him to quote his own price." Qinxian said calmly, "But I really don't know where he is." A troubled Su Xiaoqiao replied, "Then go out and search until you find him. And don't let anyone else know about it. Do it secretly. If you succeed, I will reward you handsomely." Upon finishing, Qinxian waved Xiaoqiao away. Seeing the stressed-out Xiaoqiao leave, Qinxian frowned as she asked herself, who can he be? Is he a man of Brother Fist? Or a scene created by Shen Tianzi? If he doesn't belong to any one of the 3 powers, then can I get him to join me? If I can't, it would be good enough for me to purchase the axe and the beast spirit. At the exact same time, Brother Fist too sent his own men to secretly find Jin Bai, hoping to obtain the treasure and beast spirit. Although it was an alliance of the 3 big powers, the only one that lost anything was Shan Tianzi. If it wasn't for the godblood beast spirit arrow that Tianzi had used, the godblood beast would have definitely escaped. Now they could get the godblood meat as agreed upon, which was an unexpectedly good outcome. On the other hand, Shun Tianzi lost a mutated beast spirit mount and his godblood beast spirit arrow, and in return someone stole the treasure and godblood beast spirit that should have belonged to him. This was sufficient to make anyhow vomit blood. The whole Steel Armor Sanctuary was looking for Jin Bai, but no one could expect that Jin Bai and Crazy But Devil were one of the same, and no one would even think to link the two together. Shun Tianzi also set up a bounty on his life, even paying money for information on Jin Bai. The monetary sum being so high that Hansen nearly wanted to turn himself in to obtain the money. Consumed primitive green-scaled beast. Primitive gene +1. Hansen crouched in a bush, staring at the deep pool not far from him as he chewed on the jerky made from the green-scaled beast's meat. Now, Hansen had obtained 91 normal gene points and 26 primitive genes. He had 0 mutated points and 8 god gene points. As the copper-tooth beast slowly evolved, Hansen could only go out and hunt for primitive-level beasts to obtain some primitive genes. The god blood-level armor was too eye-catching, so he could only walk towards the deepest parts of the mountain range where no one visited to prevent himself from being spotted by Shan Tianzi and his man. Luckily for him, humans were too minute as compared to the vast world of God's sanctuary. They were like hair on a cow's back. There were so many places that were left undiscovered, so to find Hansen was harder than ascending to heaven. As Hansen continued to stare at the deep pool, the sudden shout from afar caused his expression to harden. In no time at all, Hansen spotted a wounded, tired-looking teen walking towards the deep pond. "Friend, there are metal tooth sharks in the pool." Hansen came out from the bushes and informed the young man from afar. His reason for warning the young teen was not only so that he didn't go over and scare away the metal tooth sharks and as such waste his bait that he had set up, but also him being nice. The young lad looked very tired and with so many scars and wounds on his body, was in a very bad shape. If he went to the pool to drink and was attacked by the metal tooth sharks, there was a high chance that he would lose his life. As the young man looked at Hansen, he was first stunned before an expression of joy appeared on his face. He stared down at Hansen condescendingly and asked, "Where is Glory Sanctuary?" "Glory Sanctuary?" Hansen was astonished. "This is the Tekalisi mountain range north of Steel Armor Sanctuary. I don't know where the Glory Sanctuary is." "Steel Armor Sanctuary? I actually ventured out so far such that I reached the vicinity of another sanctuary?" The young man muttered to himself before raising his head and looking at Hansen. "Bring me to the sanctuary." Hansen frowned hearing the authoritative tone of the young man. He replied calmly, "If you walk south from here, as long as you don't walk too slowly, you will reach the sanctuary by nightfall. I still have to hunt, so I won't be following you." Just as Hansen was about to head back into the bushes, the young man burst into action, aiming a punch at the back of Hansen, causing him to fall onto the ground and hit his head on a rock, instantly bleeding. "What are you doing?" Hansen rubbed onto the wound before standing up and staring at the young man with anger. "You only need to obey me quietly and just bring me back to the sanctuary. Go fuck yourself." Hansen called out the crescent gun and stabbed towards the young man. The 3-part basic technique of the integrated education. What rubbish. Even if my beast spirits were destroyed while I was crossing the mountain range, I am not something rubbish like you can face. The young man glanced at Hansen before using his palm as a knife and slicing at the crescent gun. His hand was actually like goat fat, exuding a jade-like feel, looking totally different from a human hand, like something cut out of jade. Gotcha! The beast spirit turned crescent gun was actually easily destroyed by the young man's palm like cutting wood. Super gene art! Hansen exclaimed in fear, his hand wielding half a crescent gun. Technology was useless in God's sanctuary, but primitive techniques were of great use in this new world. After humans obtained gene points, the once godlike primitive arts became something that humans could perform. However, what was used wasn't chi as mentioned in primitive texts, but rather a certain power of the gene. The stronger the gene in the body, the stronger the effect of the primitive art. After much research and analysis, the primitive arts could awaken the potential of the gene, causing power to explode out of the gene and giving the user incredible strength. These types of primitive arts were known as. However, the methods of learning such martial arts were closely related to primitive martial arts. As such, there were many unsolved mysteries. Training methods were kept by the higher strata of society, making them very hard to learn. People like Hansen, whom graduated from integrated education, had no chance of learning in primitive gene art. Only people who went into high-leveled education schools could have a chance to learn a common primitive gene art. If one were to compare hunting and gaining genes as a process of changing dirt into metal, then primitive gene arts would be transforming a metal into a weapon or knife. Obtaining genes was like obtaining power, but the primitive gene arts were a teaching of how to use those powers. "Didn't know thrash like you could recognize my primitive gene art." The young man coldly snickered. "I'll give you one last chance. Bring me there or die." After saying that, the The young man raised up his hand like how you would treat a prisoner on death roll, preparing to strike Hansen if he had any bad thoughts. I'll bring your sister. Hansen was furious as he summoned his armor, encapsulating himself as he kicked out at the young man. Since you wish to die, I'll fulfill that wish. The young man coldly struck down towards Hansen's leg. Dang! The power of Hansen's kick pushed back the young man by several steps, causing him to be shocked. He stared deadly at Hansen's armor. You actually can block my. That has to be a Godblood beast spirit armor. Can't believe Thrash like you have such a good thing on you. Can't believe the heavens are shining on me. Now give me your armor and I'll spare you. Hansen followed up with another kick, causing the young man to grab at his foot, pushing Hansen to the ground before kneeing Hansen in the spine. Ah! Hansen screamed as his spine felt like it was about to snap. Thrash will always be Thrash. Even if you have a Godblood beast spirit, you are still Thrash. Xuelongyan landed punch after punch on Hansen's head with this jade-like fists, causing his head to dig into the ground. Hand over the beast spirit. Thrash like you don't deserve it. Fuck your mother. Hansen suddenly jolted back his body, his armor smashing into Longyan's face, causing him to nosebleed immediately as he held his bloodied nose and retreated back. After Hansen broke free, he immediately summoned the beast spirit of the Bloodslayer and transformed into a majestic creature before rushing straight at Xuelongyan. Xuelongyan rose up his palm and cut towards Hansen, but Hansen didn't care. He allowed the strikes of Xuelongyan to land on his body, locking his arms onto Xuelongyan's body and ferociously headbutting him. Who is the Thrash? Who is the Thrash? Who the fuck is Thrash? Hansen landed headbutt after headbutt as if he was possessed. At first, Xuelongyan struggled by kicking out at Hansen, but Hansen disregarded him and continued to use his head to headbutt Longyan. It wasn't long until Xuelongyan's body slacked. When Hansen's anger was appeased, he found out that Xuelongyan was already dead and his face was beaten to a mash. The brute force of the Godblood level armor combined with the Bloodslayer beast spirit was something that not even a person who trained in super gene arts could block against. Hansen released Xuelongyan, who at this point lay on the ground like a pile of mud, with no signs of life left within him. After Hansen released the transformation and kept his armor, he felt a tremendous pain all over his body as though his bones were about to split open. Hansen heaved a sigh of relief from the fear of the situation. Even with the transformation and the Godblood armor, he was still badly injured by the super gene art of Xuelongyan. If Xuelongyan had a similar beast spirit on him, Hansen would have definitely not stood a chance. Hansen looked at Xuelongyan's body and hesitated before searching his clothes. Hansen took out his wallet only to find that there was no money but instead a very high-level crystal card which allowed one to spend a lot of money. Other than that, there was also a memory shard. Hansen thought about it before throwing the wallet and the crystal card along with the body into the pool, only keeping the memory shard with him. A group of metal tooth sharks surfaced and ripped Xuelongyan's body into shreds. It consumed every part of his body, not even leaving any bones. It was only at this point when Hansen turned around and left. As he was badly hurt, Hansen decided to stop hunting and head back to Steel Armor Sanctuary. Shen Tianzi's men were still hunting for Jin Bai. The bounty on his head was also growing larger and larger. Unfortunately, no one in the sanctuary had any business with Jin Bai as such, regardless of how high the bounty. No one had any information about Jin Bai. On the streets there were still people talking about Jin Bai from time to time. Hansen went back to his room to see the copper-tooth beast, whose body was now green in color, only a bit lighter than a mutated copper beast, probably needing a little more time before the evolution is complete. After teleporting out of the sanctuary world, Hansen visited a clinic and found out that he had multiple bone fractures. It took the doctor a long time before he managed to deal with all his injuries. Thankfully, Hansen had earned 100k from Su Xiaoqiao. If not, he would not have been able to afford the medical fees. Coming back home, Hansen locked the door and placed the memory shard into the AI machine, trying to discern the identity of Xuelongyan. Someone who had the ability to traverse mountains and reach the Steel Armor Sanctuary and also trained in a good level super gene art. If it was not for his beast spirits being killed and he himself being hurt, would have easily killed Hansen. The AI machine read the contents of the memory shard, which shocked Hansen. Super gene art. It really is a super gene art. Hansen was over the moon. The memory shard projected an illusion of a woman doing some weird actions while chanting some weird phrases. While doing each action, she would explain what she was doing. Although the woman was very attractive, Hansen's attention was all used on the super gene art. Isn't this the technique that Shuelongyan used? Hansen, upon recalling the strength of the technique, was delighted. After locking himself in the room for 2 days and nights, Hansen finally memorized all the contents of the technique. He destroyed the memory shard without hesitation, as such a thing would definitely bring disaster to him. After reading the technique, Hansen knew that the status of Shuelongyan definitely wasn't simple. Hansen started to train in and took the time to recuperate. His original plan was to save up money to purchase a super gene art, however those available for purchase were low-level techniques, incomparable to the. Although Hansen knew the risks of exposing himself by practicing the art, he still dove into it. If he missed out on such an opportunity, he probably wouldn't be able to come in contact with such a high-quality super gene art. After training for 2 to 3 days, Hansen felt refreshed. He measured his body temperature and felt that he was actually lower than a normal human by around 2 degrees. However, he didn't feel any discomfort, but instead felt a lot better and more awake, as if his body was brimming with energy. As he continued training, there wasn't any further change in his body temperature, but instead his spirit got better and his skin became tenderer. "Hansen, what have you been doing recently? We haven't met in such a long time." A voice from a who was around Hansen's age came out from the communicator. "Go where?" Looking at the long-haired guy, his mood becoming instantly better. This was little Zhang Danfeng, his friend whom he has grown up with. His father was also Uncle Zhang. "Let's talk when you come down. I'm just about to reach. Han Hao and Shuer are all here," Zhang Danfeng said. "Okay." Hansen nodded before exiting the room, only to see a small-sized personal aircraft parked outside. Zhang Danfeng was sitting inside waving to him. Hansen boarded the aircraft. There were one guy and one girl at the back. The girl was really demure and her name was Shuer. The guy was naturally Han Hao. Actually, Han Hao was Hansen's relative. He's the son of the fat auntie. Based on seniority, he had to call Hansen cousin brother. It was because Han Hao's mother's insistence and that her husband was married into the family, so Han Hao took his mother's surname Han. Together with Zhang Danfeng, the 4 of them grew up together. It was only because of what happened to Hansen's father that Hansen had to study in an integrated school. The other 3 all went to private colleges. Hansen said hi to the both of them before sitting in the co-pilot seat. Han Hao gave a cursory reply before continuing his conversation of Shuer, not caring about Hansen. "Shuer, too bad you aren't in Steel Armor Sanctuary, or you would have seen a shocking spectacle." Brother Bai raised his arm and instantly transformed into a half-horse, half-human. He even had a bull head. Even Shun Tianzi had to watch the beast enveloped in golden armor gallop away into the distance. Hansen was surprised to see the talkative Han Hao. He did not think that there would be so much coincidence for Han Hao to also be sent to Steel Armor Sanctuary. Hansen calculated the time. He was 3 months older than Han Hao, so he should have finished his 16-year-old coming-of-age ceremony not long ago, receiving the right to enter God's sanctuary. For whatever the reason, if people were transported to God's sanctuary before the age of 16, it will cause irreversible damage to the body, so the Alliance ruled that they must be 16 years old to be able to enter, regardless of their background. "Crazy, where do we go?" Hansen looked at Zhang Danfeng and asked. Contrary to his handsome looks, Danfeng was a madman when he fought. As such, that was how he got such a nickname. Stellar martial arts field. Zhang Danfeng couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. "Let me tell you. Tang Xunliu wants to have an exhibition match there. It's Tang Xunliu, one of the 5 sons of gods last year. Furthermore, he is good at knife arts, my true love," Danfeng said as saliva flew from his mouth, his face showing how much he yearned to watch the performance. In a world where actors, singers, video game and sports stars all lost their stages, the most popular people now were the martial artists. In God's sanctuary, at a set time every year, every sanctuary will open up their martial arts fields at the same time, and whoever was able to reach a certain rank would be able to carve their names on the monument on the field. Every year, the top 100 in the sanctuary would be able to leave their marks on the monuments. However, Only the strongest fighter would have the chance to join the battle of geniuses between people of the same space. If one was able to achieve top 10 in that battle, they would obtain the title of Son of God, their names on the monuments for everyone to see. These 10 people would be the hottest and most famous stars of the year. In the last few years, the first place from Steel Armor Sanctuary had always been Qin Xian. However, her name never appeared on the God Monument, probably because of unfavorable performances as such, making her unable to enter the top 10. Tang Xinliu was the 5th position in the last year's battle of the first space, his fast and mad knife skills making him famous all around. It gained him a lot of envy and love from the young children, making him even more well-loved than those ranked higher than him. A normal exhibition match of Tang Xinliu would cost tens of millions for one to attend, not something a normal people could go and enjoy. Although Hansen knew Tang Xinliu was very famous and popular, he was still shocked when he arrived at the stellar martial arts field. The 100,000 capacity field was now already filled to the brim. Many fanatic fans were raising flags and banners, screaming out for Tang Xinliu. When he finally entered the field, there were even some female fans who were overly excited and because of the screaming and the squeezing fainted directly on the spot. If I am able to make it on the God Monument like Tang Xinliu, even if it is the last place, my whole life would be worth it, Zhang Damfeng said with envy. Crazy, you will have your chance. Hansen looked at the many crazy young men who came to watch Tang Xinliu and said as he smiled, "It's difficult. It has already been more than 3 months since I entered, and although I use some money to exchange for some primitive beast meat and a primitive beast spirit, to kill a mutated beast is still too hard for me. If I was able to obtain one mutated monster spirit, then it would be so much easier. But such a beast spirit is not something someone will sell." Zhang Damfeng shook his head. Hansen felt really unfortunate. In God's sanctuary, the only thing that one could bring out was their beast spirits. Sadly, outside of the world, one could only use but not trade beast spirits. If not, Hansen would have definitely obtained some mutated beast spirits and gave some to Dan Feng. Haha, your luck isn't as good as mine. Not long after entering the God's sanctuary, I obtained a mutated beast spirit, and it is even a weapon type. Sadly, we aren't in the same sanctuary, or I would bring you all out to hunt, making it much easier for y'all. Han Hao said proudly. Fuck. Really? You just entered for a few days and you already have a mutated beast spirit? Say it truthfully, did you get it yourself or did you buy it? Zhang Damfeng asked with his eyes wide opened. Of course I killed it myself, Han Hao said loudly. Hansen secretly laughed to himself. Han Hao always had a problem since young, which was he always raised his voice when he wanted to lie. That beast spirit was probably something his parents paid large amounts of money to purchase. A mutated beast spirit was expensive and it took a few million to purchase. A better beast spirit would cost tens of millions. No wonder Aunt wanted the old house. Such a large spending was something that could hurt them financially. Originally the company was sold for a lot of money, however the money was just being spent and no money was earned, as such there was probably not much left. Tang Xinliu was really powerful on stage, although it was an exhibition match. His swift and fast knife strokes was something everyone couldn't grasp clearly, and was something no one could match. After analyzing for a short while, Hansen deduced that Tang Xinliu definitely trained in super gene arts. As such, his knife skills were not ordinary and not something he could match. The end result was obviously a victory for Tang Xinliu. Suddenly, Tang Xinliu summoned his beast spirit and began his performance. He transformed into a 3-meter dragon-like beast, destroying a human-sized rock with one headbutt, surprising everyone in the stands. Godblood level rage beast. If only I had one of those, my life would be worth it. Zhang Danfeng looked at Tang Xinliu with excitement, saliva almost dripping out of his mouth. How is this good? The way I see it, it isn't better than Brother Bai's. His one is the real definition of cool. Han Hao said animatedly, as if he was the one who owned the beast spirit. Who is stronger, we would only find out after a battle. Tang Xinliu, who was Damfeng's idol, was obviously annoyed when hearing Han Hao's words. I don't know how strong that Brother Bai is, but his beast spirit was stolen from others. Not something a hero would do. Even if his beast spirit was really strong, his character has problems. How can he be compared to Tang Xinliu? Hansen broke into a cold sweat. Crazy. Crazy. How would you understand the pain of people at the bottom of the food chain? How could I let go of such a good opportunity? Furthermore, Shen Tianzi is my enemy. Hansen was originally hesitating whether or not to tell him that he was Brother Bai, but looking at the circumstance, revealing that would not be of any help to Dan Feng or the others. After Hansen returned home, he continued practicing the whilst taking care of his injuries. Every 2 days he would also enter God's sanctuary to take a look at the evolution rate of the copper-tooth beast. It took half a month from when the copper-tooth beast swallowed the black crystal for it to finally become copper in color, making it look like a copper statue. However, it still looked different from the usual mutated copper-tooth beast which Hansen had seen other people hunt, as its size was at least 2 times smaller. This self-reared mutated copper-tooth beast was similar of size to a normal copper-tooth beast. Its strength and vitality did not have much increase, but its size was much smaller. Hansen took out the alloyed dagger and stabbed it into the mutated copper beast's neck. The beast was perfectly fine, but the dagger had a chip on it. Seems like there's still a difference between this and a normal copper-tooth beast. Hansen summoned the Bloodslayer transformation, forcefully breaking the copper-tooth beast's neck using his brute strength. Killed mutated copper-tooth beast, did not obtain beast spirit. Consuming meat chance to obtain 0 to 10 mutated genes. The notification that sounded in his mind elated Hansen. Although the mutated copper beast was different from a natural one, as long as it was a mutated beast then it's fine. Now the problem Hansen had was how to sell this mutated copper-tooth beast. He desperately needed money now. If not, he would have definitely consumed the meat to increase his mutated gene. Everyone in the Steel Armor Sanctuary is looking for Gene Bai. It would be too dangerous if I used his identity. However, it will also be a big problem if I personally sell it myself. Hansen thought long and hard about it and decided to use Gene Bai's identity to sell. Su Xiaoqiao was feeling very depressed. Qin Xian had tasked him to look for Gene Bai, but his understanding of him was the same or even lesser than Qin Xian. Where could he go to look for Gene Bai? In the early morning, Su Xiaoqiao went out with a frown. However, just as he took a step, he tripped on something and landed face first on the floor. Fuck. Who is such an idiot putting a huge rock outside my room door? Don't let me find out who did it or I'm gonna kill him. Su Xiaoqiao, who was feeling really depressed now, felt like scolding someone. However, upon closer impression, the rock seemed to be pressing onto something. Su Xiaoqiao rushed forward to take a look, only to find a paper slip in a bag, with words written on the slip of paper. $50,000 of goods. If you still want some, bring money to Fallen Valley. I only accept cash. Su Xiaoqiao was excited. Although there was no name on it, but a drawing of a coin at the bottom corner of the paper made it obvious whom it was. Brother Bai. Su Xiaoqiao was so excited that he almost screamed out. He looked around for signs of people before picking up the little bag, keeping it together with the paper slip and running back into his room. After closing the door, Su Xiaoqiao carefully opened the bag, only to see a long strip of jerky. It wasn't that big, just 2 to 3 mouthfuls of meat. Su Xiaoqiao bit into it, putting the meat into his mouth and chewed, before swallowing it. Consumed mutated copper-tooth beast. Obtained 1 mutated gene. The notification in his mind shocked and surprised Su Xiaoqiao. Mutated copper-tooth beast meat? Brother Bai hunted a mutated copper-tooth beast? He wants me to bring money to Fallen Valley. Doesn't that mean he has more mutated meat that he wants to sell me? As Su Xiaoqiao pondered such a thought, he got even more excited. He has struck the jackpot this time. He could help convey Qinchuan's words and also spend money to buy some mutated beast meat. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Next day, in the early morning, Su Xiaoqiao began his walk towards Fallen Valley. However, waiting half a day in Fallen Valley, he still did not see any trace of Hansen. Hansen waited so long that the sun rose up, not even seeing a shadow less Hansen. Fuck, is he playing a prank on me? Su Xiaoqiao was depressed. Just as he was about to leave, someone beside him said, "Did you bring the money?" Su Xiaoqiao was frightened, as he turned around to see Gene Bai dressed in golden armor jump out from beneath the grass. Brother Bai, don't tell me you just hid there since morning? Su Xiaoqiao opened his eyes wide as he asked Hansen. I've been hiding here since last night. You know my current situation. I have to be careful. Hansen said casually. Don't worry, Brother Bai, how could I betray you? You are willing to sell me mutated beast meat. I can't be thankful enough. How could I have any other thoughts? Su Xiaoqiao raised up his thumb, approving Brother Bai of his hiding. He spent a whole entire day hiding, unable to move even an inch. That certainly wasn't easy to bear. Stop the crap. Did you bring the money? Hansen dug out a bag from his hiding spot and threw it in front of Su Xiaoqiao. Su Xiaoqiao saw a bag full of the jerky he ate last morning. There were 800 grams of it, making Xiaoqiao excitedly ask, Brother Bai, all these beast jerky were made with the mutated copper-tooth beast's meat? Obviously. It is made from the entire mutated copper-tooth beast. This with yesterday's meat, 2 million. Not 1 cent less. Hansen said. Okay. 2 million it is. Su Xiaoqiao took 2 stacks of 10,000 dollar notes and passed it to Hansen. However, he did not believe that the meat was made from a whole mutated copper beast as it was too small a portion. Hansen understood his thinking and said after receiving the money, it's made by a method that has been passed down in my family. It concentrates the essence. You will know after eating that this is the entire beast, not lacking a single piece of meat. Hansen purposely made it into jerky so as to not let people suspect. Of course I believe Brother Bai. Brother Bai, you should know that I work for Qinxian. She told me to tell you that if you wanted to sell the Godblood beast axe and monster spirit, that the price could be discussed. How much is she willing to pay? Hansen had the intention of selling the axe. It was uncomfortable and inconvenient to carry it around. As such, it was still being buried in the ground. Well, that had to be discussed by yourselves. I'm only in charge of spreading the message. Let's forget about meeting. You tell her that if she is really interested to make her offer and pass the message through you. If I'm happy with the price, I would consider it. Hansen said calmly. For him to meet Qinxian was too dangerous. After Hansen met Su Xiaoqiao, he turned a corner and kept his beast armor before bringing his money back into the steel armor sanctuary. However, just as he was about to enter the city gates, he bumped into a familiar face. Brother San. Han Hao, who was about to exit the city, stared at Hansen with surprise. What? Han Hao, you know this crazy but devil? The men beside Han Hao all recognized Hansen, as they looked at Han Hao with strange expressions. No, I recognized the wrong person, let's go. Han Hao was stunned for a moment as he had an expression of embarrassment. He did not greet Hansen walking past him. Han Hao felt very unlucky. He did not expect Hansen to also be in Steel Armor Sanctuary, and that he was also Crazy But Devil. If it was known that he was the cousin of the famous Crazy But Devil, he did not know how Shintianzi and Qinxian will treat him. Hansen laughed to himself, but he did not expose Han Hao. Since Hao Hao doesn't want to recognize him, then why should he sabotage him? As he brought the $2 million to his room, Hansen left God's sanctuary and went towards his home. He contacted Lawyer Zhang and asked him to solve the problem with the ancestral home. He did everything in accordance to normal procedures in case his auntie come and cause problems again. After finishing everything, Hansen felt a lot more relaxed. Everything will get better, wait till he earned more money. He would be able to send his sister to a private school. What she learns there would be a lot better than the normal education, especially some of the private schools where they could learn super gene arts. However, for one to enter a private school, apart from money, the child's family must also have status. Hansen needed to complete his first evolution and gain the rank of noble before he could send Han Yen to private school. A noble rank isn't too difficult for me. Even a godblood ranked noble isn't too difficult. Brother, are you there? Hansen's room door was slightly opened as Han Yen stuck her head in. She dressed in pajamas with flower petals and holding a doll in her hand as she searched for Hansen. As she saw Hansen sitting on his bed, Han Yen ran in with her doll and jumped into his arms. Little kid, why aren't you sleeping? Hansen pinched onto her nose. Yin Yin wants to listen to brother's stories. You have not told me any stories in a long time. Every day I look for you but you aren't at home. Yin Yin misses you. Han Yen sat on the verge of tears. Hansen smiled bitterly. Ever since he entered God's sanctuary, he practically spent no time with Han Yen, which made her feel guilty. Since Yin Yin is so well behaved, Big Brother will tell you a story. Hansen carried Han Yen, opened a storybook and read. A long time ago, Hansen returned back to God's sanctuary. He prepared to capture a primitive beast to evolve. For it to become mutated in half a month was simply unbelievable. However, what Hansen wanted to find out was how long it would take to evolve a godblood-ranked beast. A mutated beast was easy to hunt outside, but a godblood beast was simply too difficult. In the case of the Bloodslayer beast spirit, if it wasn't for so many people surrounding and attacking it, if it was Hansen alone, not only would he not be able to kill it, he would also be killed by it. Hansen just walked out of his door, and just as he was about to enter the alley, he was pulled back by a hand. Hansen turned around to see Han Hao. Han Hao pulled him to a dilapidated corner and said, "How did you cause so much trouble? You just entered for such a short while, and you already made enemies with Qinxian and Shantianzi." "It's not like I wanted to," Hansen said calmly. "I don't care. You need to be responsible for your mistakes, don't drag down others. Next time don't tell people I'm your cousin, and don't say that you don't know me. I just entered the sanctuary and have a bright future. I don't want to destroy it like you." Han Hao stared at Hansen. "Okay. I won't say anything." Hansen knew that after his family situation deteriorated and he was sent to public education, Han Hao did not have hope that Hansen would become useful, and naturally would not help him out. "Since we agreed, you better not tell others that you know me," Han Hao emphasized to Hansen and left carefully, fearful that someone will see them together. Hansen left the steel armor sanctuary and walked in the direction of the mountain range. He did not plan on killing any copper-toothed beast, as consuming any more would not help improve his body. He wanted to kill some more primitive beasts and keep on to evolve. Hansen's choice this time was Bottomless Pit, a cave in one corner of the mountain range where there was a poison crystal scorpion. Because the bottomless pit was so dark, and there were many narrow paths, even if one brought lighting devices, it was still hard to spot the poison crystal scorpions hiding in the cracks. If one was stung, even if he had primitive points up to 100, he would die in 3 to 5 minutes. So there were little people who would choose to hunt them. However, Hansen had the black-shelled beast armor, making it difficult for the scorpion to sting him, lowering the risks for hunting them. The reason he chose the scorpions was firstly so he wouldn't be spotted, and secondly because they were small and easy to bring back, unlike those big ones where only killing one would be hard to bring back to the sanctuary. Another reason was that if he obtained a beast spirit, that would be invaluable. The poison sting or similar sting-type beast spirit weapons were strong in penetrative ability, but were also highly poisonous. Although it was only a primitive beast spirit, but its value was similar to a mutated beast spirit. Hansen walked to the opening of the bottomless pit, confirming that there was no one around before summoning his armor and entering the cave. As technological tools had no use in God's sanctuary, Hansen brought a self-made lighter which could light up 3 meters. There were rocks reflecting the light, making the vision poorer and harder to see the poison crystal scorpions hiding in the rocks. Dang! Hansen didn't walk too far, but he felt something hit his foot. He saw a bluish jade-looking scorpion, using his sting to stab his leg. Chapter 17. A surprising encounter. Unfortunately, Hansen's foot was also covered by the armor. The sting was totally unable to penetrate it, only making a loud sound. Hansen stepped onto it with his foot, crushing the poisonous crystal scorpion. Killed primitive beast poison crystal scorpion. Did not obtain beast spirit. Consuming meat chance to obtain 0 to 10 primitive gene. Hansen picked up the body and placed it into a bag, slinging it onto his back before continuing his adventure into the cave. With the protection of the black-shelled beast armor, Hansen was like a killing god, exterminating all of the poison crystal scorpions on the way there. After almost 1 hour, Hansen had killed almost 100 scorpions, filling the bag to the brim. Hansen hummed a song as he walked along, picking up all the scorpions that he stepped on and throwing it into the bag. When Mom needed to earn money to raise the family, it was him who stayed at home to take care of Han Yen. Hansen would sing kids' songs to him, which resulted in him breaking into hums when he was delighted. Jinbai. Just as Hansen was delighted, he suddenly heard someone shout his nickname, alarming him as he turned towards the direction of the noise. He saw a 20-plus-year-old woman standing at a wider portion of the rocks, looking at him with surprise. Qinxian. Hansen called out in alarm, not expecting to see that woman there. making him want to turn around and escape immediately. After he stabbed her butt, her image had left a bad and scary memory inside his mind. Don't go. Your animosity with Shen Tianzi does not concern me, and even if I wanted to find problems with you, I don't have the ability to do so. It was then that Hansen reacted. He was now Jin Bai and not the crazy but devil, and Qin Xian was alone and he had nothing to fear. Hansen stopped his footstep and turned around to look at Qin Xian, only to see her with one shoe removed, her snow-white leg having a patch of black swelling badly, obviously stung by a poison crystal scorpion. Hansen was moved. Qin Xian, whom wanted to evolve using god genes, had been in Steel Armor Sanctuary for many years, claiming the #1 spot. Who knows how many good items she has? If one says she does not have god blood level beast spirits, Hansen definitely would not believe it. The number of mutated spirits she had wouldn't be too little either. Now that she was injured, and badly with the looks of it, although the poison might not kill her, it would reduce her fighting ability, even affecting her mobility. As I recall, she is also half an enemy. Although I did stab her butt, but she already gave me a slap which caused me to be badly injured. If I could use this opportunity to get some benefits, it can act as a payment for these few months of pain. Hansen stopped to think about it, his eyes landing on her body. As if she read his mind, Qin Xian waved her hand, only to see a purple butterfly beast spirit fly out, transforming into a purple short dagger. Do you know the name of this dagger? Qin Xian laughed as she said. Nope, I don't. Hansen was shocked. Looking at the purple butterfly, its shine signaled that it was special, at least mutated level, possibly even god blood level. Qin Xian summoning it was obviously not to let Hansen play with it and look at it. This dagger is the transformation of the god blood level poison heart butterfly. It contains deadly poison. Would you like to see if your armor can withstand the poison dagger? Qin Xian said smilingly. Hansen blushed with embarrassment. Luckily the armor blocked it such that Qin Xian could not notice. You think too much. We have no animosity, why would I hurt you? The god blood armor might not be able to withstand the dagger. Hansen did not dare take that risk, and besides they weren't sworn enemies. Besides her slapping him, she also did not do anything to harm him. It was because of Shen Tianzi and his man that bullied him badly and almost caused him his chance to amount to something. Qin Xian laughed as she kept the dagger before saying calmly, I can't walk normally now. If you get me out safely, I will reward you handsomely. Why did you come here alone? Hansen did not agree and instead asked her a question. Hansen was curious. None of the scorpions were killed on the way here, so what was her purpose of coming here? Originally I wanted to kill mutated poisonous crystal scorpions, but I did not expect them to be so cunning, taking the opportunity that my ambergris was about to be used up before grouping up and attacking me, causing me to be unable to escape from the cave. After the ambergris was used up, they were no longer fearful of me, so I was able to run out here, but was also stung, making me unable to escape any further. After saying that, Qin Xian looked at Hansen and said, You and Su Xiaoqiao do business for money. If you ensure my safety, I can give you a large sum. You were stung by a mutated poison crystal scorpion? Hansen looked at Qin Xian with shock. If it was a primitive scorpion sting, I would not be begging you for help. Hansen was silently considering. He now knew that Qin Xian used an ambergris to scare the scorpions away. She thought that Hansen used a similar method and doesn't know that Hansen has already killed all the scorpions outside. If she did know, she would just walk out herself and not ask for his help. You did not kill the mutated poison crystal scorpion? Hansen asked. I killed it, but sadly did not get any beast spirit. Its body was also left in a pile of scorpions. Without the ambergris, with all the scorpions there, no one can pick it up. Hansen rolled his eyes. I can bring you out, but I don't want the money. I just want a mutated beast spirit as payment. Isn't that too greedy of you? Qin Xian stared at Hansen. To Miss Qin Xian, a mutated beast spirit isn't much. Don't tell me saving your life is not worth a mutated beast spirit? Hansen said, unwilling to back down. You are exactly as what Su Xiaoqiao said, only caring about money. Okay, I agree. As long as you get me out safely, I will give you a mutated monster spirit. Miss Qin Xian is so straightforward. So it's a deal. Hansen said before strolling towards the depths of the cave. Where are you going? Qinxian creased her eyebrows as she asked. Wait for me. I will get the body of the mutated poison crystal scorpion before bringing you out. There are too many scorpions in there. Don't you need something like the ambergris? Real man don't use such a thing. When Hansen said that, he was already deep into the cave, slaughtering the blue crystal like scorpions one by one. Hansen looked towards Hansen with a doubtful expression. I got fooled by you. All the beasts outside were killed by you, right? Miss Qinxian is certainly smart. Hansen shook the bag on his back, only to see the scorpion bodies falling out like rain, instantly piling up into a mountain. Although Qinxian had predicted it, but seeing Hansen actually kill so many scorpions, she was still very shocked. Hansen placed the mutated poison crystal scorpion into the bag before shoving in as many primitive scorpions as possible before stopping. However, looking at so many scorpions lying in front of him, Hansen felt that it was such a waste. He grabbed one and peeled it open using his dagger, throwing the crystal white meat into his mouth. Consumed poison crystal scorpion meat, obtained 4 primitive gene points. Hansen ate one after another without stopping, eating all the poison crystal scorpions that he could not store at once. His stomach, which was hiding under the armor, was bulging. At the start, Hansen gained some primitive gene points, however after a while, he only gained points after a few, and after that, he stopped gaining any points. You are hopeless. You can even eat such a disgusting thing, really not wasting any benefits. Qinxian has never seen a person like Hansen who had so many good things but still wouldn't let go of other small benefits. Let's go. Hansen stood down beside Qinxian, wanting to carry her out of the cave. All the scorpions outside were already killed by you. I can walk out by myself, there's no need for you to carry me. Anyways, you have already promised me a mutated beast spirit. Why not just enjoy the good treatment? Anyways, your leg is already injured. It's better if you don't move around yourself. Hansen said calmly. That's true. Qinxian bit onto her lips, carefully climbing onto Hansen. Hansen was wearing armor. As such, he was unable to feel her body on him. He carried Qinxian, his arm pulling onto her shoulder, the other grabbing the bag as he walked out of the cave. Qinxian, who weighed around 60 kilograms, to someone who had obtained so many gene points was not considered much. In a short while, Hansen had managed to carry her out. Where do you want to go? Hansen asked. Back to the sanctuary, Qinxian said. Hansen did not speak any further as she carried Qinxian back towards the steel armor sanctuary. After around an hour, Hansen suddenly stopped before putting her down. The sanctuary is not far from here, and there are many people who walk by here. Just ask for them to send you back. Hansen raised his hand. My mutated beast spirit. I already asked Su Xiaoqiao to ask you if you wanted to sell the Godblood axe and beast spirit. Qinxian called out her black cat-looking mutated beast spirit before painfully passing it to him. What price would you be willing to pay for the axe? 2 million. That is a Godblood level treasure. You couldn't even buy a mutated beast spirit with that. Hansen said as he frowned. Although a Godblood treasure is good, but you can't bring it out of God's sanctuary. Beast spirits can be used outside, so which is more valuable? Godblood treasures are naturally lower than beast spirits. If you were willing to sell both, I would be willing to buy it for 20 million. Taixian said. 1 mutated beast spirit and 2 million. Hansen said. The mutated beast spirit is impossible. I'll give you 5 million. 2 mutated beast meat and 2 million. Hansen said. Your request is too much. Last price 6 million, that's my limit. Besides, you can't bring the treasure out of the sanctuary. Okay. You go prepare the money. I'll tell Su Xiaoqiao the time and place for dealing. Hansen waved his hand before grabbing the bag and leaving. You won't consider selling the beast spirit? 20 million is the base price, it still can be discussed. No. Hansen left without turning his head. Qinxian looked at Hansen with confusion. His armor couldn't even be stabbed by the sting of the poison crystal scorpion. Don't tell me it's also a Godblood beast spirit? The more Qinxian thought about it, the higher the possibility. Even if it was a normal mutated beast armor, facing the sting of the scorpion wouldn't be so easy. Who is he? He definitely isn't military. Qinxian thought long and hard but couldn't discern his identity. Hansen took another route before changing back to himself, carrying the bag back into the steel armor sanctuary. The gates no longer had any of Shen Tianzi's men, obviously giving up on that stupid method. Just as Hansen was at the gate, he bumped into Han Hao and his gang. What a coincidence, crazy but devil. We meet again. Looks like you've gotten some good rewards. How many mutated beasts are in there? A young man laughed as he said. One. Hansen said calmly. Haha, you really know how to joke. Mutated beast? That bag is probably filled with black-shelled beetles. The young man mocked him, causing everyone to laugh out loud. No one believed that Hansen could hunt a mutated beast. Han Hao, don't recognize the wrong person next time. Having a relationship with such a person, you would have 8 lives of bad luck. One of the men patted Han Hao on the shoulder and said, It was a mistake. How would I have anything to do with the crazy but devil? Han Hao said with embarrassment. Hansen did not bother about them as he grabbed the bag and walked into the sanctuary, walking back to his room. Hansen kept the body of the mutated poison crystal scorpion, preparing to sell the other primitive scorpion bodies to Su Xiaoqiao. Although the black crystal could evolve a mutated creature in half a month, however, Hansen did not have that much time. He still needed to evolve a godblood beast. In the dead of the night, Hansen placed a bag of poison crystal scorpion and a paper slip outside the door of Su Xiaoqiao's room. He knocked a few times before running into the nearby alleyway. Only after seeing Su Xiaoqiao take the bag into his room did Hansen leave. Dealing with Qinxian was a success. Hansen obtained 6 million from her, and the 8 million from the bodies of the poison crystal scorpion. When he returned to his room and looked at the box filled with money, Hansen leaped for joy. Even when his father was alive, Hansen had never seen so much money. Hansen took the money and left God's sanctuary. At this moment, he did not want to do anything other than to share his joy with his mother and sister. They finally do not need to suffer, their tough times are finally over. Although he earned 2 million before, the money was used to solve the problems of the ancestral home and none of it went into his pocket. This 6 million on this other hand truly belonged to Hansen, so this feeling was totally different. Although the money wasn't enough to buy a luxury aircraft, but to Hansen, it was the most money he had seen in his life. Mom. Yin Yin, come over, I want to show you something. Hansen dragged his mom and sister into his room and opened the box filled with money, pouring all the money onto the bed. How did you get so much money? Luo Sulan's first reaction wasn't surprise but fear. Fear that her son had done something dangerous. Mom, I killed a mutated beast and obtained a mutated beast spirit. This was what I earned from selling them. Hansen did not over-exaggerate things as he did not want his mother to get too worried. Hansen would rather die than reveal the thing about the black crystal. That was something that could cause an extermination of family. He would rather keep that to himself for the rest of his life than reveal anything for fear that it would cause the death of his family. Little son, you shouldn't have sold it and should have kept it for future growth. Our tough times mean nothing, we could have gotten over it. Mom, don't worry. There will be more chances next time. I already ate the mutated beast meat and gained some gene points, making hunting monsters much easier. Hansen said. But Luo Sulan still felt that an opportunity was wasted, that a mutated beast was not so easily killed. To a normal person, killing a mutated beast was a great fortune. Similar to hitting the lottery, there would be no second chances. Yin Yin is also starting school soon. I don't want her to go to a public school like me, where there's no future. Luo Sulan looked at Hansen before looking at Han Yen. Tears filled her eyes. It's all my fault. I did not take care of y'all properly. Mom, you were able to bring us up. It's already very noble. You should give a chance for your son to show his worth. Hansen smiled as he picked up Han Yen. Yin Yin, what would you like to it? Today we are going to have a feast. Han Yen was elated. I want to eat blue gem ice cream. Okay, let's go. Today I'll let you eat to your fill. Hansen rubbed Han Yan's nose. Blue gem ice cream is so expensive. Even if we have money, we should save and spend less. You could use it to buy some more meat. Mom, just this once. Hansen pulled Luo Sulan and walked out of the home. The thing of you killing a mutated beast and getting its beast spirit should not be bragged. I don't want you to end up like your father. Luo Sulan nagged at Hansen. Ever since Hansen's dad got into an accident, Luo Sulan's life views changed. She did not want Hansen to be like his father and care about so many things, just a normal happy kid. Mom, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. We will leave the money with you, do what you want with it. Hansen held Han Yan with one hand and held his mom's hand in the other as he walked out. Blue Gem ice cream was famous in the entire alliance for being delicious. Obviously it was expensive, with the cheapest being close to 10,000. The neighbors' children often ate it, however. Han Yan, being born at the wrong time, had never been able to taste it due to the dire straits of her family. Luo Sulan did bring Hansen to eat it several times. In his memory it was very delicious. But a long time has passed and those memories had become fuzzy. The three of them came to the store and after entering found that all the seats were filled, with many people queuing up for the ice cream. Let's sit upstairs. Hansen had looked up at the second-floor window before entering and found that it was empty, so he wanted his mother and sister to sit and wait for him to queue for the ice cream. Who knew that they were stopped by a shop attendant just before they reached the stairs. Sorry, you can't go up. Why isn't it empty? Hansen asked. The male attendant's face showed displeasure and contempt as he pointed to a sign on the wall. You have never eaten Blue Gem ice cream, but you must have heard of the shop rules, right? Hansen looked at the small sign only to see the words, Celebrity Noble Area. Hansen instantly understood what was happening. The second floor was only for people with power and normal people did not have the right to sit there. No wonder the decorations of the second floor looked better than the first, and that even if the first floor was full with people queuing, that the second floor was still empty. We aren't tired, we will just wait at the side. Little son, go buy the ice cream for Yan Yan. Luo Sulan tugged Hansen, wanting to get him out of the awkward situation. I'll go now. Hansen laughed, queuing behind the large group of people, seemingly not caring, but in his heart was a strong yearning. Celebrity. Noble, so what? Very soon I'll have all that and even more. I won't let that stupid sign block my path. After purchasing the ice cream, there were still no empty seats. Hansen could only take it away. Before leaving, Hansen had one final look at the sign. Celebrity Noble Area. The morning of the second day, Hansen sat on the train to the teleportation portal. On it were many men and women who were going towards the same place. Normal people couldn't afford teleportation devices at home, so they could only use the portals to get into God's sanctuary. The driver of the train was very impatient today. Just as Hansen was pondering about what to do when he entered the sanctuary, the train jolted, causing everyone standing in the train to nearly fall. Hansen, who was just thinking about something, stumbled forwards, bumping into something soft. His subconscious made him want to grab onto something, but this grab instantly felt wrong as it felt soft and bouncy. Hansen found out that he knocked into a lady in army uniform. His body pressed onto his back and his hands were just nice cupping onto her breasts. Asshole! That woman hollered, elbowing Hansen in the face. If it landed, it would have completely destroyed his face. Hansen reacted by raising his hand to block, only to feel a strong force landing on it, forcing him to stumble a few foot backwards. The girl had already turned around and stared at Hansen, shouting in surprise, "It's you." But, Qin Xian. Before the women completed her words, Hansen had already blurred out the name of the woman in uniform. She was the one who had caused him to obtain the nickname of Crazy But Devil. Hansen did not expect Qin Xian to also be on planet Lok. And it seemed like she had entered the military and became a soldier. A soldier in the Alliance wasn't surprising. When a legal citizen of the Alliance became 20, they needed to serve at least 5 years. When Hansen becomes 20, if nothing special occurs, he would also become a soldier. Qin Xian recognized Hansen but did not make a move, staring at him coldly. Hansen bitterly laughed to himself. She probably thinks that I did it on purpose. I stabbed her but by accident now. If I was her, I would not believe I was innocent. The Alliance is so big and there are so many planets, why did she have to be on planet Lok? And why so coincidentally I had to meet her and have such a situation? Hansen sighed, however it was too late and could only wait and see what would happen. One could not injure others in the Alliance, so Qin Xian did not want to cause a commotion, so she just stared at Hansen and did not do anything else. Hansen was petrified from all the staring. As soon as the train reached the station, he quickly got down. Who knew if she followed him? You really are unforgivable. I thought it was an accident, but who knew you were so despicable? Qinxian said as she stared at Hansen. You saw it, that's now. The train jolted and many people stumbled like me. It was all a coincidence. Hansen tried his best to explain. If you were me, would you believe? Qinxian said coldly. What do you want? Hansen asked her. Besides, Qinxian concluded Hansen was an asshole. Any explanation by him would be useless. You are really shameless. Not having regret after doing such a thing, it must definitely be a habit. Do you think I'll just send you to the police and let them lecture you and it's over? It's not that simple. I might not be able to beat you up here, but I'm God's sanctuary, it's different. I'll wait for you there. Qinxian immediately turned around and walked towards the teleportation portals. Hansen felt aggrieved, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't not enter the sanctuary from now onwards, so he plucked up his courage and went into the teleportation portal. Station Master Tai, good morning. Just as Taixian walked to the front of the portal, the soldiers beside the portal saluted her. Hansen was stunned, his eyes widened beyond belief as he looked at Taixian. Tears on the verge of falling. The teleportation portals were directly under the jurisdiction of the troops, and each station would have a unit. The leader of the unit would be the station master. When he heard the last station master was transferred away, and that the new station master had arrived, he had never expected for it to be Taixian. Hansen had a bad premonition that his days were at its end. As a station master, Taixian had the ability to find out when he entered or left the station, knowing his whereabouts at the tip of her fingers. Even if Hansen wanted to change teleportation portals, it would be impossible. Planet Lok only had 3 portals and the other 2 were very far away. Hansen could not waste time to travel there. Hansen could only take the chance when Qinxian went to the office building at the station to quickly enter God's sanctuary. He decided to wait till when Qinxian transported out from Steel Armor Sanctuary before returning himself. Hansen did not give Qinxian any chance, taking the jerky made by the meat of the mutated scorpion and left the Steel Armor Sanctuary. My luck recently has been really bad. Has it all been used to acquire the black crystal? Hansen looked really depressed. A short distance away, Hansen spotted Shen Tianzi's man standing outside the sanctuary, seemingly discussing something. Hansen did not bother to listen to what they were saying, walking towards the opposite direction. Who knew Luo Tianyang would shout at him, "Crazy but devil, come over." Although he was unwilling, Hansen turned around and stared at Luo Tianyang. "I'm calling you. Come over. Why you still standing there? Big brother has something good for you." Luo Tianyang waved for Hansen to come over, the smile on his face showing bad intentions. "There's no need. My strength is too little. I can only kill normal beasts. I can't even kill primitive beasts. Sadly, I won't be of much help." Hansen knew that the reason Luo Tianyang called him over would definitely not be a good one. "Cut the crap. Do you want to get beaten up? I called you here, so I obviously have something good for you." Luo Tianyang stared deathly at Hansen. Apart from Hansen, Shen Tianzi also hired 30 to 40 brave young men who were willing to die for money. Altogether, they left Steel Armor Sanctuary, towards the mountain range. Although people knew that nothing good will come out of Shen Tianzi using money and looking for manpower, but because of the great rewards, many people were willing to take a gamble. If it was the old Hansen, if he wasn't marked by Qinxian and Shen Tianzi, he probably would have risked it for the money. Now Hansen had no need to risk his life. It was obvious that Hansen and the other man were going to be used as cannon fodder, making him feel enraged. Hansen followed them quietly, guessing what they were up to. When Shen Tianzi recruited them, they only told them that they were going to kill a mutated beast. As there were many normal and primitive beasts, so they needed many men. However, Hansen did not believe such lies. If it was only to kill a mutated beast, Shen Tianzi and his man would definitely be able to complete it. Aside from Shen Tianzi, the tens of strong men he has under his charge, all had the ability to kill mutated beasts. What need was it to hire so many men just to kill a single mutated beast? Luo Tianyang and the men casually killed all the beasts they faced, dividing the spoils to the men that were hired, making everyone happy. The group of guys walked for 6 to 7 days with no signs of stopping. Only after the 8th day did they set up camp at the mouth of a cave. Here was very far away from Steel Armor Sanctuary, and there was no signs of human movements. If any signs of life, they were definitely beasts. On the way here, Shen Tianzi and his men killed many beasts and turned many into food before throwing the rest away. We are nearing there. Don't know what they are up to? Hansen did not hear any new details, but looking at the increasingly serious faces of Luo Tianyang, this certainly isn't simple. After fixing everything in camp, the morning of the second day, Shen Tianzi brought everyone into the cave. After walking 10 kilometers, they found a huge crack in the ground, stretching deep into the depths of the cave. The group lighted their torches. Shen Tianzi let the hired men lead the group, walking down into the large crack. The men who knew that they were risking their lives were all very apprehensive and walked forward slowly and carefully. Why are y'all so slow? Like girls faster. Do you not want the rest of the money? Luo Tianyang smacked a whip onto the back of a few men, saying coldly. The hired men had no choice but to quicken their steps. Hansen blended into the group and walked together with them. Although it was a downhill walk, it wasn't too difficult and nothing much happened. It was until they walked to the bottom of the crack did the men finally let out a sigh of release. The bottom of the large crack was too dark, only illuminated by the flames of the torches. The light revealed a large underground space, with a dark river flowing towards a cave entrance, into the dark unknown. Cross the river to the cave at the opposite side. Luo Tianyang shook his whip and pointed it to the other shore. Brother Luo, I don't know how to swim. The river is too wide, I can't get across. One of the recruited young men said. No one asked you to swim. There's an air balloon boat. Just pump it with air and sail over. Luo Tianyang opened his bag to reveal many boats, each one able to sit 4 to 5 men. The group pumped all the boats up using the small handheld pumps, and in groups of 4 to 5 sailed across to the other shore. As the water speed wasn't too quick, one wasn't afraid to be swept away, so 2 boats quickly made their way across. All of a sudden, a loud splash followed by a black figure broke out of the water. Half its body appeared out of the river like a snake, its body rougher than a barrel, covered with black shiny scales as it opened its mouth, looking like it could swallow a cow. However, this time what it swallowed wasn't a cow but the one of the live men on the boat, right into its mouth, crushing the boat with its body, the remaining man dropping into the water. The group of men were shocked, paddling the boat back to the original shore with all their lives. Those that were about to set sail ran away. Suddenly a knife glimmer flashed across as Luo Tianyang and another man killed the 2 fastest runner. He pointed the blade as it dripped blood. There's only one monster, if you get across you will live. Whoever took the money and still dared to run, I will kill him. Live or die, it's your choice. The men were stunned by his brutality, and were forced back into the water by Luo Tianyang and his men. Shen Tianzi, those thugs. They want to feed the monster with these men. Hansen cursed and swore. Those men who landed in the water all tried to swim back but were all dragged back into the water by an unknown force. The water surface was dark and one couldn't see what had happened to them, but the strong smell of blood gave everyone a rough idea. The group of mercenaries did not dare to paddle forward, so Luo Tianyang started slashing at them, scaring them. When they entered the water, no one dared to dilly-dally. They paddled their hardest hoping to survive. The opposite shore was their hope at survival, and the longer they stayed in the water the higher the chance of them dying. Hansen rowed and raised his torch, illuminating the surroundings. If the monster really appeared from the water, he would not hesitate to summon his godblood beast spirit to save his life. Splash! The monster appeared from the water once again, exploding one of the ships. The men on board screamed, following by sounds of water churning. Why are you stunned there? If you want to live, paddle faster. Hansen shouted at the men who were stoning, paddling the boat with all his energy. Shen Tianzi and his group has no conscience, even doing such an immoral thing. The 2 men who were scolded by Hansen were startled and continued paddling. In the nearby waters, screaming and struggling could be heard. The number of men who were swallowed by the beast were unknown. Without a doubt, this scary snake was a godblood level beast. A water beast was already hard to kill, not to mention a godblood level water beast. Shen Tianzi brought so many strong men without the intention to kill the beast, only wanting to feed it with the men they hired so that they themselves could cross safely. Hansen paddled with all his might while scrutinizing the opposite shore at the same time. When the boat was in the middle of the river, the light from the fire could shine to the opposite shore. Ever since Hansen trained in ice muscle jade bone art, his body was greatly strengthened and his eyesight has been greatly improved such that it seemed as if he had night vision. He could clearly see that on the wall of the opposite shore was a 2 to 3 meter cave. That was the only exit and it was probably where Shun Tianzi and his man wanted to go to. Hansen was sizing up the cave when he suddenly heard a loud splash from the water. Hansen sidestepped only to see the giant scaled snake popping out 2 meters away from the boat. The snake was charging towards the boat, wanting to swallow it. The men on the boat could clearly see its scary tooth. Hansen jumped into the water without hesitating, immediately summoning the black-shelled beetle armor. It wrapped around his body and with a huge jolt, Hansen shot towards the shore. Oh! The entire river crossing process was brutal. The black-scaled snake had an incredible appetite, killing 30 to 40 men and only allowing 2 boats which held 7 men to cross the river. The black-scaled snake did not appear out of the water again. Tianzi, although that snake is god blood level, its IQ isn't high. Now that it's full, it's safe for us to cross. Luo Tianyang laughingly said. Cross. Shun Tianzi ordered. His 10 men split into 3 boats and started crossing. Why you still stunned there? Walk into the cave. Luo Tianyang whipped the 7 survivors, chasing them into the cave opening. The survivors were petrified. Walking into the cave, they trembled in fear. It was too late to regret. They shouldn't have been greedy for the money. Now that they are gonna die here, what use is all that money? On the way in, no beasts were found on the route. In almost 30 minutes, they had already reached the end of the cave. The end of the cave was a small lake, and along the lake was a 10-meter broken rock nest. And in that nest were 2 ostrich-sized eggs with black flower patterns. Haha, not bad. God blood level eggs and 2 at that. My god genes can rise to above 80. Shun Tianzi was elated. Facing such happiness, Shun Tianzi did not lose his rationality and gave Luo Tianyang a signal. Luo Tianyang instantly understood and used his whip to force the survivors to get the eggs. The few survivors trembled toward the nest and carried the eggs out. However, just as they were about to walk out of the nest, they saw the surrounding lake bubbled. And then with a loud pong, water gushed out. Along with the water, a giant snake head popped out. A pair of cold red eyes staring at the men who were carrying the eggs. Fuck. Why are you stunned there? Throw the egg here. Shun Tianzi shouted at the men, but they were frozen with fear. Their legs were like jelly, unable to move, and no one replied to his shouts. Fuck useless garbage. Shun Tianzi scolded, summoning his blood-red sword, raising it and rushing towards the men. Luo Tianyang and the other men didn't dare to be slow, calling out their weapons and charging behind Shun Tianzi. In a few steps they reached the survivors. Shun Tianzi snatched across the 2 eggs, turning around and running out of the cave. The black-scaled snake cared about its own eggs. Upon seeing him running, it was enraged and charged out of the lake, biting at the men. Block him! Shun Tianzi shouted, charging towards the exit of the cave without stopping. Luo Tianyang was even more ruthless. He grabbed onto 2 shivering survivors and smacked the snake in the face. The snake bit onto one, swallowing him within the blink of an eye. The other men followed suit, making the survivors their meat shield, blocking the snake's attacks and retreating to the cave exit. Shun Tianzi ran quickly with the 2 eggs. In a jiffy he rushed to the exit. Just as he was about to celebrate, he suddenly saw a golden fist appear in his eyes, enlarging in front of his eyes. Pung! Never did he expect that the side of the cave hit a man. Being hit by such a sudden fist, his face started bleeding and his nose was whacked crooked. His whole body flung backwards. He reactively raised his hand to his face. The 2 snake eggs he held near his chest flew out, only to see a golden armor jump up and grab an egg, running towards the shore of the river. Jinbai! Shun Tianzi covered his face and slammed into the ground. He immediately got up, seeing that unique armor. One obviously could recognize who it was. He clenched his tooth and shouted. Hansen made use of the chaos to swim to the opposite side. But instead of going ashore, he hid behind a stone, waiting for Shun Tianzi to enter the cave. He carefully followed behind, just nice seeing Shun Tianzi bringing the egg out. He casually punched him, taking the other snake egg and keeping it. Hansen only felt unfortunate that his crescent gun was destroyed, or he could have killed Shen Tianzi. Just as Hansen ran to the side of the river, he saw the waves turn. A giant black-scaled snake emerged. Fuck, why is there still one more? Hansen turned his head to take a look, only to see Shen Tianzi and his men being chased by a snake. Jinbai, continue running. See how I'm gonna fuck you. Shen Tianzi hated Jinbai to the bone. Seeing him being stopped by the giant snake, he was elated. Seeing the black-scaled snake that emerged from the river staring at him, Hansen frantically turned around, using strength on his left hand and throwing an egg towards Shen Tianzi. Catch. 1 egg per person. Let's work together to fight it. Who wants to split with you? I want both eggs and I want your life. Shen Tianzi thought Hansen was stupid, snickering as he catches the egg. However, the moment he touched it, the snake egg broke and the egg yolk and egg white covered his entire body, stunning him instantly. Kong! The black-scaled snake in the river made a weird shriek, rushing towards the egg-covered Shen Tianzi crazily. He did not care about Hansen, who was standing aside, his eyes only for Shen Tianzi. Hansen turned and ran without hesitating, bringing the remaining snake egg and jumping into a boat. He rowed towards the opposite shore, not bothering to spectate the outcome. He still had 1 snake egg on his hand, so if the 2 black-scaled snakes chased after him, he would be in big trouble. Jinbai, fuck you. Hansen could hear the raging of Shen Tianzi, followed by a streak of weird sounds like human voices and beast roars. Hansen rowed to the other shore in a single breath, and after jumping on shore, he ran out of the large crack. Even when he was outside, he did not stop and followed the original track back towards the steel armor sanctuary. After a while of running, Hansen hesitated. If Shen Tianzi and his men escaped and chased after him, they all had their mounts, so how could he outrun them? He clenched his teeth and went into the neighboring woods. He'd rather take a longer route than take such a risk in getting caught by Shen Tianzi. Shen Tianzi and his men all lived several years in Steel Armor Sanctuary. Each had several strong beast spirits. Even if they couldn't kill the 2 snakes, they would definitely be able to escape. It was better for him to be safe. To prevent any further developments, Hansen chose a deep corner in the mountains and gathered some tinder. He covered the egg in a layer of mud and cooked it in the fire. While cooking it, Hansen said, "Pure life form, before you see such a dirty and cruel world, let me take up all this sin and send you to a pure world." Killed Godblood Ink Jade Dragon Baby. Did not obtain Beast Spirit. Consuming meat can obtain 0 to 10 God genes. After cooking for a while, the strange notification appeared in Hansen's mind. Wow, so this isn't a snake. Sadly, I didn't get a Beast Spirit. Hansen greedily thought. Soon the Ink Jade Dragon egg was cooked. Hansen used a stick and got it out, breaking the layer of charcoal mud and breaking the eggshell into half. After peeling off the shell, he could see the soft white egg white. Hansen took a mouth. A fragrance filled his mouth as it was many times more delicious than chicken egg. Consumed Ink Jade Dragon Baby. Obtained 1 Gauge and Hansen ate the entire egg, filling his stomach to the brim. He gained a total of 5 God gene points, adding to the original 8. Hansen now had a total of 13 God gene points. Hansen took a long route back to Steel Armor Sanctuary, but it was already 8 to 9 days after. Shen Tianzi and his men had already returned 2 days earlier. However, every one of them were injured and only 8 returned. Many of Shen Tianzi's close followers had died. Shen Tianzi kept their activities a secret. Even though Qin Xian and Brother Fist tried hard to scour for details, they couldn't find anything out. However, subsequently, through many of the hired men who had dropped into the water and survived, Qin Xian and Brother Fist found out what Shen Tianzi went out to do. However, the survivors did not know what had happened afterwards, so Qin Xian and Brother Fist assumed they were just injured by the Ink Jade Dragon. Sadly, they only had half of it right. The reason why they were in such a terrible state was because of Hansen and his 1 egg. If not for that, even if they didn't manage to bring back an egg, they wouldn't have been forced into such a situation against the 2 black-scaled snakes. Shen Tianzi was afraid of being laughed at, so he did not tell others about what had happened. However, he secretly started another new round of search for Jinbai. Wasted opportunity. Shen Tianzi and Luo Tianyang, these two scums didn't die. Hansen, upon finding out about the situation, heaved a sigh. Originally he was afraid that if he returned alone that Shen Tianzi would doubt him and confront him. Now that there were so many people that returned, he naturally didn't have much to worry about. He captured a primitive copper-toothed beast on the way back to the sanctuary. If Shen Tianzi asked, he would just say he was washed ashore and survived. It was apparent that Hansen thought too much, as Shen Tianzi did not waste time to find trouble with him, and assumed he was just lucky to survive, not linking him with Jin Bai. In a blink, half a month passed. Hansen left God's sanctuary to go home to see his mom and Han Yan, who knew that even before he stepped out of the teleportation gate. He saw Qin Xian, who was dressed in uniform, staring at him coldly. "Wow, you are really good at hiding. It's been half a month and you did not come out. Did you really think I would let you off for what you did? You did something wrong, so you must be punished." "Miss Qin Xian, what must I do for you to let me off?" Hansen asked depressingly. Qin Xian was the station master, so hiding from her was impossible. "If you want me to let you off, that's easy. Take this and follow me." Qin Xian threw a fighting suit to Hansen. "I'll go. But you won't actually kill me, right?" Hansen bit his teeth as he carried the fighting gear and followed Qin Xian back to the teleportation portal. However, this time they didn't teleport to God's sanctuary but into a fighting room. Hansen changed into the fighting gear and walked into the room. Qin Xian was already ready in a black and red fighting suit, standing in the middle of the room. The fighting suit was not simple dresses. They were made by high-technology material with defensive uses. Inside were sensor technology to record data of various fighting moves and other body data, such as heartbeat, breathing, punch speed, movement speed, etc. Those will be all recorded, and even strength of hits will also be recorded down to allow the user to understand his ability and deduce his training methods. "If you can beat me, I'll let you off," Qin Xian taunted Hansen, signaling that he could begin his attack. "If you wanted my life, you could have just said it. You're someone with close to 100 God gene points, as have so many high-leveled beasts and trained so long in the military. I'm only a graduated student, how could I win you?" Even if Hansen could win, he did not want to reveal that he was Jin Bai. Furthermore, he didn't know if he could beat her. "We both won't use beast spirits. If you can take 50 attacks from me, all our previous problems will be forgotten," Qin Xian said casually. "Okay, that's a deal." Hansen thought in his heart, "You can't use beast spirits and I'll only defend and not attack. I don't believe I can't defend 50 strikes." Qin Xian had made up her mind to give Hansen a good lesson. The first time when Hansen stabbed her, but she could take it as ignorance. But the second time in the train, it is hard to call that a coincidence. She had concluded that Hansen was a jerk. After warming up her arms and legs, she walked in front of Hansen and said, "You can start first." "Pung!" Hansen's fist landed on Qin Xuan's face, causing her to hold her nose and retreat a few steps, her eyes staring at Hansen in disbelief. She had never seen such a person like Hansen. Just as she asked him to go first, he actually threw a fist without hesitating. His action exceeded what Qin Xian was prepared for. She was unable to react quickly, and added with the distance being too close, she was hit in the nose by Hansen. If she remembered correctly, in a fight in the fight room, shouldn't the two parties walk to the middle of the room and get ready in their fighting stances? As a man, they would normal act chivalrous in front of her. Even if they weren't strong, they would still act manly. Who would be like Hansen, throwing a punch even before Qin Xian completed her words, even hitting the part which the protective gear didn't cover. Sorry, it hasn't started?" Hansen apologized profusely. In his mind, he thought that since he would see her at the teleportation station often, he should give in to her and let her vent her frustration. He wanted to end it quickly and didn't expect his punch to land on her nose, causing it to redden up and her eyes to flood with tears. "It has already started, let's continue." Just as Qin Xian told him to continue, even when she had words to say, Hansen just threw another punch straight away, landing at the exact same spot. Qin Xian, who was hit once again, held her nose as she stooped on the ground, the pain causing her to tear. "Didn't you say we should continue? We thought," Hansen explained. "I'm gonna kill you." Qin Xian jumped up from the floor and she disregarded all the rules as she threw punches and kicks at Hansen. Hansen tried his best to block them, But quickly he realized that the techniques he learnt in public school were far inferior to Qin Xuan's techniques. He couldn't even defend them, and in 2 to 3 punches she broke through. He barely survived tens of punches before being knocked down by a punch. You didn't block 50 moves, let's continue next time. Qin Xian ruthlessly turned around, leaving the hurt Hansen on the ground. Hansen laughed bitterly as he stood up. Luckily he was wearing the fighting gear and don't get injured badly. It was only some superficial injuries, however he didn't let Qin Xian vent his anger today, and instead made her more angry. Hansen left the teleportation sister and went home. Qin Xian took a bath at the station and retrieved the video and data from the fight with Hansen, prepared to delete the video. She was the station master and the strongest woman in Steel Armor Sanctuary, and she actually got beaten to tears by 2 punches by Crazy But Devil. She was like a little girl in tears. How could such a video be seen by others? Before deleting, Qin Xian viewed the video again. Qin Xian realized that although her carelessness was a reason, but it wasn't the most important reason why she was hit by Hansen. Don't tell me. Qin Xian repeatedly watched the part when she was hit and looked at the entire video several times and compared it to the data from the fighting gear. So it's actually true. His fighting style is weak, at the level of integrated education students, but the speed and explosiveness of his attacks are unexpectedly high. Qin Xian looked at the data and said at the same time, his attacks also have a certain feel like that of a killer. Before he attacks, you can't sense him wanting to attack. There's no change in his emotions and no killing aura. However, his fist contains all his strength. This separation of action from emotion is like that of an assassin, unleashing a deadly blow out of nowhere. No, he should only be a student who just graduated. How can he be a killer? And looking at his skills, he shouldn't be a good killer. Don't tell me it's his God-given talent? Qin Xian pondered, only settling on such a possibility. Little did Qin Xian know that ever since Hansen entered God's sanctuary, he had made enemies with Qin Xian and targeted by Shan Tianzi, who had feelings for her. No one dared to be together with Hansen and trade with him. The just graduated Hansen had to hunt beasts with just a normal alloy dagger with no experience. Even if it was a normal beast, to a newbie it meant a life-threatening risk. Many beasts were in groups, so Hansen had to wait for a chance to kill stranglers. If not, a group of normal beasts would surround him and he would definitely die. To lower the risks to the minimal obviously was to ambush and assassinate. What was most important was that he couldn't let the beast who had more acute senses than humans to feel endangered. In the starting 2 months, this was mainly what Hansen had trained in. After many failures, slowly hiding his emotion and dangerous aura, letting beasts not sense him. In the end, the docile beasts could not sense Hansen even as he walked beside them, getting killed by him out of nowhere. Although it looked despicable, but this was the only way for Hansen to survive in God's sanctuary. When Hansen proceeded to hunt primitive beasts, he never stopped to train and improve his attacking methods, ingraining it into him. Although his methods were far from that of an expert, but his grasp on explosiveness and unexpected attacks were comparable to trained high-level assassins. The only difference was that he killed beasts and not humans. His power and speed and explosiveness are all not bad. His gene evolution levels seem not bad, or did he train in super gene arts? Qin Xian took a further look at the data, but she didn't put it much to heart. Hansen's data was better than an average person. However, such data was very common in Steel Armor Sanctuary. For it to appear on him was surprising, but it wasn't of much concern. His talent is not bad. Sadly, his character is too bad. He's a pervert and despicable. He has no hope. I should beat him up again next time. Qin Xian thought ruthlessly. Because of his 2 punches, she labeled him as despicable. It's hard for anyone to think that his attack style was ingrown in him, such that it was an instinct and a reaction. In the Ink Jade Dragon Cave, Hansen could punch Shan Tianzi in the face was because of his attack method. If not Shan Tianzi with his gene points, super gene art and reaction, even in an unprepared situation wouldn't be hit by anyone. Specializing in sneak attacks sounded despicable, but it was very practical. After returning home and eating with his mom and Han Yan, he rested at home and didn't go back even on the second day, where he visited a martial arts dojo. What Hansen learned in the public school was only basic martial arts, which everyone could do. However, as humans strengthen their bodies with genes in God's sanctuary, They were different from normal humans in their strength, now being able to train in new martial arts that normal humans can't. These new martial arts, apart from high-level schools, could be easily learned in martial arts dojo, taught by professional martial artists. The difference from traditional martial arts was that new martial arts did not need a master, or for a person to go under a certain martial sect. It only needed money. The more money, the stronger the martial art. Of course, the new martial arts had a certain requirement for the body. If the body wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't be able to train in it. Hansen was poor before and had a poor body strength. However, he was now totally different. He had 13 God gene points and several of other genes. His body strength increased tremendously, and with him learning ice muscle jade bone art, his body strength was quite good in his age. This dojo, known as Battle God, was a very famous dojo in Planet Loke. Its fees were expensive, but the level of new martial arts were good. The master of the dojo was a retired militant who was famous when he served. However, he was seriously injured during a war, and retired to open the dojo. Everyone called this man Old Ghost Z. If one wanted him to teach them, it was easy. You just needed to pay enough and he would teach you anything. Young man, what would you like to learn? We have beginner, intermediate and advanced. Punching, kicking, weapons, even certain super gene arts can be learnt. Beginner class can choose a beginner art for $10,000. Intermediate for $100K and advanced for $1 million. Special class is $10 million and you can learn everything. Young man, you look special and certain for greatness. Do you want the special class, 12 types of martial arts for just $5 million? The old man smiled at Hansen greedily. I'll just enroll in the advanced class and I want to learn. Hansen had a reason for coming here. His dad has came here before and told him that the old ghost has a special martial arts that was really good. Sadly, his body condition was not good enough and sadly couldn't learn it. He always felt regret and nagged at Hansen that he had to learn that martial art. Hansen's purpose of visit was specifically for this evil spirit possession. His dad had told him that if it was used on a woman, it would have an unexpected outcome, and even help a weaker person win against a stronger opponent. Hansen had angered Qinxian again, and she would definitely not let him off. That was why he remembered what his father said and wanted to try his luck. Furthermore, the $1 million fee was nothing to Hansen. Evil spirit possession is a new martial art. Although it's only high level, but it requires a very high body condition, probably higher than some special martial arts. It needs at least maximum mutated gene points. Is your body condition good enough? The old ghost looked at Hansen. The evil spirit possession art had not been taught in a long time due to its high body requirements. You can test if I reach the level required. Hansen wasn't sure if he could make it, but based on logic, a guy with 13 God genes was definitely better than a person with maximum mutated genes. To test your body, it would be $10,000. The old ghost placed a card scanner in front of Hansen. Hansen told out his crystal card and swiped it, making the greedy old ghost happy as he brought Hansen to test his body condition. After 10 different types of tests and exams, the old ghost was shocked when he looked at the results. Your body condition is very good. Is your normal, primitive and mutated genes all close to max? Can I learn it? Hansen did not reply. His mutated genes wasn't even 10 points. For him to have such good body condition was due to his God gene and the ice muscle jade bone art. Sure, $1 million. The old ghost didn't ask anymore and just placed the card scanner in front of Hansen. Although Hansen was sad that his hard-earned money was spent just like that, he clenched his teeth and swiped his card. Young man, you have a good future, follow me. You must first memorize the evil ghost possession art. The old ghost placed Hansen in a video room and opened the video player. What was shown was a video of the old ghost explaining and demonstrating the evil ghost possession art. After looking for a while, Hansen was shocked. What the fuck? No wonder it has such a special effect on women. I didn't expect Dad to be such a person. Ghost Haunt should really be called skin to skin, as all movements were aimed at one thing, which was to stick on the opponent. Wrapping, blocking and winding, all sorts of movements allowed the body to act like a snake to tightly trap the limbs of the opponent, so that there was no way for the opponent to attack. If the opponent was a woman, with the practice of Ghost Haunt, one would be able to feel her up. If it was a normal woman, she would feel overwhelmed in just a few movements. If I were to use Ghost Haunt to fight Qin Xian, she would consider me even more of a pervert. Han Sun suddenly regretted picking this martial art to learn. However, the tuition was non-refundable. Well, I'll just learn it first and see. Han Sun calmed down and started to carefully watch and memorize Ghost Hunt. With a closer look, Han Sen found that the martial art was not so nasty as it had seemed at first. There were indeed a lot of advanced skills, especially in wrestling and close combat. Many were very practical and could save a life at critical moments. It did indeed have high requirements for fitness, especially for flexibility. Even for those who had maxed out on mutant geno points, it would be somewhat difficult to meet the requirements. The reason Han Sen was able to pass, in addition to his sacred geno points, was jade skin training, which had greatly enhanced his flexibility. The teaching method of Old Devil was straightforward. You could learn the movements from his pre-recorded hologram, and then he would correct you where you made mistakes and remind you where you should be more careful. He could be reached via comlink, and his replies were detailed. Although he charged a lot, he was very engaged in teaching. With a strong body, Han Sen was able to start practicing Ghost Hunt in half a month. But only to get started was not enough. Martial arts that required close combat like this were the most dangerous. If not a master, one could be easily killed in the actual battle. Han Sen would never hunt creatures or fight with others in God's sanctuary using Ghost Hunt before he mastered it. Qin Xian, if you leave me alone, I'll let it go. If you insist on giving me a hard time, I will have to use you to practice Ghost Hunt, thought Han Senator when he came to the teleport station. Han Sen still did not want to see Qin Xian. Looking around from time to time, he didn't see her until he entered God's sanctuary. In his room at Steel Armor Shelter, the primitive copper-toothed beast had become a mutant creature. Han Sen decided to let it keep evolving into a sacred blood creature. At the gate of the shelter, the gang of Son of Heaven was gone. It had been half a month since Han Sen left God's sanctuary, so Dollar was never spotted. They weren't very patient, so they just left. In fact, Son of Heaven had been aware that it was useless to guard the gate, as they didn't know what Dollar really looked like. So even if he did walk in front of them, they wouldn't be able to recognize him. Han Sen left the shelter and went into the mountains, ready to find a remote place to hunt. After entering the deep forests, human footprints became scarce. Han Sen summoned his armor when he was alone and went further into the mountains. Han Sen no longer bothered to hunt ordinary creatures. He would just chase them away or ignore them, and was only interested in hunting rare primitive creatures for food. Now Han Sen had maxed out on ordinary geno points and had over 80 primitive geno points, so he didn't really need commonly seen primitive creatures. Now what he really needed was mutant and sacred blood geno points. Han Sen wanted to complete his evolution with all 4 types of geno points maxed out. It would be really slow if he used only the black crystal to do this. For primitive creatures, I don't even need to do the hunting. The mutant beast soul I got from Qin Xian was a pet. It should be able to kill some primitive creatures if summoned. Henson looked at the beast soul in the shape of a black cat that he got from blackmail. Type of beast soul of mutant three-eyed cat, pet. Han Sen summoned the mutant three-eyed cat, and a little black kitty the size of his palm appeared. It was rubbing at the foot of Han Sen, looking just like a normal pet cat with its tiny body and wide eyes. Could such a little thing kill those creatures? Han Sen picked it up to take a look, not convinced that a cute thing like this possessed great strength. But then he thought size didn't necessarily matter. Since it was a mutant beast soul, it must be able to hunt primitive creatures. Seeing some primitive triangular-scaled beast wandering nearby, he ordered the cat, "Go kill the triangular-scaled beast." The little guy meowed and got up its nerve to streak toward the triangular-scaled beast, biting it on the tail. The triangular-scaled beast hesitated and looked back at the cat. Throwing up its tail, the triangular-scaled beast then whipped the cat away like a basketball. The mutant three-eyed cat screamed and ran behind Han Sen's feet, shivering. "She tricked me. No wonder she didn't even blink when she gave me this. It's a useless beast soul." Han Sen stared at the cat hidden behind him with widened eyes. Han Sen tried a few times more, and the cat was indeed of no use, not even able to beat the weakest primitive creature, a copper-toothed beast. Chased around and running, it was not like a mutant beast soul at all. Suddenly Han Sen thought of the type of beast soul. According to his knowledge, the beast souls that can be summoned to fight on their own were normally either fighters or mounts, while he knew nothing about pet beast souls. What the heck is a pet beast soul? It's not just for fun, right? I was really tricked by Qin Xian. What am I going to do with it? Han Sen's heart sank, and he killed the copper-toothed beast that was chasing the cat. When he was about to take the cat back, it started to meow around the body of the copper-toothed beast with its mouth watering. Go ahead. Han Sen looked at the mutant three-eyed cat curiously. Normal fighter beast souls and mount beast souls didn't have to eat, and they could just recover in a vacuum once injured. Receiving the approval from Han Sen, the cat rushed to the corpse and started gnawing, but it was clear that its teeth and claws were not sharp enough to break down the skin. Depressed, Han Sen peeled the skin off, sliced the meat with a dagger and fed it to the cat. And this little thing sure could eat. The copper-toothed beast was at least twice its size and it managed to eat all the flesh. Lying on the ground with a full belly, the cat could barely move and Han Sen was almost worried about it. Helplessly shaking his head, Han Sen took the cat back and decided to research the use of a pet beast soul on Skynet when he got back home. Mutant creatures were not so easy to find. Han Sen had been in the mountains for more than half a month, and did not encounter any mutant creatures. He did find quite a few primitive creatures new to him, and now had more than 90 primitive geno points. Hunting alone in the mountains was quite boring, so Han Sen would summon the cat to play with and feed for fun when he was resting. The protection from the black beetle armor allowed him to practice ghost hunt even when hunting primitive creatures. Although he was still not skilled at it, he noticed the strengths of this martial art, especially in wrestling. It was very easy to use, and would incapacitate the creatures in a short time. However, close combat can be dangerous, and there were a few times when he used the wrong movement and could have been killed by the creatures. For over a month in the mountains, he had not found a single mutant creature, while he made a lot of progress in using ghost hunt. Later, Han Sen no longer needed to rely on his armor when hunting primitive creatures. One of his biggest gains was that he finally maxed out on primitive geno points. Thinking of the fact that he was struggling for ordinary geno points just a few months ago, he was suddenly in a great mood and started to make a fire and barbecue some meat. Help! Help! Han Sen was sharing the barbecue with the mutant three-eyed cat he named Meowth, when he saw a guy in ragged clothes running toward him, crying for help. He quickly got up and looked over there. With just one look, Han Sen abandoned the meat on the ground, took back Meowth and started to run. Buddy, please help me. I'll give you money however much you want, cried the man while running. You can keep your money. Han Sen did not turn his head and ran desperately. You first needed to be alive to spend money, and there were at least 100 Mamo beasts chasing him. Although Mamo beasts were only primitive creatures, they each weighed more than a dozen tons and had the toughest skin. If hit or trampled by one, his internal organs would probably be shattered even with his armor on, not to mention there were so many of them. Even if Qin Xian, Son of Heaven and Fist Guy were all here, they'd have run under such circumstances. Buddy, not so fast. Give me a hand and I will thank you. Behind Han Sen, the man was out of breath. I'm in danger as well. Just pray. After running for a while, Han Sen saw a cliff ahead of him with green vines hanging, grabbed a vine and started climbing up. The benefits of the gain geno points and practice of ghost hunt were showing. Han Sen was in the air with just a bit of climbing and jumped on a large stone platform extending from the cliff. Seeing Han Sen climbing up, the man also ran over and wanted to follow him. The man was either too weak or too tired, so he slipped down after a few tries. Buddy, help! With the Mamo beast less than 30 feet from him, the man was about to cry out. Hang on! Han Sen grabbed the vine the man was holding onto and started pulling hard. Overjoyed, the man climbed with all fours, leveraging Han Sen's strength. When he was 30 feet from the ground, he heard Mamo beasts running into the cliff. Han Sen and the man felt as if even the mountains were trembling. With pulling and climbing, the man was finally on the platform. Once on the platform, the man lied down as if he were paralyzed, while breathing heavily, unable to speak. Friend, what on earth did you do to them? Han Sen looked down at the Mamo beasts running into one another. They wouldn't even leave after they got up, roaring at the platform. But they couldn't climb up as they were even bulkier than elephants. Do not mention it. Worst luck ever. The man calmed down, fished out a packet of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one and offered one to Han San. You saved my life and I, Lin Beifeng, will always remember. I will show my gratitude after returning to the shelter. Best with cash. Han San looked at the cigarette and knew the man must be rich. A packet of Schwarzwald cigarettes cost more than 10,000, and there was no need to be modest with such a wealthy guy. Buddy, what's your name? Lin Beifeng threw a lighter at Han Sr. Han Sr. Han Sen caught the lighter and lit the cigarette. Made from the tobacco produced from Schwarzwald, the cigarettes were harmless to the body and especially refreshing. For those who were risking their lives in God's sanctuary, the Schwarzwald cigarettes were definitely heaven sent. Sen, trust me, when we are back at the shelter you can have as much money as you want. Problems that can be solved by money are no problems for me. They chatted for a while, and Han Sen understood what had happened. Lin Beifeng was not only rich but super rich. He was also lucky to be assigned to a shelter where he had very close acquaintances. So he bought a whole lot of mutant beast souls. Armor, weapons, mounts, fighters, etc. He also hired a group of people to hunt with him, wanting to hunt a sacred blood creature. With his great luck, they indeed caught a sacred blood creature. But what happened after was not so lucky. The people he hired either died or escaped and he just went running into the mountains. After all sorts of danger, he had managed to survive, but lost almost all the beast souls he bought. If it was not for Han San, he would have been killed by the Mamo beasts. Sen, how far is our glory shelter from here? Asked Lin Beifeng. It's your glory shelter. Han San laughed. Lin Beifeng was shocked. Son, are you joking? I came from Steel Armor Shelter, and it takes 2 weeks to return there. **T. I'm really in the range of another shelter. Lin Beifeng was very depressed. He had friends in Glory Shelter, and it was easy for him to buy flesh and beast souls. But it was likely that no one knew him at a different shelter, so even with money it would be hard to buy advanced flesh and beast souls. Hey, what did you do to the Mamo beasts? They are being so persistent. Han San looked down again and the Mamo beasts were still there, roaring and standing on their hind legs, trying to climb onto the stone platform. I was walking and got hungry, so I saw a young Mamo beast grazing and, said Lin Beifeng bitterly. It was unfortunate. It seems that we are trapped here for some time, so before they leave, let's be nice to each other. Han San laughed. Right, let's do that. Lin Beifeng smiled agreeably and approached Han San. San, I'm so thirsty. Can I drink from your water bag? 10,000 per cup, Han San said, narrowing his eyes. **T. What happened to being nice? Cried Lin Beifeng. You are paying, I'm selling. Isn't that nice? But your water is too expensive. It is even more expensive than water from Planet Snowspring. And 10,000 can buy a few bottles of that. It can't be water from Planet Snowspring that you have. Lin Beifeng glanced at Han Sen's water bag and said, although this is only water from a pool, we do not know how long we'll be trapped here. Water is life at this point, and we'll die within a week without water. And you think it's not worth it? Han Sen smiled. It's worth it, but my wallet was lost on the way. Could you give it to me on credit and I'll pay you double when we arrive at the shelter? Lin Beifeng said. We don't know each other, and you still owe me the life-saving fee. And now you want to get water on credit. You are making this so hard for me. Han Sen looked indecisive. Triple, no. Quadruple. Deal. Han Sen took out his own cup and poured Lin Beifeng a cup of water. Lin Beifeng drank the water in a gulp and gave the empty cup back 3 times for more water. That's it for today. I don't have much water and need to save. We still don't know when the Mamo beasts will leave. Hansen put the water bag away when Lin Beifeng asked the 4th time. San, you are so strong. So brave and so impressive that you are able to hunt alone deep in the mountains. What do you want? Han Sen rolled his eyes. Lin Beifeng approached Han San and said, San, my beast soul was completely destroyed on the way here. Now I feel so insecure with no beast soul on me. Do you have extra beast souls to sell? Speaking of beast souls, Han Sen had killed quite a few primitive beasts in recent days and had gained no beast soul. He might have used up his luck on the 2 sacred blood beast souls he got. No beast soul. Would you like some primitive meat jerky? Yes, of course. 10,000 per piece. Son, this is such a small piece. Trapped on the stone platform for 8 days, they still didn't feel like the Mamo beasts would ever leave. We cannot wait any longer. We must find a way out, Han Sen told Lin Beifeng solemnly. We still have some food and water. Let's wait. And maybe the herd is about to retreat. Lin Beifeng had a lingering fear about the Mamo beasts. We still have water and food, as well as physical strength. When we have used up everything, we would stand no chance, Han Sen said. But how is it even possible with such a herd? Lin Beifeng said bitterly. So we will have to climb up. Han Sen pointed to the cliff above. Lin Beifeng looked at the cliff standing straight into the clouds and suddenly shuddered. Are we capable of doing this? We have to. It beats waiting to die, and we don't have to climb over. If we could climb up a bit and find somewhere to stand, we could just walk around and go down on the other side of the cliff, Han Sen said. Son, I agree, Lin Beifeng quickly said. Great. We will start to climb now using the vines. Han Sen grabbed a vine, made sure it was tough enough and began climbing. Sen, you are so fit. You must have maxed out on mutant geno points. Lin Beifeng stopped climbing as he felt his arms hurting too much, while Han Sen was still climbing briskly. Hang in there. There is a rock sticking out up there, and we can go there and rest. Han Sen looked down at Lin Beifeng. Sen, I can't. Shall we just go back down? You stay here. I will go up first and then pull you up with the vine. Han Sen started to climb with all fours, and he was so fast it looked like he was walking on the ground, which stunned Lin Beifeng. It took a little while for Han Sen to reach the rock and use the vine to pull Lin Beifeng up. The rock was the size of a table. The two huddled on the rock and looked around. The cliff was so steep and there was no way to climb if it wasn't for the vines, which only covered a part of the cliff. Sen, let's stay here for 2 days and maybe the Mamo beasts will leave if they don't see us. The cliff is so steep and I'm not as fit as you. I really can't go up, Lin Beifeng said anxiously. Well, you just rest here and I'll go see if there is a way out. If there is, I'll come back for you. If not, then we could just wait for the Mamo beasts to leave, Han Sen said and got up to climb. Son, you will not abandon me? Lin Beifeng grabbed Han Sen's clothes like a little girl. Don't worry. How can I abandon you when you owe me so much money? Han Sen patted Lin Beifeng on the shoulder and climbed away. Because he had practiced ghost haunt, Han Sen was particularly good at climbing. As he was much stronger now, it wasn't too hard for him either. Han Sen climbed for a few hundred feet and still saw nothing but the cliff. The vines continued to go up, and he was wondering where their roots were. Han Sen felt a little tired and was thinking about going down. But with another look, he felt like there was a rock sticking out above him. I'll climb up to the rock above and have a look. If there is no way out, I'll just go down to eat and drink. Maybe we could outrun the Mamo beasts, Han Sen decided and kept climbing. The stone was farther and larger than Han Sen had imagined. It was half the size of a basketball court. When he got on the stone, Han Sen's eyes suddenly widened. On the stone was a nest made with tree limbs and vines. It looked like a huge swallow's nest, almost taking up a better half of the stone. An egg at least 3 feet tall lay in the nest. Wow, such a big egg. How big would the creature that laid it be? Han Sen shuddered. The creature was not here now, but he dared not think what would happen if it came back. Being big did not necessarily mean it was advanced. Mamo beasts were huge but merely primitive creatures. However, the ability to make a nest and lay an egg on the cliff proved the creature was no average creature. It could very likely be a sacred blood creature. If the egg belonged to a sacred blood creature, Han Sen would not want to miss it. After some hesitation, Han Sen approached the egg and cut a hole in the eggshell with the tip of his dagger. Fishing out a straw from his pocket, he stuck it in the hole and started sucking. Suddenly the sweet juice filled Han Sen's mouth. Sacred blood creature Stormbird's egg eaten. No sacred geno point gained. Although no sacred blood geno point was gained, the fact that the egg was indeed a sacred blood creature left Han Sen in joy. It was such a huge egg, with at most only 10 sacred geno points, that he was not surprised that he hadn't gained a point with just a mouthful. and he already had some sacred Geno points and couldn't have all 10 points, so he could only get 6 or 7 if he was lucky. But sacred Geno points were so hard to get that even just a few more would help. Han Sen was desperately sucking the liquid with the straw that he used to drink from his water bag when he was hiding from the creatures that he didn't have to move. It was unexpectedly handy as well for sucking the egg juice. The egg was so big that when Han Sen finally heard the cue that he was gaining 1 sacred Geno point, he was so full that he could drink no more. Han Sen pulled out the straw, and then sealed the hole with mud. Putting the straw back, he descended using the vine. "Sen, what took you so long? Is there a way out?" Seeing Han Sen coming from above, Lin Beifeng, who had been worried sick, asked immediately in a low voice so as not to alert the Mamo beasts below. "No. It is as steep as a mirror, and we have nowhere to go." Han Sen shook his head. "Then we have no option but to wait for the herd to leave," Lin Beifeng said disappointedly. "It's all right. We still have some food and water left." Han Sen was really taking his time now as he couldn't finish drinking the raw egg anytime soon, and he wouldn't leave before that. They huddled on the stone to spend the night, and the next morning Han Sen climbed up to eat more egg. He made sure there was no creature in the nest before he went up and broke the seal to drink from the egg. "Son, why are you climbing up again?" Lin Beifeng wondered when Han Sen came down. "There are sacred blood creatures above, and I was having a feast up there. Do you want to go together?" Han Sen laughed. "You can keep it." Lin Beifeng glanced at him and didn't believe a word he said. Even if there really were sacred blood creatures, Han Sen was more likely to be their food. Han Sen climbed up every day to steal some egg juice and never met a sacred blood creature returning to the nest. Han Sen thought the egg's parents might have been hunted already. But to be safe, every time he finished drinking from the egg, he would return to where Lin Beifeng was instead of staying inside the nest. Lin Beifeng just assumed that Han Sen was going up to find a way. When they had waited for 2 or 3 days, Lin Beifeng looked down, and with the fog he wasn't sure if the Mamo beasts had left. "Son, how about we go down a bit and check if they have left?" Lin Beifeng couldn't handle the heat during the day and coldness at night on the cliff anymore. "Let's wait for 2 more days to be safe. If they see us now and guard the place for another week, we will run out of food." Han Sen's Geno points were higher, so he had heard the Mamo beasts leaving the previous night. But he didn't want to go now, as he hadn't finished the egg. Lin Beifeng felt that made sense, so he held on. However, after 2 days, Lin Beifeng still saw Han Sen making his daily climb. The vines only covered a small part, and if Han Sen was just exploring the way, he should have done that already, so why did he keep climbing? "What is it?" Lin Beifeng wondered. Yet he still did not believe there could be sacred blood creatures. "Sen, why is it that you climb every day?" Lin Beifeng could not help but ask. "I told you there are sacred blood creatures, and I'm going up to eat," replied Han Sr. "Would you take me with you?" Lin Beifeng did not believe Han Sen's words but was very curious. "Okay." Hansen smiled, grabbed a vine and started climbing. Lin Beifeng followed him up, but he was so weak that he stopped halfway and asked, "Sen, I've got to stop. Where are you going?" "We are almost there. Wait here and I'll pull you up." Han Sen climbed up like a gecko. In a short while, Lin Beifeng saw a vine thrown from above. Tying himself to the vine, he borrowed Han Sen's strength and climbed. When he reached the stone, Lin Beifeng was stunned by the size of the egg. "My God, such a big egg. Is it sacred blood?" "Yes, this is a sacred blood creature's egg." Han Sen nodded. "Gee, it really is a sacred blood egg. Sen, you are amazing." Lin Beifeng was pleasantly surprised. He smashed the egg with a fist and wanted to drink. Stretching his tongue out and waiting, Lin Beifeng saw no egg juice flowing out and smashed a few times more, making a big hole in the eggshell. "Where is the egg juice?" Lin Beifeng looked blankly inside the hollow eggshell. "I drank it." Han Sen blinked. "You drank it?" Lin Beifeng looked at Han Sr. "A few days ago, I told you that and invited you to join me. I thought you didn't want to come." Han Sen spread out his hands. Lin Beifeng regretted so much that he was ready to kill himself right then. "Son, I had no way of knowing you were telling the truth. Who could have imagined a sacred blood egg on the cliff? If I knew, I would have come, even if I had broken all my limbs." Beifeng, don't worry. I'll inform you next time I find a sacred blood egg. Han San smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Son, next time such good things happen, you must remember to let me know. Money is not a problem, and I promise I will never say no to you again. Lin Beifeng was upset. I promise. Han San made such an effort to bring him up just to hear these words from him. People like Lin Beifeng made great customers. Lin Beifeng sighed for a while, smashed the eggshell and carried it with him. He wanted to see if he could boil some sacred Geno points from it. Not in 100 years, Han San chuckled to himself. When they got to the bottom of the cliff, the Mamo beasts had left already, so the two went back to steel armor shelter. When they were about to arrive, Hen Sen smiled and said to Lin Beifeng, Beifeng, my reputation is not that great here, so I won't go in with you. I'll see you around. Lin Beifeng quickly said, San, what do you take me for? We have been through death together, and I'll kill whoever is disrespectful to you. It's fine. I have to go and want no trouble. Just enter alone. Han Sen would not believe someone as glib as him, so he waved goodbye and entered the shelter first. The Stormbird egg added 5 more sacred Geno points to Han San, which were fewer than he had expected, but it was a surprise in itself, so it was still great. Now Han San had 18 sacred Geno points. It was a shame that he didn't get a beast soul from it, but it was quite normal, since killing 10 creatures wouldn't even guarantee a beast soul. Han San just got lucky previously. Han San happily returned to his room, and was teleported out of God's sanctuary. Before he left the station, a slim figure blocked his way. Station master. Such a coincidence. Han San groaned inwardly. He had totally forgot about his discord with Qin Xian. Come with me, Qin Xian said coldly, walking toward the combat room. She was upset that Han Sen had been able to hit her last time and wanted to kick his ass before she could let it go. I'll just fight her. She's just a woman after all, Han Sen whispered to himself. Han Sen knew that Qin Xian would not leave him alone no matter how he restrained himself, so he would no longer do that. He had almost mastered Ghost Haunt, and it would be great for him to practice it on her. When Han San stood in front of Qin Xian in a combat suit, she didn't spare any effort and kicked him with a leg sweep. For Han Sen, who was good at sneak attacks, as long as he had no chance to sneak up, he was doomed to lose. Hence Qin Xian hit first and didn't give Han Sen any chance. But she had still committed a great mistake. She still didn't take Han Sen seriously enough, and did not regard him as an opponent. All she wanted to do was to kick his ass. That's why she didn't use even half her strength. In her mind, he was still the ignorant ass freak, a rookie who could be bullied by anyone in the shelter. Qin Xian did not really want to harm Han Sen, so she wasn't hitting hard. But what she didn't know was that Han Sen now had 18 sacred Geno points and was practicing Jade Skin. Although not as fit as her, the gap between them was not so big either. Seeing her leg sweep, Han Sen moved to a spot where Qin Xian couldn't reach and twisted her leg with his arms. She immediately lost balance and fell to the ground. Han Sen immediately pressed himself against her and locked her limbs down. Qin Xian hadn't expected such nifty moves from him, and when she realized her mistake, she was trapped and couldn't wriggle free. Feeling anger and shame, she struggled and failed because of the clever techniques of Ghost Haunt. If she struggled with all her strength, her arms would be dislocated or even broken. Trapped by Han Sen, she blushed and still couldn't believe Han Sen had taken her with the first move. She wanted to teach him a lesson, and everything went wrong. Station master, did I win? Han Sen was secretly pleased. I did not expect old devil's teaching to work. I even beat Qin Xian. You will never win. Qin Xian raged and refused to throw in the towel. If it was anyone else it might be fine. But for this despicable-ass freak, she would not bow her head. Qin Xian roared and shapeshifted into a golden lion taller than a man. Han Sen was thrown off her instantaneously, and the lion swooped down at him. Foul! We have agreed not to use any beast souls, Han Sen quickly shouted. Qin Xian paused as her lion paw was about to hit him. She did promise last time that she wouldn't use beast souls. But under the circumstances she had completely forgotten about it. Alright, no beast souls. Qin Xian secretly blushed, took back her beast soul and launched an attack with her fist. Han-san still hadn't completely mastered Ghost Haunt, and his fitness and experience fell short compared to Qin Xian. Although he resisted over 20 movements from her, he was still beat. Qin Xian did not say anything and turned away. In fact, she felt ashamed because if she hadn't used her beast soul, she couldn't have gotten rid of Han Senator, so she had already lost at that moment. I'm still not strong enough. My Geno points and fighting skills were not even close to hers. Han San knew that he couldn't have caught up with the best in steel armor shelter in such a short amount of time, while he was still a little disappointed that he couldn't even take 30 movements from her. Qin Xian was still blushing after a shower. She was truly abashed that she was put in such a tough situation by Ass Freak. Something is wrong. Although his wrestling skills were not bad, he couldn't have locked me down without great fitness. How did he gain so many Geno points? Thought Qin Xian suddenly. She quickly called out the data collected in Han Sen's combat suit. Qin Xian clenched her lips and cursed bitterly. That bastard. He must have maxed out on his mutant Geno points already. He was just playing weak to make me underestimate him. Ass Freak, I'll never make peace with you. From then on, every time Han San passed the teleport station, Qin Xian would always call him into the combat room. Han Sen was glad to oblige. Wrestling skills such as Ghost Haunt really need much practice, and with a training partner as good as Qin Xian, he could not really hone his techniques. Some pain was nothing compared to his gain. If it was not for Qin Xian, Han Sen could only practice when risking his life, which was far more dangerous than his fights with her. Of course, Han Sen was careful so that she didn't notice he was using her. Each time he would get on her nerves on purpose so that she would keep calling him to the combat room. Qin Xian picked on Han San many times but still didn't get over it. Every time she saw his smiling face, she would get mad and have an urge to beat him up. It almost became a habit of hers. The copper-toothed beast fed by Han Sen had become purple in color and bigger in size 2 months after it had become a mutant creature. Whether I could keep rising in the world all depends on you. Please become a sacred creature soon. Han Sen looked at the purple color of its skin and thought it was about time. Judging from the situation, it would take about 3 months for a mutant creature to evolve into a sacred blood creature. This period was neither too long nor too short. It was almost impossible for most people to hunt a sacred blood creature in just 3 months. Even Qin Xian might not have been able to hunt a sacred blood creature for a year. Now with this black crystal, Han San could have an entire sacred blood creature to his own every 3 months, which was simply incredible. Just give me enough time and I could easily evolve with all 4 types of Geno points maxed out. By then I will gain the title of Sacred Blood Aristocrat for sure. Han Sen was getting excited. He did not see Qin Xian at the teleport station on his way home. She could be either tired of this game or simply busy. Outside the station he saw a girl standing at the roadside and stopped walking. It was Xuexi, the girl who grew up with Zhang Danfeng and him. Xuexi was from a single-parent family, and her mother had raised her by working at Han Sen's father's company. With no one to babysit her, her mother had often brought her to work, and she had always played with Zhang Danfeng and Han Senator later. Han Sen heard that Xuexi's father was still alive and found her mother in her. After his dad's incident, Han Sen didn't have the energy to learn more about her family. But he did hear that she was an illegitimate daughter, and her father only took her back after his wife passed away. Soon, Xuexi also saw Han Sen and exclaimed, "Why are you here?" asked Han Sen, puzzled. "Sen, I'm over 16 and can enter God's sanctuary now," Xuexi chuckled and said. "So fast?" Han Sen was startled. In his mind, Xuexi was a little girl, and now she could even enter God's sanctuary. "I'm only a few months younger than you. Don't think of me as a child," Xuexi said discontentedly. "Indeed. How time flies." Han Sen looked at her well-developed body and smiled. She was no longer a little girl. Xuexi blushed as Han Xian looked at her. When she was about to say something, there was a roar of an engine, and they saw a well-dressed young man coming down from a private aircraft parked on the roadside. The young man was about 20 years old, and that private aircraft alone was worth more than 10 million. "Sister, I said earlier to use our private teleport equipment. It's just inevitable that we should meet some annoying people at a teleport station. The young people did not even look at Han-san and went straight to Xueshi. Brother, he is my childhood friend, Xueshi quickly explained. Well, we should go back. The young man ignored her explanation, took her hand and led her on the aircraft. Son, I'll come back, Xueshi said to Han-san softly before she went. The young people returned to warn Han-san. People like you aren't worthy to be her friend. Leave her alone or you'll be sorry. Are you talking to me? Han-san glanced at him. You don't believe what I said? The young man suddenly stepped forward and quickly hit Han-san's lower abdomen with a knee. He was very close to Han-san and he was incredibly fast. His knee suddenly came toward Han-Senator. Han-san looked calm, but secretly sneered. Nothing is better for wrestling than ghost hunt. Even Qin Xian dares not let me get close now. Leaning to one side, Han-sen avoided his knee and stuck a leg behind his leg on the ground. Han-sen's also clamped the young man's neck and pulled hard. Bang! The young man suddenly lost his balance and fell to the floor. Lying on the ground, he looked at Han-sen in shock and forgot to get up. He didn't expect his hit would be in vain, and couldn't believe he was pulled down by Han Senior-san. What happened? Seeing things going wrong, Xueshi ran down from the aircraft and quickly helped the young man up. Nothing, just a ritual between men. It is late and I need to go. Let's eat together sometime. Hansen smiled, waved goodbye and went to the train station. Brother, you alright? Xueshi asked the young man. Interesting, really interesting. The young man watched Han-sen leaving with a strange smile. Seeing the young man smiling, Xueshi was suddenly anxious. Brother, don't pick on him. He didn't mean it. He could make me fall even when he didn't mean it. If he meant it, then would I, Fang Jingqi, be skilled? He said with his eyes narrowed. Brother, that's not what I meant. Xueshi panicked and did not know how to explain. No worries, sister. As he said, it was a ritual between men and I shall return the favor. Fang Jingqi stared frantically in the direction where Han-san went. In a few days, please invite him to dinner at home. What? Xueshi looked at Fang Jingqi and could not believe her own ears. Han-san didn't go far to hunt these days. He was on his own, so unless he went somewhere no one would go, it wasn't likely he could find mutant or sacred blood creatures before the gangs of Qin Xian, Son of Heaven or Fist Guy did. Han-san went on the Skynet and logged into a forum called Polar Night, whose members were people from different planets currently struggling in God's sanctuary. Here, people from the same shelter could exchange information and needs. Although the Alliance had a similar official site, it was much easier for people to go on Polar Night because all you needed was a username. On the official site, you'd need to register with your real identity. Not wanting anyone to know his identity, Han-sen went to the section of steel armor shelter, where there were a lot of posts, roughly 1,000 or more per day. He went through the postings, most of which were buying or selling information, and then there was some recruiting information. For example, the rich would spend money to hire some from the same shelter to be their child to protect or help the child. Recently, Han-sen's luck had been poor. Not only couldn't he find any mutual creatures or sacred blood creatures, he also failed to gain any beast souls. So, he decided to work for money. Han-sen browsed for a while and saw a job posting that paid well. He was surprised to see it was Lin Beifeng who posted it. Han-sen hadn't seen him since the last time they met. It was unexpected that he had also posted in steel armor shelter. Lin Beifeng was not only recruiting good men, but also making offers for beast souls and mutant creature flesh. He wanted all the good things and was willing to pay for them. People who answered his thread were mainly just onlookers. After all, the demands for mutant creature flesh and beast souls were so high that no one would sell easily. Han-sen browsed a while and turned to other threads, and soon he found a satisfactory job. There were several young people who had just entered God's sanctuary hiring a skilled hunter to help them kill primitive creatures. The requirement was to be able to deal with 10 primitive creatures and protect them at the same time, alone. In a word, this was a babysitting job. Watching these rookies fight primitive creatures and save them when they encountered danger. This job was not difficult but quite troublesome. Generally speaking, the experienced would not take such a job. But these young men were paying well, 10,000 to protect them each day, and one contract was for at least half a month. Han-san sent a text message to the number they had left and didn't leave voicemail or send an image of himself. He didn't want his personal information to leak out, and that was why he had chosen Polar Night. He could have gone to the official site where everything was regulated and protected by law, but he would need to sign the contract with his real identity. After a while he received a reply, which said they had to see how well he could fight before deciding to hire him. Han-sen had no problem with that and agreed to meet at a certain time and place in steel armor shelter. After agreeing to meet, Han-sen did not close the window but continued to browse the trading section. After his bronze crescent spear was destroyed, he had wanted to hunt himself a weapon beast soul, but he had had no luck with a beast soul at all. Han-sen wasn't trying to buy a weapon beast soul but a man-made alloy bow and arrow. Alpha alloy weapons could now easily kill primitive beasts, but not mutant creatures. They were not cheap either, and normally even more expensive than primitive beast souls. Han-san could use most of the weapons, but he had worked hard on archery since he had planned to hunt alone at a distance before he entered God's sanctuary. But he overlooked something. He couldn't afford any good bow and arrows, and without those, he couldn't even pierce the skin of any creature. Now he had earned some money and it would be possible for him to purchase an alloy bow and arrows. And he wanted to start hunting with archery. It was, after all, both a safe and powerful way of hunting. The most important thing was that, in God's sanctuary, only the one who launched the last hit had the chance to gain the beast's soul. And archery must be among the top 3 methods when it came to the potential windfall. Archery required special training, so most people preferred swords and knives. There weren't many posts about selling a bow and arrows. Han-sen was trying to save money, so he wanted to buy some second-hand goods. The alpha alloy bows all cost more than $1 million, which was too expensive for him. The silver lining was that due to the unpopularity of archery, there were not many competing buyers either. Han-sen noticed a post from 7 days ago written by someone who was about to go to the second god's sanctuary and planned to sell all his belongings. All the stuff was sold except for an alloy bow and 6 alloy arrows. A bow from the Black Vader series and arrows from the Saber series. Han-sen had practiced archery for a while and carefully studied all types of bows and arrows. To make weapons, the alloy didn't necessarily need to be the stiffest because if it was too stiff, the edge could chip. However, stiff alloy didn't wear out easily. Bows and arrows were no exceptions. There were 3 types alloy used in a Black Vader bow. 2 were mixed to make the bow itself in order to guarantee its flexibility and stiffness at the same time. And the alloy used in making the string was even more special, its manufacturing methods monopolized by a few interstellar metal production companies. The Black Vader series was a classic series of alloy bows, and the prices were overwhelming. The cheapest one, Wanderer's Bow, cost $2 million with no arrows or quiver included in the price. The bow for sale in the post was Doomsday in the Black Vader series, which cost $6,680,000 in the store. Its farthest range could reach 2,400 feet. Using this bow, saber arrows could pierce steel armor and the skin of most primitive creatures from more than 900 feet away. However, one would need to have a 7.0 strength rating to draw the string of Doomsday. Normally only those who had maxed out on mutant geno points could reach a 7.0 strength rating, and this requirement was only to draw the string. Unless you could kill with only 1 shot every time so that you didn't need a second draw, you would need a rating of more than 8.0 to use the bow. Generally, if one had maxed out on original, primitive and mutant geno points, one's strength rating would reach 10.0, but many would choose to complete evolution and go to second god's sanctuary before their rating reached 8.0. No wonder no one would buy this bow. Those with the ability to use the bow wouldn't care about such a small amount of money and try to save with a second-hand weapon. Those who couldn't use it wouldn't bother to buy it either. Han-sen sent the poster a message and offered $1 million for the bow and arrows, which altogether would probably cost more than $7 million at a store. He had only kept 2 out of the $6 million he earned from selling the golden axe and gave the rest to his mother. Having spent $1 million learning Ghost Hunt, he wasn't sure if he could purchase the bow and arrows with just $1 million. The poster didn't reply. He was either offline or didn't want to dignify his offer with a response. Han-sen waited for more than half an hour and almost lost hope. He checked other posts and found nothing. Well, some cheap stuff will have to do for now. Maybe I can get an arrow beast soul in a few days. Hansen comforted himself and went into the shower. When he was back in front of the screen, he found the poster had sent a message to him, which only contained a web page of a well-known trading site, where the price was marked as 1 million. Hansen almost jumped with joy and paid for the items after confirmation. Soon the item was shipped, and would reach planet Roka the next day. God's Sanctuary could be used as a transfer station for transporting goods produced in the Alliance, so many transactions between different planets were completed this way, and it was also much faster than interstellar spaceship. The next morning, Hansen got a package from a robot postman. After signing for it, he couldn't wait to open it. The black and purple metal bow had a bowstring like a silver line. Holding the bow in his hands, Hansen immediately felt powerful. The bow was also carefully kept and looked almost like new except for a small scratch. 6 brand new saber alloy arrows were gleaming with a cold shine. To Hansen's surprise, they even came with a matching quiver. It was used, but there was no damage. A bow in my hand, the world is mine. I won't have to risk approaching it the next time I steal a sacred blood creature from Son of Heaven. Hansen stroked the bow and laughed. With no shooting range nearby, Hansen could only try to draw the string a few times. It was indeed quite heavy. Even with his strength, he could only draw a dozen times before his arms started to ache. Not bad. Hansen was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't tested his strength recently, but his rating must be more than 8.0 now, or else he couldn't have used this bow so well. Hansen went to a weapon shop nearby and bought 20 thunder arrows and 20 skyfall arrows. The quiver that could hold 50 arrows still looked a little empty, even with the arrows in it. Although these arrows had impressive names, they were in fact cheap. Each thunder arrow only cost 1,000, and only the arrowhead was made of alloy. It was too stiff and would chip easily on bones or shells. Skyfall arrows were even cheaper, 100 each. They looked like saber arrows but didn't function that well. Hansen only bought skyfall arrows to practice with, as thunder arrows were too easy to break and the 6 saber arrows were too expensive to be used for practicing. Hansen played with his new bow Doomsday for quite a while and fell in love with it. When it was almost time for him to meet his young clients, Hansen took his bow and arrows and entered God's Sanctuary. When he arrived where they were supposed to meet, he saw dozens of people surrounding several young men in biological armor, and realized that he wasn't the only candidate. Walking around to earn 10,000 easy dollars per day seemed to be a great deal for many. After all, a primitive creature was only worth several hundred, and it also took energy to hunt and move the dead creature around. Hansen frowned at the crowd and was ready to turn away. He just wanted to find an easy job to earn some money. With such competition, he'd rather look for another job. When he was ready to leave, Han Hao and a few people came together. It looked like they were also coming for the young men. Well, asked Freak himself here, looking sharp with the bow and arrows. Did you come to protect the masters as well? A young man next to Han Hao ridiculed him, with a tone of exaggeration. His remark got the attention of the crowd, as Freak was well known in steel armor shelter. People suddenly started to heckle Han Sr. as Freak. Who do you think you are? Asked Freak. Can you even beat the original creatures? It's more likely that the young masters will need to protect him. Freak was so infamous that a torrent of scornful abuse was lavished on him. The young men who were paying came to them, and one of them with harsh, angular features curiously looked at Hansen and said, "You are the legendary Freak?" Yes, Hansen answered casually. He did not think it was a bad thing because in the entire steel armor shelter, he was the only one who had ever stabbed Qin Xian in the butt. This was a kind of achievement in a sense. The young man was obviously curious about Han Senator. Suddenly he said, "You are also here for the job?" Hansen nodded. "If you don't like the idea, I can go right now." "No, if you do not have any questions, we can sign the contract right here," the young man quickly said. A roar went up in the crowd as they heard the young man's decision. Even the young man's friends looked surprised. They pulled the young man to the side and said, "Yuan, that's Freak. What are you going to do with him?" "That's right, Yuan. If we are in danger, he will probably run even faster than us. It's just a waste of money." I've hired him and you can choose the rest. The young man named Yuan insisted and signed the contract with Han's senator. The others didn't say much after that, and selected several more candidates who looked experienced. Han Hao showed them his mutant beast soul weapon and was chosen. The two coming with Han Hao showed some skill and got the job as well. As Freak, you got lucky thanks to your young master's kindness and curiosity, Lu Feng, one of the two, said when walking past Han Sr. My luck has always been good, Han Sun said faintly. The clients had selected 10 experienced men to protect them in hunting primitive creatures. With such a team they could even hunt primitive creatures by herd. Those who had been hired were in a good mood and tried to flatter the clients all the time. They clearly understood the background of these young men who were paying them. The clients actually had very good fighting skills, and they must have graduated from posh schools. Although they had just entered God's sanctuary, their fitness and skills were much better than Han Sen's when he had just arrived. They were only lacking the experience of hunting. When the clients were hunting primitive creatures, Han Sen was just practicing archery on the side. Initially he had chosen to practice archery because it was less demanding than other weapons. He was unlikely to be able to learn advanced techniques of sword or knife fighting in the public education system, while all he needed for archery was accuracy. Han Sun was still getting to know the performance and characteristics of Doomsday, so he had selected some of the trees nearby as his targets to practice on. As Freak, you are just taking up space. Why are you shooting in vain and ignoring our clients? Lu Feng was confused by Han Sen's behavior, and looked at his shots contemptuously. You can't even shoot something within 60 feet. Han Sen did not look at Lu Feng or reply to him. He was just trying the arrow and did not focus on one target, and that was why his shots looked messy. Just let him be. It was just a charity act. Our clients didn't expect him to help at all. Other hired hands laughed. That is true. Just be grateful, ass Freak. Lu Feng spit and joined the rest. Do not say you know me. Han Hao found a chance to whisper to Han Sen and went back to laugh with his friends. The clients were making incredible progress. In the beginning, they needed some assistance, while they soon became better and could hunt some rather vicious primitive creatures one-on-one. Indeed, posh schools had great teaching outcomes. Those who were in integrated compulsory education wouldn't dare to hunt primitive creatures alone with no previous experience. It went so well that everyone lost their vigilance. When the clients were hunting 3 primitive spotted beasts, one of the beasts played dead and attacked a young client when he approached it. Han Hao and others didn't expect this, and the spotted beast was too close to the client for them to rescue him. In an instant, the claws of the spotted beast were on the delicate neck of the young man. The young client was horrified, regretting that he wasn't wearing his alloy helmet. But it was too late for that. Everyone watching screamed in horror. Whoosh! An arrow flew by the client's face and hit the spotted beast in the left eye. The beast whimpered and fell to the ground. Han Hao and the rest swarmed to the spotted beast and cut its corpse into pieces. As Freak, why did you shoot the arrow? You almost hurt Qing. Lu Feng turned around and scolded Han Senator. Other people all followed him. Criticizing Han Senator, they were secretly ashamed, but instead of self-reflection they chose to blame Han Senator. In their view, Han Sen just shot the beast by pure luck, because As Freak could never be so good at anything. Get lost! Yuan suddenly shouted with a dark face. Did you hear that, Ass Freak? Yuan just asked you to go, cried Lu Feng. I'm letting you go. Yuan stared at Lu Feng coldly. I paid you to protect us, and what did you do when Qing was in danger? Nothing. And you even tried to blame the only person who did his job. All of you get lost, and I don't want to see you again. Yuan, you can let us go, but according to our contract this is a breach. You will have to pay us the rest of the money, sneered Lu Feng. Just go. Yuan threw a few stacks of money at them and didn't look at them again. Lu Feng and the rest picked up the money. Although they were angry, they didn't dare to harm the clients because they knew who these young clients were. They gazed at Han San and said, Misters, we are far from the shelter, so please be careful, as you are trusting someone unreliable. He is 100 times more reliable than you, Yuan replied. The hired ones didn't dare to express their anger in front of Yuan, so they just left. As your arrow was so powerful, commended Qing after the rest were chased away. He didn't want to call Han Sen ass freak but awkwardly discovered that he didn't know his name. His rating must have reached 7.0 to use Doomsday. Of course it was powerful, said Yuan. 7.0? But they said that he. Qing and the other clients looked at Han Sen and his bow, unconvinced. After all, the story of Ass Freak was so well known that even they knew about it. I mean at least 7.0. He shot so many arrows in practice, and if his strength hadn't reached 8.0, it would certainly not be so easy for him, Yuan said, looking at Han Senior 8.0. They were even more surprised and kept looking at Han Sen as if they hadn't seen him before. Anyone with an 8.0 rating would be rather advanced in First God's Sanctuary, so they couldn't believe Ass Freak would be so strong. Let me try your bow? One client still didn't believe Yuan's words. Han Sen smiled and handed Doomsday to him. The young client held it with both hands and tried to pull the string, but the string didn't even move. He tried a few times more and still failed to draw the string. Although they graduated from top schools and had practiced hyper-geno arts as kids, their bodies hadn't been modified by geno points, so their strength could reach 3.5 at best, which was far below the requirement to use Doomsday. You are so weak. Let me. Another client could not stand to watch and grabbed the bow. He too had failed after a few tries. Everyone gave it a shot except for Yuan, and none could draw the string. Only then had they felt impressed by Han Senator. Archery was practiced by very few people, and required a lot of effort. So most people didn't know much about bows and arrows, let alone how good Doomsday was. For example, Han Hao and his friends had no idea that Han Sen's bow was worth millions. Or they wouldn't have ridiculed him like that. The client stopped underestimating Han Sen. Not least because Han Sen also had saved Qing's life. They asked his name and called him San from then on. After all, God's Sanctuary was a world where only the strong were respected, and Han Sen's archery and strength were truly impressive. San, would you show us real archery skills? Qing proposed. All the other clients looked at Han Sen with great anticipation. My archery skills are just ordinary, Hansen laughed. Don't be modest. When one is being too modest, one is actually proud, Qing said. Okay, I will try to shoot then. Han Sen also itched to exercise his skills. Since he received Doomsday, he hadn't tested its limits yet. The clients were overjoyed. Han Sen looked around and walked to a hillside. He aimed at something and slowly drew a saber arrow. As he drew the string, blue and swollen veins popped on his arms. The arrow left the string in the blink of an eye and disappeared in the woods. Did he miss? Qing and others didn't hear any prey being hit and thought he had missed. It is too far away. The woods must be at least 400 yards from here. It is understandable to miss, said Qing. Come on, let's go and find out. Han Sen said and walked down the hill into the woods. The clients followed with suspicion. 100 meters into the woods, they saw a spotted beast nailed on a tree with an arrow through its head. No wonder we did not hear a thing. The arrow directly destroyed the nerves of the spotted beast, and it didn't even have time to shriek. Everyone was so impressed. It was at least 400 yards from where Han Sen had been standing, and the beast was killed with just one shot. Han Sen's archery must be among the best in First God's Sanctuary. After that, all the clients worshipped Hansen and did everything he said. Han Sen protected them for half a month and received 150,000 in cash. The clients wanted to sign a long-term contract with Han Sen, but he declined. He was only short of money at the moment. In the long run, he still needed to focus on his own evolution. Han Sen returned to Steel Armor Shelter alone, and was stopped by those who had been chased away by Yuan at the gate. These men were led by Lu Feng, and Han Hao was also among them. Ass Freak, you have really pissed me off. How can you make it up to me? Asked Lu Feng, cracking his knuckles while slowly approaching Han Sr. A crowd of spectators started to gather. They were used to seeing Han Sen getting bullied. How do you want me to compensate you? Said Han Sen calmly, watching Lu Feng approaching him. Let me kick your ass, Lu Feng said, throwing a punch at Han Sen's face. Lu Feng's punch was fierce and fast. If Han Sen was hit, his nose would be smashed. When everyone was thinking that he would suffer, Han Sen leaned his body and dodged the punch. Meanwhile, He tripped Lu Feng with his leg and made him fall on his face. Lu Feng fell so hard that his nose was bleeding and his eyes were watering. Burning with anger, he drew his alpha alloy broadsword from the sheath and slashed it toward Han Sr. Little scum! How dare you resist? I'll kill you! Han Hao had mixed feelings watching this. Although he despised Han Sen was still his cousin, and Han Hao felt terrible watching him being bullied and perhaps getting killed. But if he helped Han Sen and people knew him to be the cousin of Ass Freak, how could he stay at Steel Armor Shelter? Having hesitated for a while, Han Hao turned his face to the side, deliberately avoid seeing Han. Senator Han Hao thought that he would immediately hear Han Sen's screams, but the screams he heard were not from Han San, but from Lu Feng. Han Hao quickly turned to see what had happened and couldn't believe his own eyes. Lu Feng's alpha alloy broadsword was now in Han Sen's hand and Lu Feng himself was pinned to the ground with his arm twisted behind himself, screaming while too scared to struggle. Han Hao did not see how it happened, but others all saw clearly. They were so surprised that they stood there with their mouths wide open. When Lu Feng slashed his broadsword at Han San, everyone thought Ass Freak was doomed. But as soon as Lu Feng wielded the alpha alloy broadsword, Han Sen grabbed his hand and twisted, bringing Lu Feng to his knees. Han San then knocked his back with a knee and held him down to the floor. No one could believe that Ass Freak would have such fine movements and were all in a daze. There was no sound except for Lu Feng's screams. What are you doing? Kill this bastard. Ouch! Lu Feng shouted to the onlookers while screaming. Crack! His arm was broken by Han San before he could even finish the sentence. Covered in cold sweat, Lu Feng was deathly pale. Lu Feng's friends saw this and rushed to Han San, raising their weapons. Han Sen was still holding Lu Feng's alpha alloy broadsword in his hand, and used it to block the first alloy weapon swung at him. To his surprise, the weapon was cut in half by Lu Feng's broadsword instantaneously. This dumbass had a really nice alpha alloy broadsword. It's at least worth 1 or 2 million, Han San thought and decided not to give it back. In a short while, all the other weapons were cut off by Han San, and their owners were scared off. No one dared to attack Han Sen anymore. Han Hao was stunned, almost thinking he was in a dream. Lu Feng had a strength rating of 6.7 and a nice weapon, so he enjoyed quite a lot of attention in Steel Armor Shelter. Although Han Hao had a mutant beast soul weapon, he knew he could not match Lu Feng. All of a sudden, Lu Feng became the one lying on the floor without his weapon, while Han San became the winner. The change was so drastic that Han Hao couldn't process it. Hadn't he been isolated by both Qin Xian and Son of Heaven since he entered the shelter? Didn't he fail to hunt even a primitive creature? Didn't he? Han Hao looked at Han Sen blankly, with a variety of complex emotions entangled in his mind. Han San did not continue the fight with the rest, but went back to take Lu Feng's sheath away, hung the sheath on his own belt, and returned his new broadsword to his new sheath. The next time you want compensation, just come to me, said Han San as he strode toward the gate of Steel Armor Shelter. The onlookers all looked at him as if it was the first time they saw him. Stop! Someone approached riding a beast soul mount when Han Sen was about to enter the gate. It was Luo Tianyang, Son of Heaven's henchman. Luo, Ass Freak broke my arm and seized my broadsword. You have to avenge me, shouted Lu Feng in delight at the sight of Luo Tianyang. Douchebag. Luo Tianyang first glanced at Lu Feng and then at Han Sr. I was wondering who was so daring to hurt my guy. So it was you, scum. Luo Tianyang took out his alloy whip and whacked it at Han. Senator Han San paused and wielded his broadsword at the whip. When the two weapons collided, Han Sen and Luo Tianyang both shuddered. Luo Tianyang suddenly shouted, How come you have such strength? Luo Tianyang's own strength rating had reached 9.6. Although with this whack he did not use all his strength, Han San must have had at least an 8.0 rating to be able to block his whip, which he could not believe. Chapter 38, This person must die. Luo Tianyang suddenly had an urge to kill Han San and was about to raise his whip again. When he looked at Han San, however, he stopped and his whole body became tense. Han San had put away the broadsword and held Doomsday in his hands. Drawing the string to the fullest, he pointed the arrowhead at Luo Tianyang. Although Luo Tianyang did not recognize Doomsday, Thanks to his rich experience of fighting, he could smell danger from Han San and his bow and stayed completely still. The two were into a deadlock. Luo Tianyong did not dare to move, and Han Sen did not have the confidence to kill Luo Tianyong with only one shot. Even time seemed to stand still. The onlookers were completely shocked. When Han Sen beat Lu Feng and his friends, they simply couldn't believe it, and now he was even well matched with Luo Tianyong. Luo Tianyong was one of Son of Heaven's henchmen. His strength rating was near 10-0, and even he didn't dare to move with Han Sen's arrow pointed at him. Anyone with a strength rating of more than 9-0 would be among the top 100 in steel armor shelter, where there were more than 100,000 people. That someone like this could be scared by Han Sen was an overwhelming fact to all. No one knew how Han Sen could gain such strength when isolated by both Qin Xian and Son of Heaven. Han Sen, put down your bow, said Qin Xian, leading her gang, who were all riding beast soul mounts. Han Sen put away his bow and arrow. His strength was still weaker than Luo Tianyong, and Han Sen was not sure if he could shoot his opponent when Luo had his guard up. Keeping the posture was consuming his energy very fast, and the deadlock was not good for Han Sen. Miss Qin, I'll kill this bastard for you, said Luo Tianyong, whipping at Han Sen, who had already disarmed himself. Han Sen seemed to be prepared for this and was about to block the whip with Doomsday. Before he acted, a beast soul bronze sword was thrown over and hit the whip. The strength of the throw was so fierce that the whip fell from Luo Tianyong's hand. I will discipline my guy, and you can mind your own business. Qin Xian looked at Luo Tianyong coldly and summoned back her sword before she rode into the shelter. Follow me. Qin Xian turned back and commanded Han San. Han San quickly caught up with her and followed her gang into the shelter. The entire steel armor shelter was suddenly in an uproar. As Freak beat Lu Feng and his friends, was well matched against Luo Tianyong and was, most importantly, declared by Qin Xian to be her guy. All the news had driven everyone mad. No one understood what had happened. It was all guesswork. Did they develop a love affair from the stab? I have to learn from Ass Freak and stab a beautiful and capable woman in the ass. Maybe I can become rich and powerful. Qin Xian looks so serious, but she is actually a flirt. Rumors spread across the entire steel armor shelter, and Han Sen was once again put under the spotlight. However, Han Sen's strength was not really the focus. People cared more about whether he was Qin Xian's boy toy. Even Qin Xian's gang would look at Han Sen weirdly. You know archery? Asked Qin Xian after she called Han Sen to a hall. I used to practice, Han Sen shrugged. You can use Doomsday, so you must have worked hard on it, said Qin Xian matter-of-factly. You can join Bullseye and follow me in the future. No, Han Sen refused. Qin Xian bit her lips and said snappily, you just offended Luo Tianyong. Without my protection, do you suppose he'd let you live? Thank you for your kindness, but I will deal with it myself, Han Sen said indifferently. You should have known who I am. My men are more or less related to the military, and Bullseye belongs to me. Follow me and you will gain great advantages when applying for military schools. Qin Xian suppressed her anger and said to Han Sen, I never wanted to go to a military school. Han Sen knew that he could apply to a military school for further education after he finished integrated compulsory education. However, all military schools had high requirements of fitness. If one's fitness index was below 10 before the first evolution, one had no chance at military schools. For Han Sen to reach 10 in the fitness index was not hard, but he wasn't interested in going to school at all. He'd rather put more effort into hunting. Exasperated, Qin Xian said, without education from military school and an aristocratic title, you could only be an ordinary soldier when you are of age to serve. Only through a military school can you become something in the army. At least by then you wouldn't have been sacrificed. This person must die. Luo Tianyong suddenly had an urge to kill Han Sen and was about to raise his whip again. When he looked at Han Sen, however, he stopped and his whole body became tense. Han Sen had put away the broadsword and held Doomsday in his hands. Drawing the string to the fullest, he pointed the arrowhead at Luo Tianyong. Although Luo Tianyong did not recognize Doomsday, thanks to his rich experience of fighting, he could smell danger from Han Sen and his bow and stayed completely still. The two were into a deadlock. Luo Tianyong did not dare to move, and Han Sen did not have the confidence to kill Luo Tianyong with only one shot. Even time seemed to stand still. The onlookers were completely shocked. When Han Sen beat Lu Feng and his friends, they simply couldn't believe it, and now he was even well matched with Luo Tianyang. Luo Tianyang was one of Son of Heaven's henchmen. His strength rating was near 10-0, and even he didn't dare to move with Han Sen's arrow pointed at him. Anyone with a strength rating of more than 9-0 would be among the top 100 in steel armor shelter, where there were more than 100,000 people. That someone like this could be scared by Han Sen was an overwhelming fact to all. No one knew how Han Sen could gain such strength when isolated by both Qin Xian and Son of Heaven. Han Sen, put down your bow, said Qin Xian, leading her gang, who were all riding beast soul mounts. Han Sen put away his bow and arrow. His strength was still weaker than Luo Tianyang, and Han Sen was not sure if he could shoot his opponent when Luo had his guard up. Keeping the posture was consuming his energy very fast, and the deadlock was not good for Han Sen. Miss Qin, I'll kill this bastard for you, said Luo Tianyang, whipping at Han Sen, who had already disarmed himself. Han Sen seemed to be prepared for this and was about to block the whip with Doomsday. Before he acted, a beast soul bronze sword was thrown over and hit the whip. The strength of the throw was so fierce that the whip fell from Luo Tianyang's hand. I will discipline my guy, and you can mind your own business. Qin Xian looked at Luo Tianyang coldly, and summoned back her sword before she rode into the shelter. Follow me. Qin Xian turned back and commanded Han Sen. Han Sen quickly caught up with her and followed her gang into the shelter. The entire steel armor shelter was suddenly in an uproar. As Freak beat Lu Feng and his friends, was well matched against Luo Tianyang and was, most importantly, declared by Qin Xian to be her guy. All the news had driven everyone mad. No one understood what had happened. It was all guesswork. Did they develop a love affair from the stab? I have to learn from Ass Freak and stab a beautiful and capable woman in the ass. Maybe I can become rich and powerful. Qin Xian looks so serious, but she is actually a flirt. Rumors spread across the entire steel armor shelter, and Han Sen was once again put under the spotlight. However, Han Sen's strength was not really the focus. People cared more about whether he was Qin Xian's boy toy. Even Qin Xian's gang would look at Han Sen weirdly. You know archery? Asked Qin Xian after she called Han Sen to a hall. I used to practice, Han Sen shrugged. You can use Doomsday, so you must have worked hard on it, said Qin Xian matter-of-factly. You can join Bullseye and follow me in the future. No, Han Sen refused. Qin Xian bit her lips and said snappily, you just offended Luo Tianyang. Without my protection, do you suppose he'd let you live? Thank you for your kindness, but I will deal with it myself, Han Sen said indifferently. You should have known who I am. My men are more or less related to the military, and Bullseye belongs to me. Follow me and you will gain great advantages when applying for military schools. Qin Xian suppressed her anger and said to Han Sen, I never wanted to go to a military school. Han Sen knew that he could apply to a military school for further education after he finished integrated compulsory education. However, all military schools had high requirements of fitness. If one's fitness index was below 10 before the first evolution, one had no chance at military schools. For Han Sen to reach 10 in the fitness index was not hard, but he wasn't interested in going to school at all. He'd rather put more effort into hunting. Exasperated, Qin Xian said, without education from military school and an aristocratic title, you could only be an ordinary soldier when you are of age to serve. Only through a military school can you become something in the army. At least by then you wouldn't have been sacrificed. Let's talk about this another time. I have to go now, and thank you so much for all your help. I'll buy you dinner sometime, said Han Sen, ready to go back. He knew that what Qin Xian said made sense, but he had his own plan. He wanted to get an aristocratic title before he turned 20 and went to serve, because aristocrats had certain privileges in the army and would not be sent to the front. Stop! Have I excused you? Qin Xian stared at Han Sen fiercely. Station master, please, that's not my thing, said Han Sen bitterly. It's fine if you don't want to go. Qin Xian suddenly smiled at Han Sen and said, if you do not go, each time you enter the teleport station, I will fight you. Looking at her evil smile, Han Sen's heart sank. He knew that Qin Xian hadn't tried her best at all when fighting with him in the past, because he was no match for her at the moment. Judging from her expression, he knew if he declined, he would really have a hard time in the future. I'll just join Bullseye then, Han Sen said, depressed. Qin Xian snapped at Han Sen. Do you have any idea how many people in Steel Armor Shelter want to join my gang? And you just acted like I've asked you to take poison. Freedom is priceless, and to lose my freedom is exactly like taking poison, Han Sen sighed. Then you could die a slow death. Even if you died and became a ghost, you'd still be my ghost, Qin Xian pouted and said. Han Sen knew that Qin Xian had made up her mind, and he accepted the offer unwillingly. Feeling dejected, he left the hall. Qin Xian watched him go and was very pleased by his upset look for some strange reason. She couldn't help but smile. Station Master, why do you have to recruit such a person to our steel armor gang? He's not worthy of being a member of Bullseye. A woman of the same age as Qin Xian came out from a side door and asked after Han Sen had left. Monli, trust me, although this guy can be a bastard sometimes, he does have great potential in some aspects, Qin Xian told young Monli seriously. Qin Xian had witnessed what a fast learner and diligent student Han Sen was. Repeatedly defeated by her, he didn't go down but grew stronger and stronger. Now even she had to take him seriously. Such progress and mentality were truly amazing. Qin Xian's opinions of Han Sen had improved a great deal, or else she wouldn't have defended him in front of everyone. Han Sen returned to his room and teleported back home before Qin Xian had the chance to leave God's sanctuary. He was not the least interested in going to a military school. Before, it would have been a great option for him because he could learn hyper-geno-arts there. Now, with Jade Skin, he didn't have to waste his time in a military school at all. It would be much wiser for him to spend time hunting and increasing his geno points. As for Bullseye, Han Sen had even less interest in joining. Although as a member of Bullseye he could gain assistance from Qin Xian's information network to improve his chance of finding mutant and sacred blood creatures, he would also have to share the meat hunted with the rest of her team. Han Sen decided to go hunting alone after some preparation. If Qin Xian didn't see him for a while, she would probably forget about the whole thing. Han Sen had wanted to buy an alpha alloy dagger with the 150,000 he had earned, but now he had the broadsword he seized from Lu Feng, so the other was no longer necessary. The broadsword was made of a special alloy with Z metal, which made it very stiff. Its edge could easily cut primitive creatures open. So weapons made from this kind of alloy had always been expensive. Nice! Han Sen touched the edge and his finger was cut immediately. Looking at the shiny edge, Han Sen loved the weapon so much he couldn't put it down. It's worth the price, he thought to himself. The Han family had an alloy business before, and although it was a small factory, they had unique formulas. Their products might not be as good as this broadsword, but could also cut open the skin of some primitive creatures. So the business was quite profitable. If it was not for those terrible family members, their company could surely be among the top 3 on planet Roka. But now the company had been bought by Starry Group. Han Sen was too young back then, and to this day he still didn't quite understand why Starry Group had to acquire their company. He knew his father's death must have had something to do with Starry Group, but he had no ability to find out the truth, so he had to lay low. Son, today I have something important at work. Can you take Yen to school? Luo Sulan knocked on the door and asked Han Senior School has started already? I did not know that. No worries Mom, I'll take her, Han Sen quickly said. School started a few days ago, and you were in God's sanctuary so I didn't want to bother you, said Luo Sulan. Which school is it? Asked Han Senior. It is St. Paul, and I used to the money you left to pay the tuition. Luo Sulan felt slightly uneasy, as she had spent almost all the money on Yan's school. Great! St. Paul is the best on planet Roka except for the posh schools. Han Sen was very happy. He didn't have an aristocratic title for the moment and couldn't send Yen to a posh school, but a good private school is still much better than integrated compulsory education. After chatting with his mother, Han Sen took Han Yen on a maglev train to school. The entrance of St. Paul was almost blocked by private aircrafts, and some of them were deluxe. Almost all rich people without an aristocratic title would send their children to St. Paul, and almost all students here were from affluent families. Walking his sister to school, Han-sun saw a middle-aged fat guy getting off an aircraft with a flirtatious woman on his side and an 8-year-old boy in his arms. He paused as the middle-aged fat guy happened to be his uncle, Han Lei. "What are you doing here?" Han Lei was surprised to see Han San here. "Taking Yen to school," replied Han Sr. "Yen is coming to St. Paul?" Han Lei looked at Han San and Han Yen unconvinced. "Since a few days ago," Han San said, ready to walk Han Yen into the school gate. Han Lei thought for a while and ran in front of Han Senator. He grabbed Han Sen's wrist and raged. "I knew it. My elder brother managed the company for so many years. He must have embezzled lots of money. You were just lying to me about not being able to come up with 2 million, while you are now spending millions to send Yen to St. Paul. I'm telling you, this money belonged to the whole family just like the house. We must split it or I'll—" "Or what? What can you do about it?" Han Sen looked at Han Lei coldly. He was completely disappointed in his relatives and wouldn't give them a cent more. "Boy, watch it. I'm your uncle." Han Lei flinched with Han Sen watching him, but he didn't plan to let Han Sen walk free. "Uncle?" Han Sen smiled dismissively. "Well, please go home and review the legal documents we signed and see if you have the right to anything we own. From now on, do not think you can take a penny from us ever again." The reason why Han San gave them 2 million so promptly was to draw a line between his relatives and his real family. To get the 2 million, his relatives all signed a document prepared by Mr. Zhang which made it impossible for them to take anything from Han Sen's family in the future. "That is fraud. I'll go find your mom right away. How dare you hide money from us?" cried Han Lei angrily. "Uncle, don't even think about it. I have the right to kill a trespasser." Han Sen looked at Han Lei gloomily. "Little brat, how dare!" Han Lei threw a punch at Han Sen furiously. With a blank expression, Han Sen grabbed Han Lei's arm and threw Han Lei over his own shoulder. Han Lei shouted out in pain. "Uncle, if you want to die, welcome to our house." Han Sen stared at Han Lei coldly. Han Lei opened his eyes wide. As if he didn't know Han Senator, the look on Han Sen's face had terrified him. Han Lei was an evolver, although just by maxing out on primitive geno points. He didn't really do much in Second God's Sanctuary, but he was still an evolver. It was abnormal that Han Sun, who hadn't evolved at all, could give him a shoulder throw easily. His nephew suddenly looked like a different person. Han Sen suddenly smiled and pulled Han Lei up. "I'm sure my aunt doesn't know about this woman and child. I think I should talk to her," Han Sen whispered, while Han Lei was still shocked by his sudden change. "You think my wife will believe you?" Han Lei said madly. "That doesn't matter, as long as she believes this." Han Sen showed Han Lei the comlink on his wrist. He turned the video camera on the moment he saw Han Lei. "You." Shocked, Han Lei reached to grab the comlink. Han Sen only moved slightly to make Han Lei fall again. "Uncle, we can negotiate a price and I can sell you this." Han San smiled and was about to pull him up again. Han Lei grinned and suddenly reached to twist Han Sen's hand, ready to break it and seize his comlink. Han San flipped his hand and held Han Lei's hand down, making him kneel on the floor and howl like a pig. "Uncle, it seems that you have no intention to negotiate. I'll have to show it to my aunt then." Han Sen released Han Lei's hand and turned to leave. "Wait." Han Lei quickly stopped Han San and gritted his teeth. 10,000. I'll give you 10,000 and you delete it." Han Sen turned away. 200,000 or I'll go to my aunt." Okay, said Han Lei, limping over to take hold of Han Sr. "Thanks then, cash or bank transfer?" Han Sen asked with a faint smile. Han Lei unwillingly transferred 200,000 to Han San. "Well, now can you delete it?" "Of course I will delete it, but only when I'm in a good mood," Han Sen said and walked away. "Brat, you lied to me." Han Lei became furious and raised his fist. However, he froze at the sight of Han San, as his nephew's movements had really left a strong impression. "Uncle, I received your money so I will certainly delete it, but I did not say when I will do it. So you better keep me in a good mood." Han San patted Han Lei on the shoulder and stopped smiling. He whispered, "Also, do not let me see you in my home again. Otherwise I will kill you." Han Lei shuddered, and for some reason, he knew Han San meant it. #T The brat has become so evil. Han Lei cursed as Han Sen moved away. Ashamed that he was terrified by a boy, Han Lei was still nervous deep down and changed his mind about going to Han Sen's home. After sending Yin to school, Han Sen was in a great mood. On his way back, he saw a physical test center and went in wanting to know his current physical fitness level. In the unevolved test hall of the physics test center, Zhao Boshan looked at a level displayed on the virtual screen and was secretly feeling proud of himself. In order to get a level in the test, an unevolved person must reach more than 10. 0 in at least 100 items including strength, speed, quickness, leaping ability, muscle toughness, bone strength and organ function. With A-level fitness, one was also very likely to be admitted into a military school, as long as one didn't make a huge mistake during the entrance exam. In his fantasy, Zhao Boshan had already graduated from a military school with stellar scores and become a captain of an interstellar warship, directing battles in the space and receiving respect and worship after all his victories. I didn't do that well in the live combat test. If I had done better, I might be assessed at AA level. Maybe I'll try again. Zhao Boshan went back, but found the test hall he had used was occupied. Zhao Boshan thought the testing process was quite short, so he decided he might as well wait there. But after he had waited for quite a while, the person inside still hadn't come out. So slow. This person inside must be stupid? If I had gone to a different hall, I would have finished by now. Zhao Boshan was quite upset but not willing to give up. Zhao Boshan gave it some thought and paid to observe the test. Suddenly, the holographic image was projected in front of him. I wonder how dumb this person could be to take so long. Zhao Boshan looked to the golden figure in the holographic image. That person in the image was about to take the final test, the robot channel. The robot channel was the last part of the entire test. In the 300-foot-long one-way channel, one had to beat a combat robot with biochemical alloy shell every 6 feet, and the performance of combat robots was stronger and stronger toward the end. As an unevolved, being able to cross the 180-foot line was pass, 210-foot line was good, 240-foot line was excellent, 270-foot line was advanced, and going all the way was super. Zhao Boshan had earned a good score himself, but he might be able to pass the 240-foot line if he put in more effort. This is weird. How come it took him so long? Zhao Boshan felt strange, as all the tests before this one should have taken the same amount of time. What he didn't know was that Han Sen actually took each test twice, the first time without beast souls and the second time with beast souls, so as to know his abilities under different circumstances. That's why it took Han Sen so long. In fact, Han Sen had already been through the robot channel twice. This time, he summoned Black Beetle armor and Bloody Slayer at the same time, and wanted to try the robot channel one last time under his best conditions. When Zhao Boshan saw clearly the golden figure, he was amazed by how great the Bloody Slayer and Black Beetle beast souls looked. #T. This guy wants to use beast souls to take the robot channel test. Well, even so he could hardly go all the way unless. While Zhao Boshan was still thinking, the majestic golden figure had rushed toward the robot channel. Boom! What happened next rendered Zhao Boshan speechless. The golden figure ignored all combat robots trying to block him and forcefully went through with his strong body. The combat robot, which was much heavier than the man, was knocked away immediately. The golden figure was like an armored vehicle, brutally hitting his way through the combat robots. Even the robot's biochemical alloy shells were smashed. Nothing could stop that figure. 30 feet, 60 feet, 90 feet, 180 feet, 210 feet, 240 feet. Zhao Boshan knew that the performance of the combat robots placed behind the 240-foot line was beyond the ability of average unevolved persons. But they were smashed by the golden figure as if they were a pile of clunkers. The robot channel that was viewed as a cruel test by most unevolved became an easy path for the golden figure. Unmatched strength. All combat robots in the channel, including the last one, were knocked away within seconds. Zhao Boshan opened his mouth and didn't recover from shock for a long time. When he looked at the virtual screen, it already changed to SSS level. Who is this fierce fellow? Zhao Boshan saw the door of the test hall open and the person in the hall was gone. Zhao Boshan immediately chased him out, but the center was so crowded and he had no idea who that person was. The video. Zhao Boshan ran back to the hall, paid to play the recorded video and made a copy. Having watched the video a few times, he regretted that he didn't see the golden figure's performance before the last test. Zhao Boshan suddenly had an idea. He logged into his account and uploaded this copy to the official forum, and named it 7 feet 88 inches, Robot Channel Conquered. In the beginning, Zhao Boshan's video didn't attract much attention. After all, there were so many videos online about the robot channel test. 7.88 seconds was also considered a gimmick, as those who could pass the test within 10 seconds would be among the very best of the unevolved. Even stars like Tang Jinliu could finish the test in just under 10 seconds and couldn't improve any further. If someone really finished it within 7.88 seconds, he or she would surely be a star. Therefore, it would be impossible for it to be uploaded by an unknown account. Almost everyone who saw the title would choose to skip the video, and it could soon be lost in the massive number of videos. Only a few who were bored would play the video. However, those who had seen the video were all impressed by the brutal method used to pass the test and chose to forward the link to their friends. Coincidentally, someone from Steel Armor Shelter also watched the video and recognized the man in the video as Dollar from Steel Armor Shelter. Immediately after he finished watching the video, he posted a new thread titled SSS Level, Dollar Conquered Robot Channel in 7 feet 88 inches, to the section of Steel Armor Shelter. That Dollar who robbed Son of Heaven of the Beast Soul? Is the title for real? Is Dollar's real identity exposed? The name Dollar was so well known in Steel Armor Shelter that the post soon got a lot of attention, and many watched the video with a skeptical attitude, which turned into admiration when they finished watching. Dollar is my idol. This is how real men should pass the test. Haha, the combat robots were all crushed. His beast soul was stolen from Son of Heaven, and he is nothing without beast souls. Dollar is invincible. Idol. The video was watched so much in Steel Armor Shelter that the administrator soon noticed it and put it on the front page. At this point, this video became viral in the entire alliance, and almost all unevolved now knew about Dollar. It must be fake. No way. Did you not see it's an official video? This is not possible. The robots in the beginning were not that strong, but it was so incredible that he knocked away the ones close to the end as well. No way, this looks too fake. It is definitely modified. If it's not, I'll eat #T. Who is this man? One of the chosen? This is Dollar from Steel Armor Shelter. What Dollar? I have not heard of him. That is because you are ignorant. Dollar brought honor to the entire Steel Armor Shelter. Many people in the shelter were telling the story all over the Skynet of Dollar robbing the beast's soul from Son of Heaven. Jinliu, come and look at this. A good-looking young man waved to Tang Jinliu, who was training. Lin Feng, what is it? Tang Jinliu approached the young man while wiping his face with a towel. Taking a look at the video the young man was watching, he commented, 7.88 seconds, Robot Channel Conquered. This is crap. Took me 10 seconds. How can anyone finish it in 7.88 seconds? Tang Jinliu played with his hair casually. Just watch this. Lin Feng played the video. No way. This can't be. Who is this guy? Where is he from? No idea. But according to my analysis, he must have maxed out on all Geno points except for Sacred Geno points. He also has practiced advanced Hyper Geno arts. His armor and shape-shifting beast souls were all sacred blood. Lin Feng paused the holographic video and continued to analyze. His shape-shifting beast soul is fast and... Enough with the analysis. I just want to know who he is. Finally, all the top guys have gone to Second God's Sanctuary, and I now have a chance to rank second among the chosen. And now here's this guy. Tang Jinliu gritted his teeth. Find out who he is. I'll have him killed before he can ruin my chances. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. First, this video is from the official physical test center, so there is no way you could find out his identity. Second, someone with this fitness level must be from a prominent family or even have something to do with the military. You think you dare to have someone like that killed? Ahem. I was just expressing my anger. Don't take me seriously. Tang Jinliu was embarrassed. Who could he be? Lin Feng frowned, staring at the golden figure in the video. There were many who shared Lin Feng's question and wondered about the background of Dollar. Due to the limited information available, no one had any clue. Some people also tried to ask Zhao Boshan, the poster of the video. However, Zhao Boshan had no idea who that man was. So, all people knew was that Dollar took the test on planet Roka. But interplanetary travel was so convenient that many people were even working on a different planet from where they lived. Hence, no one knew whether Dollar was passing by or lived there. Plus, there were 12 billion people on Roka, so it was impossible to locate a single individual anyway. While everyone was discussing who Dollar was, Han Sen was practicing archery alone in a waste factory near his home, avoiding entering God's sanctuary in case Qin Xian would send him to Bullseye. If I had not used beast souls, my strength would only have been rated 9. 1 due to the lack of mutant geno points. If I could max out on mutant geno points, my rating would reach 12, secretly calculated Han Sen while he was resting. The improvement in physical fitness levels got more and more difficult as he became stronger. Han Sen had checked the data. Those who had maxed out on all 4 types of geno points could have a rating at 15. If they were also practicing hyper geno arts, then their number might reach 17 or 18, which was the limit for the unevolved. For individual indicators such as speed, there was the same limit. An average person would be considered a genius with a rating of 15. Some indicators could be further improved to 17 or 18 with the practice of hyper geno arts. Maxing out on all 4 types of geno points was incredibly difficult, and there might not even be anyone who could achieve this in several years in a shelter. At that time, Qin Xian was the only one who had any chance of maxing out on all 4 types of geno points. As Han Sen was thinking, suddenly his comlink rang. He took a look and it was a strange number. Han Sen hesitated and took the call. The holographic image of Qin Xian popped out. She looked at Han Sen coldly and said, "If I do not see you in front of me in an hour, then you better pray I will never see you again." Qin Xian hung up immediately and her holographic image also disappeared. How did she know my number? I have not told her. Han Sen helplessly got up and went to the teleport station. Qin Xian was the station master, so there was no way he could avoid her. I am a dignified man and I fear nothing. Han Sen came to the teleport station and cheered himself up. Come here. Qin Xian spat out as she saw him coming. Station master. I was busy with some family business and... Han Sen forced a smile and tried to explain when he saw Qin Xian's grim face. Busy playing archery every day in the waste factory? Qin Xian didn't even blink. Station master, stalking is not a good idea. I understand what you want, but our age difference is more than 3 years. Even if I'm willing, my mom... Han Sen joked. Qin Xian, who was walking ahead, was pissed off but didn't turn back. Entering the combat room, she threw a combat suit and some protective gear in front of Han Sen and said sharply, "Put it on." Han Sen suddenly felt something was very wrong. Qin Xian had never given him protective gear before, and this was certainly a red flag. Han Sen wanted to run, but Qin Xian had already anticipated his thought and locked the door of the combat room before he even moved. Station master, don't do this. We must talk this out. I never thought age was an issue. I'll bring you home right. Don't come close. Han Sen kept backing off while Qin Xian gritted her teeth and approached him. Damn you. Qin Xian raised her fist and threw a punch at Han Senator. She was really mad this time. She had finally persuaded Yang Manli to let Han Sen join Bullseye. But Han Sen had completely disappeared in recent days. Han Sen felt a lot more pressure than usual, and his arms went numb after blocking 2 punches from her. When Qin Xian was ready to beat him senseless, the holographic image of Yang Manli popped up from the comlink in the combat room. Station master, Starry Group sent someone to discuss killing the sacred blood creature, Yang Manli said. Okay, take them to the conference room and I'll be right there. Qin Xian stopped and fiercely stared at Han Senior. Station master. We are cooperating with Starry Group? Asked Han Senior. You didn't know? Son of Heaven is the son of the CEO of Starry Group, replied Qin Xian. Think about it. Will I do you harm by asking you to join Bullseye? No need to think. How could I ever go against your will? I'll join Bullseye right away, And you don't have to stalk me anymore, Han-sun said bitterly. Good to see that you've come to your senses. Your family is not rich. What are you going to do if you don't go to military school? Said Qin Xian before leaving the combat room. She didn't forget to arrange for a guard to accompany Han Sen to report to Yang Monli. The reason for Han Sen's sudden change of heart was that he learned Son of Heaven was the son of Starry Group's CEO. Since Qin Xian was collaborating with Son of Heaven, maybe he could find out the facts of Starry Group's acquisition of their family business as a member of Qin Xian's Steel Armor Gang. The guard took Han Sen to the front of an office. Han Sen knocked on the door and found that the woman who had been in the holographic image just then was sitting behind the desk, looking at him seriously. Station master asked me to report to you, Han Sen said politely. Fill this out. Yang Monli showed no expression and passed a sheet to Han. Senator Han Sen took it and saw it was just a basic information form. He filled it out and gave it back. You can go back. Show up at the training camp of Bullseye tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock. Remember, I don't like people who are not punctual. And this is your last chance. Yang Monli's impression of Han Sun was terrible, especially after his absence from Bullseye.